How is it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, Aristil.
Venerian.
And Vorlastel, and we're here with another one of our um, multiples of 100 shows, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And there will be a bit of feedback and loop on y'all's end. I'm just going to check the stream audio real quick.
Multiples of 100 shows, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And there will be a bit of feedback and loop on y'all's end. I'm just going to check the stream audio real quick.
Venerian.
And Vorlastel, and we're here with. Everybody talks about the Game Awards, but
Well, yeah.
I kind of resent the fact that we also talk about the Game Awards because it's like but you don't deserve it, Jeff. You don't deserve it.
But it's low-hanging fruit.
It is low hanging fruit, and realistically, like content in that regard pretty much replaced my entire social media feed for the week that it was airing. So
It does that
everybody was
every
interested
year.
in that.
The
I mean, God,
the thing that drove me nuts about this Game Awards, the little bit I saw out in the world, was how surprised people were about stuff, as though this wasn't the most set in stone Game Awards of all time.
Mm-hmm. Like, everyone kind of knew where the awards were going to go, but yeah.
yeah, I've seen this as a broader social phenomenon, though. Really, it's not constrained to the Game Awards, but I see it a lot in my social media feed for a variety of wholly unrelated topics and arenas where there just seems to be this. I can't tell if it's performative surprise or if people are just unable to form second order connections.
Like, yeah, I don't know. If you're invested enough in gaming writ large to watch the Game Awards to begin with, one would think you're cognizant of most of the major games that made a splash.
Or perhaps your brain is just a live feed to your favorite streamer.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I don't know how the
So
Zoomers think.
they will, because there's a strong motivator for a popular streamer to use performative surprise, right?
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of whether or not they're surprised by anything, they have to react, right? Because reaction is the currency in that way of doing things. But if you're a person who basically borrows all of your opinions from streamers, and whether or not something is good or bad is determined by what your favorite streamer thinks about it. Well, if the streamer is performatively surprised, then you've got no choice but to be surprised as well, right?
Right. Especially when the streamer is holding a contrary opinion to, and I'm not saying they actually hold the opinion. They'll say they hold that opinion just to get the clicks. But yeah, if they're holding a contrary opinion, then yeah, their minions will follow.
It is an extraordinarily cynical game. At any rate, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord server, the best place to talk to the show hosts and other listeners to the show. You can get there by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the archive on YouTube.
Yes, do it.
Better. There we go. So, on the stream this week for our multiple of 100 show, they missed a little bit of what y'all were talking about while I was checking the audio on the stream. But it was only for like maybe 20 seconds.
Well, I don't know which 20 seconds they are.
Oh, it was a long time ago, near the very start.
All right. Well, that's fine, I guess.
Yeah, but yeah, I wanted to be double sure, and it was a little quiet on the show or on the stream, so I boosted you guys a bit more.
It's weird. How can there be a gain loss between OBS and YouTube? It's just an ingest, right?
One would think. I'm using the same codec we've used forever.
Yep. But
YouTube
it doesn't make sense, and it never does.
Yeah, they changed all their crap. I have a deer. So yeah. Why are you being an edgy dragon?
Because edgy dragon is meta for my team. Except Edgy Dragon is also woefully underbuilt at the moment because I'm being
Using a
bottlenecked
level
by
1
XP
sword.
scrolls. I have no idea how Edgy Dragon is actually supposed to play yet. But anyway,
Probably using more than a level 1 sword, I would say.
but yes.
So yes, so we have a list of the Game Awards stuff that we'll get into eventually. Because we're doing a long show this week, though, let's start with our weeks. So,
Yep.
Fern, you haven't been here in a while. What'd you do?
My week has been largely basically the same as everyone's week. It's the lead up to Christmas, so that means everyone needs to go and clean their house and all of that. So that's been fun. But gaming wise, a lot of just time killing games, a bit of poking around, a bit of surviving Mars because why not? But in terms of actual active games, it's been Like a Dragon. I'm still chipping away at that. I thought I was getting close to the end, but
You're never
once you...
close to the end of a Yakuza game.
No, you're not, because it keeps going.
Unless you are methodically doing every side quest and minigame when it pops up, you will have no idea how close you are to the end of that video game.
Mm-hmm. Now, Like a Dragon, I think, actually gets probably worse because it once you kind of get to that back third of the game, where the big plot is kind of unraveling and here's everything all happening now, it seems to have some walls you need to cross. The first one of which is the game just slams the brakes on the story and says, okay, we need 3 million yen. Go get that.
That ain't that hard. But most Yakuza games, that's in fact pitifully easy. Just go play some Mahjong.
That's pitifully easy. Except Ichiban is...
They fight with a giant squid.
Well, yes. But Ichiban is a penniless bum, so it just feels like that took forever. But you just run off, you do a bunch of side quests, you'll get that reasonably.
Is he from the same organization as the characters from the previous?
Yeah, he's a. Is it Tojo? Yeah, his clan was Tojo before
was
his...
Tojo, yeah. But the Tojo clan in this era has been basically subsumed by the Omi Alliance.
Oh yeah, Vol, come stand here because I can't trigger the last one.
Yeah. So you do that, and then the game says, okay, we'll progress a little bit more. Here's a bunch of tools you can use to grind up your levels really quick. By the way, here's the next dungeon. It will kick your face in if you don't go and grind. Oh, treasure chest. You do that, and then it's like, okay, well, that's fine. We'll progress the story. No, we won't, because suddenly Majima. And honestly, I was expecting the game to go suddenly Majima at some point. He just kind of walks out from around a corner and says, we're fighting now.
Well, yeah.
Does the Tojo clan have a thing for people with brain damage? Because
yes,
I'm here.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Why is there a cutscene here? What is this? Where are we? Why am I suddenly in a cutscene?
I don't know. You got hijacked somewhere.
You got yoinked.
It just shows you standing still to me.
Yeah, it shows you interfering wildly with the cutscene.
I will cut them down.
Yes.
My water blade that does like not even 4 digits.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where I'm up to at the point where the game has just gone suddenly Majima because he is head and shoulders above any boss fight you fight up until that point in the game. And he's not optional. So yeah, that's basically where I left off. I think the story is nearing its conclusion, but I do still have at least one more party member to find, which is very late in the game, if that's the case.
I've seen spoilers of the last party member, the last guy.
Mm-hmm.
And after finishing Yakuza 6, his inclusion makes 0 effing sense.
There is one party member you get who basically, as part of his social link, I guess you can call it, just does a whole bunch of Yakuza 6 spoilers.
Yeah.
Including saying, oh, by the way, this character dies.
Yeah, he dies pretty definitively with a bullet in his head that you get to see. Like, it is the most clear on-screen non-Disney death in the entire game. Like, this mofo am dead, and somehow his perfect lookalike is around in Yakuza 6. Or Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Yeah. It does make sense in context.
Does it
Sort
though?
of. Well, as much as the Yakuza game does make sense. No, it does make sense, but there's I think it's part of his whole story arc is screw it, it's an older game, we can just spoil who it is. It's Yugi Han.
Yeah, because I had a whole bunch of punchy ups with him, and he died with a sniper's bullet in his head in 6.
Yeah, he gets very, very dead in Yakuza 6.
And it was
So
totally unambiguous that he was dead.
Yeah. So, like a dragon, that's not actually Yoongi Han. That's a body double.
Yeah, okay, because that's about the only...
Sure he didn't get better?
There are a lot of things
Well,
people can get better from. There's a lot of retcons that can happen, but that one was framed in such a way that it was totally, completely, and absolutely final. They're not bringing this guy back.
Well, mind you, they've done it before.
Well, they did rubber bullets before, but we couldn't
They
see
did
the
rubber bullets before.
But the early PS3 graphics didn't allow us to show bullet holes on the models.
Yes. Yoongi Han definitely has a hole in his head.
It's in the Dragon engine. It's fully rendered. There is brain on the other side of the dock where he dies.
Yeah, him dead. But yeah. So his whole story in Like a Dragon is basically, well, the guy's dead. Why are you still his body double? Why are you keeping that face and that identity?
Well, presumably because surgery is expensive and painful.
Well, yes, that's part of it.
It's just his face.
Nope, it's post-surgical. He went under the knife in order to make himself look like Yoongi Han, the original.
I mean, the guy he's a body double for was a cool dude. He was probably the best villain in Yakuza 6.
What would be the point in changing it if now he's the original?
Yeah, I haven't finished his main story yet, so yeah. So that's one of the things that the game does that kind of annoys me, is once you max out a character's bond level, you need to go back to the pub and do their social event. But any overflow you get from just running around doing stuff until you go and unlock that event is lost.
So it's immediately go cash this in as soon as you can.
Go cash it as soon as you can, yeah. That's also how you kind of get their big signature finisher move too. So yeah, I'm still chipping away at that. It is still a fun ride. It is still incredibly nonsensical at times because it is a Yakuza game. But at the same time, it does still have that gritty crime story through it. Even though you are playing as a character who is mentally deficient.
I mean, based on the sort of things that I am shown of Yakuza, I would never know it was a gritty crime story. It's just no way to gain that.
You could be
impression.
forgiven.
It's like when Arya's like telling me about the attempt to build a second version of the Yamato battleship. I'm like, yeah, this is not reasonable.
That
Yep.
was part of the main story, by the way.
Yes.
That was not side content. That happened.
That is the main story. Yeah, there's a bit of a plot hole in Yakuza, in Like a Dragon, where a character is walking around when he really, really shouldn't be, and they just kind of hand wave it and say, "Oh, you can buy anything in America," and don't explain it any further than that.
Yeah, they've Yakuza's done a good job at keeping most of their cast that dies on screen dead, but I've heard a few of them just get the "oh, he got better" treatment as the games have gone on.
Yeah, or rubber bullets.
Like, I'm pretty sure we shot you and threw you off of a roof, and you were dead to rights, and we saw the body dead on the ground. But okay, you're fine.
You're just fine. It's fine. Mind you, this is the same game where you can curb someone and hang them up from a lamp post by a bicycle, and then they just get up and walk away.
No, that's just how you get them to join your baseball team.
That is how you get them to join a baseball team. That is true. So yeah, friendship through bicycle clobbering.
Paul was watching me do a side quest to recruit members for a baseball team. And I don't know why they asked Kiryu to do this, because Kiryu can only do things one way.
Yeah, it
Yes.
has a primary method of communication.
It worked.
Somehow.
Got me a new third baseman.
There's a Culus over here.
That's because I haven't done any Culus farming in Fontaine or any chest farming, or done any exploration of Fontaine either. My Fontaine is basically virgin and untouched.
Pristine Fontaine. So yeah, that's largely been my week. There is a few things I do need to sit down for. Like there's the new series of Fallout that I've been meaning to sit down and watch. But the Game Awards it's a hefty beast, and it takes a while to get through it. I ended up sitting down and watching the entire show, and
I did watch the whole show at 1x, but I didn't really imbibe a great deal of it, and it was quite awful. I would say that it's probably on it was a much slicker execution than in previous years. Like, they didn't have any major gaffes the way they have in previous years, but it was still the same old dreck.
oh yeah, they didn't have that big showcase of we are big AAA developer, watch us sniff our own farts for 10 minutes type showcase. They did have their what was it called now? Their person for a change or whatever they call it. They just gave it to an activist group.
Well, they also introduced the people as activists as well. It's like, this is not what this is about. You should.
One
If
of
you
them
have
was
to say the word
Felicia Day.
activist.
Yeah, one of them was Felicia Day.
Talk
and
about
honestly, you
talk
can't
about
do
people
anything
who are
with her these
desperate
days
to
without-
talk about people who are desperate to regain relevance. Like, since
Yeah.
when did anybody care about Felicia Day?
What rock did you find her sleeping under?
Didn't Brosex have a crush on her?
Like way back when, I think. Back in the before times.
Oh, that's the equivalent of having a crush on a VTuber, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Which was interesting because I wasn't expecting to see a VTuber actually show up in the for one of the awards. But no, the best content creator was the weirdest mixed bag ever, and there was Sakura Miku in there.
Yeah,
why?
I don't and have never watched Moist Critical, but I hear that he was like on stream saying, "Please don't be me, please don't be me, please don't be me."
Yeah. Like, despite the big platform he has, he's still just a guy, and he wants to be just a guy.
But yeah, well,
the really popular ones tend to be like that. Like, I mean, PewDiePie went through a phase of being an entertainer and then realized he wanted to be a guy. And
yeah, and
Moist Critical is still just a guy. Asmongold is just a guy. And his cockroach farm.
Yes, the Roach King.
But like the ones that are really popular are number one, VTubers who embrace the fact that they're purely a character, more or less, and number two, the ones who are just a guy and are therefore don't ring false.
Yeah, the ones who put on an act and become a character for the camera tend not to last long.
If you manage to make the short list of being nominated for that, you don't want to win that award no matter what camp you fall into. Because you
don't want that attention.
Yeah, all that's going to do is bring in tourists.
Yeah. In the case
if
of
you're
Charlie,
lucky, it'll bring in tourists.
Yeah.
If you're
Charlie's
unlucky,
case, I
you're
think
going
he
to have
mostly won
an
it
infusion
because,
of antis.
Yeah. Charlie was in Dispatch, so I think that was basically just a way of giving him an award for that.
Because nobody actually cares about Dispatch.
I mean, it looks like a Telltale game. Not a bad
that's
one.
The thing.
But, yeah.
That's the thing, though. It's like, that's kind of irrelevant. Like the watching the performance of the Dispatch fans was a bit cringe because the Dispatch fans all thought that they were, playing on the same tier as other candidates in the events that in the awards that they were nominated for. But no, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, nobody cares about Dispatch compared to the likes of Expedition 33. The Dispatch fandom also had a go at the Woo fandom, because of the
because
player's
of course
voice
they did.
thing. They tried to retroactively get WoW disqualified for it.
What?
They launched a campaign saying that gacha game victories must be ignored because they are just a product of bribery, and therefore they should not be eligible for player's voice.
Yeah, leaving that one alone because that's a can of worms. But generally, no. I mean, the wooer community is rabid. Let's face it.
Well,
They're rabid about WoW, but
They're
they're
rabid
not.
about wooer.
They're not a patch on the Hoyo fandom, fortunately or
No.
unfortunately.
Yeah, the Genshin fandom is next level.
all the Hoyo games have very, very special individuals that comprise their quote unquote fandom.
Yes. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna leave my week at that because it's been fairly quiet. It's just been doing a lot of housework. So yay. Also work because in typical fashion, everyone kind of goes a little bit nuts right before the holidays, and then they just suddenly vanish.
They do call it the silly season.
They do. Which is fine because there was a procession of cars leaving town over the weekend, and now there's somebody else's problem. So I get a few days apiece. Also, I keep trying to touch things in this game world, and it won't let me.
Oh my.
I want to steal your shinies, damn it! So this is doing absolutely no damage. Alright, so yeah, Vol, what's your week been like?
Vern, are you trying to splash something?
I am trying to splash something. My splashes do nothing.
I was disoriented by that since my turn to speak was introduced and then immediately disregarded in favor of splashing.
Yes. So go ahead.
Right. Anyway, this week, it was busy, but not like it was a sort of it was the type of busy where technically speaking, there's not an unusually greater amount of work than normal, but it's all work that you shouldn't be needing to do. That type of busy. But yeah, I still managed to get a few bits and pieces done here and there as sort of a wind up for like the next 2 months, which are just going to be nightmare fuel as far as my workload is concerned. Largely due to the dwindling number of people that I have under my command, because the higher ups are they see the world through a spreadsheet, and
Yeah.
that's not really conducive to where the rubber meets the road, things actually working. Anyway, let's see. Blue Archive, we are on the anniversary event at the moment, which means it is free pull season, and the Trinity Beach event this time, or another Trinity Beach event this time. I haven't had time to play through it. I've only played the first few chapters of it so far, but it's the usual when the Hot Springs development department decides that they very much definitely should be developing a hot springs at the site where somebody else is trying to get something done.
It is kind of what they do.
But yes, I don't know really what the crux of the story is going to be, but it is a summer story, so it's probably just hijinks. They've introduced a battle pass function. I don't know if it's an ongoing one or or just a one-off experiment for the anniversary, but it's basically the same as any other kind of battle pass. So I don't really care. I'm not going to pay for it, so it's free. It's just free stuff on the lower tier. I'm not deeply involved enough in the meta to worry about building up a battle pass, so not really concerned about that. I've got a small mountain of pyroxenes to spend when the swimsuit Nagisa comes out, who I am going to pull for. I got swimsuit Saya, who is another meta definer, but since I'm not really doing any raiding, I'm not really that concerned about that. I'm still reigning atop my throne as number one in the PvP rankings on my ladder. So this seems to be working just fine despite my lack of participation in certain game modes.
Give people the
But
hose.
yep. Yep. For all of the meanings that could be enfolded into that. So yeah, I can't remember if there's something else coming down for that. I don't know exactly. Anyway, we'll move on from there for now. Which one should I do next? Genshin, there's the new event has started, which there's not really much except the introduction, and it's quite silly. But cross country running, huh? Not
It's
really
verging
a
out about
sport that
comic
I
books.
not really a sport that I expected in Teyvat, but I guess it makes sense. It feels like it would make more sense in Woo where there's an actual free running mechanic, but yeah. Can't really say much about that one since I haven't really done very much of it yet. I've done like a couple of the mini games and so forth, but I haven't really touched the bulk of it. There's not much else going on in Genshin at the moment, either on live or on the test servers. There's a certain amount of burbling about that being an issue though, and I can sort of see that. Like there so far there appears to be no story on the test servers for the new Adeptus character coming out in Lantern Right, and the logical conclusion is, oh well, presumably the Lantern Right is going to be her story, so she might not need a story quest initially. But that really wasn't the case with Cloud Retainer, and from the line counts that have been leaked, Zebai also doesn't have really much to say in the event. Like she does have a few lines, but on the level of a side character, not a major character. So yeah, everybody's sort of a bit puzzled about the appearance of them dropping a character into a vacuum with no support, which would be very strange. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe they just haven't implemented it on the test server yet. Maybe could be there is character story in there, but it just doesn't really need testing because it's just lines, or something like that. But yeah, that has attracted a certain amount of attention. And the other thing that has attracted quite a bit of attention is Sandrone has been scrubbed from the character list.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's just not included anymore in the current build in the database. Has been replaced by a character that appears to be a setup for a new spin on the superconduct archetype, but without really that much detail because you can't extract a great deal of detail from the database data mining. But yeah, Sandrone is no longer, according to the leakers, actually registered on the database, which surprised people almost as much as Alice not appearing in the database. But yeah, I mean it is just a database entry, so there's room for that to change. But they did change something because it's not the same database that it was the last time. So yeah, odd. But we've only made we're not even at like the halfway point really of this particular version, the Lunar version. So there's plenty of room for things to move on from where they currently are. So yeah, that was interesting. In some sense, I guess I'm not that concerned about that because my resources are already rather strained. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. There is not really that much that I've done because I haven't attempted the new Spiral Abyss this version yet. I gather most people are just brute forcing it rather than trying to play to the actual shilling, because the shilling is aggressively shilling off-field pyro application, which means that it's basically either you use Durin or you are going to be going back to the old school champions of off-field pyro.
Your boy Guoba.
But since Yeah, but
Brother.
since it's basically a damage centric buff, it doesn't really help old characters because their output numbers are not great. I guess there's going to be people who are going to try and use Mavwika for that, but using Mavwika as an off-field pyro support is kind of, well, you can do it. It's not impossible,
The use
but
her
it's
on the
also not
Verusa
really
team.
an effective use of that character. But yeah, apparently the popular thing to do at the moment is just brute force it. If you can get away with it, just brute force it. But yeah, I basically bothered not at all with Stygian Onslaught. I didn't even attempt to try and muscle my way through it. The opponents are just not that engaging, and Genshin's combat doesn't feel very accessible to me. Like, Wuwa has basically made Genshin worse for me. Because Wuwa has a bit of a slippery combat system compared to an actual action game, but at least it feels responsive. Genshin is not what I would call a responsive combat system. So a lot of the time I feel like I'm just wading through treacle when I'm playing it, which has made me like the combat stages even less. So yeah, I'm just not that interested in trying to push that. Even as my teams get stronger, it's like, yeah, but I don't really want to engage with the challenge, and ultimately the waiting on this on the combat stage is like Spiral Abyss, and that is the same as it is in Imaginarium Theatre. And in Imaginarium Theatre, nothing matters. It's just slop. It's just random stuff. Do random stuff until you get lucky because you've got that much time that you can afford to fail over and over, right? No, thank you. Not interested. I really, really don't like Genshin's endgame. I don't know what they should do to fix it, but they need to put something in there that feels rewarding beyond just rewarding people for, pulling the latest characters. It's sort of converged on the same sorts of criticisms that I would level at the Star Rail endgame, where they have just landed on shill the latest character. That's all we've got in the tank. We haven't thought about anything else. So yeah. ZZZ, nothing to do this week, basically. I guess you could play more Bangbu chess. That's what you're into.
They seem like they're in a holding patch until their next big patch comes on.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in the next patch. The current patch was kind of shambolic, and most of the stuff that they put in is just rehashes of other things. And I don't know, I resent the Bangbu chess so deeply that it leaves an ugly mark on the whole thing, especially since they made it worse, which is just very, very bizarre to me. They've simplified it to the point where you can't apply strategy in a lot of cases. Like, or rather, there is one strategy that is so dominating that you can't even make the normal fundamental choices, because the normal fundamental choice in a game like that is, do you accrue interest or do you try and gain an advantage out the gate to help you seize the momentum? And they took that choice away. You can't do that anymore. So that means that the only thing you can do is cross your fingers and hope for good pops in the shop, because not spending now has no advantage.
Also, Fern, we can't.
I know. I'm just messing around. Because, yeah, this game is weird about how it handles co-op. You exist in this weird bubble.
It's not nearly as a robust bubble as it is in Wuwa, though.
No, it
The
is
bubble
not.
is incredibly robust. But so there was also the whatchamacallit, the survey for ZZZ version. Most of what I wrote was pretty scathing, but most of it was also about the story rather than the mechanics, because I don't have any problems with the core mechanics, like the core way that you interact with combat and so on in ZZZ. It's still relatively satisfying. It's just that the things that they do with it tend to be a little bit insane, namely the design of Dylan, who seems to be a way of setting yourself up for problems you didn't think hard enough about later down the line. Like, either you abide by the facts of life that are now dilemmas in the game, or you try and take them into account. Those are your, or you don't bother to try and take them into account. Those are your two options: yes or no. Are we going to pay attention to this? Are we going to assume everybody has dial-in? They don't. Are we going to assume nobody has dial-in? That's also not true. Either way, it's going to have a whole bunch of fruity effects on your design space for ultimates, and every character does have one of those. So, yeah, clearly she was designed with Ye Guang as the only thing in the arena of discussion at the time. Like, it's so obvious that that's what she was for. But the knock-on effects of that to every other character are going to be immense. Like, let's say they design a character where, 99.9% of their output comes from pressing their alt. Well, you're never going to be able to replace Dylan in that comp. It's never going to happen. So, yeah, you're sort of affecting your future quite a bit with the design they picked for her, and that was the only real criticism I had of combat design at the time. But the story was just a disaster, and the story was a disaster largely because they've set it up to be like they're fighting a rearguard action against poor decisions in the past and poor decisions that they're continuing to make into the future to some extent. They're going to have to close off a lot of plot threads in the next patch, and that's what they intend to do. But it remains to be seen how effectively they manage to pull all of the loose threads together. Honestly, it seems to me like the sort of the core mistake that got made in a lot of ways orbits around the fact that they introduced Yishan at the start rather than much later on. So you meet her right at the end of the last version, and she takes you to Wi-Fi Peninsula, and then disappears from the story shortly afterwards for no explained reason. So basically, there's unless they have a very, very good explanatory period later for why one of the most powerful people in the setting just doesn't contribute to solving a major humanitarian crisis at all, because she's just kind of busy elsewhere. Like, without a really good explanation for that, the whole thing kind of rings hollow, no pun intended. It seems like the story would have been better off written like a sports anime in some sense. Like, basically, she's the one who gets you you're in with Yunkui Summit on the sort of basically the credentials of Yishin, without Yishin being the one to actually implement it, and then you end up basically at the rundown branch temple of the Yunkui Summit, and then over the course of a few patches you build it up and make it respectable, and the sort of the hapless people who manage the branch or the branch temple are the ones who have to help you struggle through the crises for whatever reason throughout the story, rather than introducing the most powerful characters and having them do nothing in conspicuous fashion. Like, you're just sort of, I think that this is partly just poor decision making, and partly sort of an artifact of wuxia and xianxia writing, where they love to power scale. They love to power scale so bad.
Most genres are basically all power scaling.
What are we doing? What is going on? Oh,
I've got to
I
pop
did-
the
So I
well,
pulled
have
somebody.
fun.
So I pulled somebody with a bow out.
I didn't know what you were doing. I've never done anything on Fontaine, so I don't know what was going on. But yeah, so I think that it didn't make sense to bring the most powerful player on, because all it has done is caused Yushin's stock to fall endlessly. Like, if you look at the as usual, the most retarded fan base is the Western fan base. Like, in every sense, like, their reactions are bad, but they also just appear to be unintelligent, like really, really unintelligent. But the from their point of view, Yushin is a scam because she's touted as a powerful individual, but they have just decided, oh well, but she's weaker than all of the other characters because she's not on screen, because that's the degree of thinking Western fans are capable of. And so you've got this
brain's
this sort
smooth.
of like what?
Got to keep that brain smooth.
Yeah. So basically, they have no they've got now a character who is nominally powerful, but has basically been just off screen, not helping for multiple versions, and this has sort of ruined the stock of that character. Like the rumor has it that she's going to be AWOL again in the next version, which is supposed to be the climactic battle. I just got an achievement for something. But yeah,
forget
so it's supposed to be the
Come down here and get
What?
that one.
that means I've got to flag it on the map.
Oh, not that.
Where's my-
You're referring to is I figured you didn't want to get the keyless, but there's a luxurious chest down here.
Well, hold on, I'm already standing at the queue list now. Where's my tab map? I never closed that tab. The tab is permanently up. It's just a matter of getting it to reload. But and it's
Whee!
pointing at Sumeru, and it hasn't updated, and the map is full of fungus.
Fungus. That's unpleasant.
Oh my goodness, let's just refresh this. I think it's mad at me. It doesn't like being left open all the time. I do it, but it's not
Those
happy
maps
with
generally
me.
don't. They tend to break.
Oh, I think it's broken. Let's see if I can revive it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Why are you verifying account security? It's not what I asked for. Okay, that looks a little bit healthier. Now where's Fontaine? And where am I in Fontaine, actually? I am on top of the courthouse. Where is the show all the QLS's button? Here we go. Here we go. There's that one. Mark pin. Okay, good. I haven't got it yet. I shouldn't have marked the pin. But yeah, so yeah, they've made kind of a mess, and I don't know exactly how they're going to get out of it. And hopefully they can. But yeah, so I did write quite a bit of criticism, and like, I mean, if you look at what did work well, what did work well was that one final still, right? That's by far the most powerful part of the storytelling, and the main reason it's the most powerful part of the storytelling is because it's the only thing that was set up in the story, as opposed to just kind of happening arbitrarily. They spend a lot of time trying to persuade you that things are other than the way they actually are. And when you're shown the truth of things, even though it's, player knowledge, not character knowledge, that has way more impact because you've been kind of led up the garden path already and have been sort of lulled into a false sense of security. Whereas most of the other things that happen in that chapter, they happen to happen. They happen to make the plot go forward, and they're extremely arbitrary. People randomly acquire knowledge they shouldn't have. People randomly don't ask questions that are obvious and should be asked. People give things the benefit of the doubt when they shouldn't, and don't give things the benefit of the doubt when they should. Like, just lots of things that signal late rewrite that we didn't have enough time to think properly about. It was kind of a mess. I don't know what was going on in the office when they made such reckless late decisions, but I don't really think it paid off. I haven't seen as much critique of it as I expected, though. Like, normally people are all over ragging on the stories of Hoyo games, but this one more or less left people silent. Maybe nobody reads the story for ZZZ. That's also a possibility.
Yeah.
But yeah. In game, there's nothing happening except Bangmo Chess. I didn't go for Ether Carrot, but there's so much time left on the clock that maybe I'll end up doing it. Because there's nothing to do in that game. But yeah, I'll probably what I'm more likely to focus on is what is it called? The simulation thing? It's got a name. I can't remember the names of the ZZZ game modes.
The simulated universe thing.
No.
Oh, the thing that needs a whole like 5 teams for.
Yeah, that thing. it sounded from the official line on it like that has one more version and then will be reshuffled and the rewards renewed. So I'll have to get onto it. I won't be able to back burner it anymore because it takes so long. Like I just did the tutorial one and it took forever.
Yeah,
It's such a long-winded game mode. It's like It's like a marathon to play.
bunker.
But
At least you can stop at every node.
yeah, you don't have to do it all in one sitting, but
It is a
I don't know if it would
multi-versioner,
make
so
it easier. Like I just said, though, it's not going to be around for more than one more version.
no, this one isn't. But
That's why I'm focused on it.
At least-
I have to now. Probably it was going to end up being shunted all into one to one block. Like I can't really see another practical way of doing it, to be totally honest. Especially if you have to learn how to use a jank team that's only going to be useful in this context, which you probably will. Like this, somebody's going to end up being Calcharo. So, yeah, they did their preview stream this week, which is why I know that. And there is a lot of content in this preview stream. At times, though, they seemed to be being a bit vague as to whether it was definitely coming out in the next patch or whether it was coming out in the future. And a lot of stuff got covered multiple times by multiple different people in different ways. So it was actually kind of confusing to navigate as a stream. I don't think that there were any topics that didn't get covered at least twice and not in a chronologically coherent way. So I was a bit confused. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff going on. Most of the in the runtime wise, most of the content focused on the story and how they're basically making this sort of like the climactic turning point of the narrative so far for the version, which is, that's what people expected on pace for this to be. But I guess if that really is the case, if they're really going to just finish the story arc here, it means that pacing wise, probably a lot of the reason the last rewrite was so higgledy-piggledy is that they were massively behind on pace for what they needed to accomplish narratively, because there were a million untied up plot threads to deal with. But they're apparently just going to close them all off in the next one, or at least a goodly portion of them. So, yeah, presumably they know what they're doing, and they've got the feedback from the last one now. The second in runtime, as per usual, was the previews of the upcoming characters. These tend to be quite useless. You don't really get a sense of what the characters are like to play, but you get to see them in action, I guess. But that's about it. Something that I had been thinking for a while before this preview, but they didn't really do anything to rectify, was the fact that Zhao looks completely uninteresting to play. Like just a total dead slot in your team as far as entertainment value is concerned. Basically, there is no difference that I can see between Zhao, the defense character, and let's say, just pulling out a random one, Lucy, the support.
Oh,
Like that there's no meaningful difference there.
I wonder.
It's just, this character does a thing, and then there's a buff, and then you put the character off field.
Yeah, I wonder if they feel like they've got a bunch of heavy field time out, so they're making her, because I think the rumors are still that she's. They want.
There's not a rumor anymore. They confirmed it.
I
in
wonder
the
if
stream. I just hadn't scrubbed that far along the bar yet.
they're gonna. They just kind of want people to have the set it and forget it character if they really have a character they want.
Yeah, she seems to be relatively generic, other than the fact that she uses the ether veil mechanic. That's sort of like the only thing that she's got that's hers. But weirdly, I guess she also seems to She also seems to be constantly paired with Ye Guang, which makes sense because she's probably a purpose-made sort of like, this is the support we can assume everybody has for her. But Ye Guang also has an Ether Veil, and Ether Veils displace each other. So, yeah, I'm not really sure how that all fits together. But like I said, these previews tend to be quite useless. You don't really get any sense for how these things actually function together. They don't, because they don't give you actual, nitty-gritty details on the mechanics. And at the time that these things are recorded, things tend to still be a little bit in flux anyway. The numbers are probably still whizzing up and down on the test server to some extent. The mechanics are probably fixed, but nothing else really is, like the output numbers. But they are probably going to make Ye Guang comically overpowered, I would say, because, well, the cynical reason is she's going to be, and they keep saying this over and over, so I don't consider it's a spoiler. She's going to be crowned Void Hunter during the course of the events of the next part of the story. That means that there are two Void Hunters in the game, because Ye Guang turned down the offer to be made a Void Hunter because it would put her under the government's thumb. There are two Void Hunters now in the story. That will be Ye Guang and Miyabi. That is to say, a Chinese wuxia themed character and a Japanese samurai themed character. Now think about Hoyo's position relative to the CCP in the current environment. They're basically going to have no choice but to make the new one have a splash that outshines Miyabi. And Miyabi basically upended the power curve more than any other character deployment to date. So I think that they're likely to be treading an extremely fine line with Ye Guang, where she will either just be really, really powerful and meta-defining, or she will completely ruin the game for the next 6 months, because nothing else will matter. So, yeah. External concerns of politics affecting games is always a bad thing. Most people are familiar with it when the feminists do it, but when the CCP does it, it's just as bad. What else is on docket here? They are making they I suppose presumably to try and defray the necessity to which they've got to try and have her as the mechanical spotlight stealing squad. They're basically building this massive game mode in which is just for her, which appears to be her version of the hollow exploration thing that you do with Miyabi and Yanagi. You remember that thing?
Mm-hmm.
She's basically getting a version of that centered entirely on her. And that's going to be to explore, it seems like, oh well, how is she going to deal with her side effects? And that's going to go through. So they've basically made her and her business and what she's doing and her health and her path are going to be like the major focus of the side events in the upcoming patch. Like, it's going to be all about her. So, and now for something completely different. They discussed a bit about how they've gotten like endless requests for multiplayer. And they basically came right out and said, look, multiplayer kind of just doesn't work with the mechanics the way that it currently is. So every time we try and implement something, we have to completely like design something totally new just to make it function. Because I mean, the way it currently works is taken directly from Honkai Impact 3 and polished up for a slightly faster pace of combat. It was never conceived of with multiplayer in mind, and so a lot of things just don't really function that well. So what they said that they have done is that they've designed a event where there's going to be like 12 template, like standardized characters that you can pick, and you will basically scrimmage with other people to fight bosses. And this event is they explicitly said we are deploying this event as a way of exploring what mechanics can actually make multiplayer work. So this is our prototype.
So, like I mentioned before, whenever multiplayer got brought up before, the biggest elephant in the room is the battle view mechanic. Like, so much of the game pace relies around that it's very, very difficult to make multiplayer work. So it looks like they're just coming out and just telling people that straight to their face in case they couldn't put two.
Yeah. So they've built this like full-fledged event, which is basically they all but said this is our multiplayer prototype, and they said, oh, we're deploying this as an event rather than as a game feature, so that we can collect feedback on what works and what doesn't, so that we can continue developing proper multiplayer. But we simply just can't go live with it without controlled conditions. So that's why they're designing it. So I can't remember which characters they are. I think at a glance, I think it was like 12 characters that they've basically prepared preset versions of various classes and roles. And basically people will pick one and will matchmake and fight a boss. A lot of things about the layout and the icons and that look kind of rudimentary at present. For obvious reasons that there's no point in making this like ultra polished if they're just going to scrap it, which they might. But yeah, they've just basically got a range of different things, and they're putting in a range of different bosses with a huge diversity of different character types and mechanics, so that they can test all of the major sort of things that are likely to cause rough edges and that sort of thing. And they are basically they've completely gutted out the chain attack mechanic and replaced it with an alternative mechanic that functions kind of similarly, in that you have a separate thing called the chain meter, which you collectively build up through your in-combat actions, and then when it maxes out, you can go into sort of like a chain mode, which will culminate in like a Persona-style all-out attack type thing, once you have managed to fulfill all the conditions. It wasn't really very clear. It's definitely something that people are going to have to fiddle with to find out exactly how it functions in practice. But yeah, that's the gist of it, is that they are working on multiplayer, but they've run into so many snags and roadblocks that they've just basically decided to put together a prototype as an event and see what works, and essentially poll the community for help and how the heck can we make this all work.
Yeah, I had a
So I
feeling.
mean, it's as good an approach as any, really.
Yeah, I'm glad they're being honest about it, because if they just tried to cram uh moderately polished but terrible multiplayer in, that would have made everybody mad. And there's just the combat system in ZZZ is tailored for a single player experience. The vital view mechanic is just hard. The chain attack system is hard, and they even with this demo they've had to implement workarounds tests to get feedback on, because these things are just too gameplay. It's
Yeah.
good that they're trying that before rolling out full proper multiplayer.
Right, yeah. Anyway, and now for something completely different. The next thing is they've revamped, I keep wanting to call it Spiralibus, it's not Spiralibus, Sheer Defense. Basically because Sheer Defense has become basically a lot of fluff for people. So the same way that I complain every time MMOC gets refreshed, why do I have to go through all of these plebeian stages before I can do the one that's actually going to bake my noodle? They're basically culling a lot of that earlier stuff. All of those early stages that they keep wasting design time putting together that nobody actually plays are basically going to get culled out. They're cutting the whole thing down to 5 stages, of which I think that you can skip 3 based on past performance or something like that. It is based on past performance.
Only the 2 that could potentially present any challenge to anybody with a build count.
Yeah, that's the thing. And the base, they're adding another tier on top. Like the last one is another tier of difficulty. Like the last one is, I'm not really sure why it exists, to be totally honest, because it basically sounds like Deadly Assault. Although it is a Shield defense stage, not a Deadly assault phase, but it's pretty much just a score attack thing, which means that it's pretty much directly just connected to your output. So people are just going to hit a certain limit, and then it will be based on what mindscapes they've got and what
Is it
Wengen they've got.
is it a multiplier score one?
It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it. It just seems like it's straight up just based on the number of kills you do and your total damage output. But, like I said, they're very detail light in these streams, so it's not really clear. But it just seems like it's a score attack mode based on kills and damage, and that's all that there is to it. Which is why I said it doesn't seem to make much sense, because we already have that in Deadly Assault, except this is going to have trash, I guess, in addition. But yeah, so in this one, the ranks go up above S to S plus. I'm not sure how you get S plus. Presumably there's a score threshold for it that's above S. I'm hoping that they don't put polychromes up there, because I'll probably never touch it. But they've been reasonable about that in the past. You don't need 9 stars to get your polychromes in Deadly Assault, so hopefully you don't need S plus to get your rewards from the final stage, because I doubt that I'll be able to get it. But yeah, I'm not really sure what they're going for this. Like, sure, people want a high challenge. It's going to have a scoring system, rather than just a timer. But since it's going to be based on DPS, it's still a time-based mode ultimately. But yeah, I'm not. I guess they just wanted to put in a challenge mode that has to give people something more concrete to compare to each other. Like, if you get a higher score on this, that's sort of like how people like to compare their best scores in Deadly Assault. So it adds a sort of a more relative thing in there. But yeah, I'm trying to remember if they changed anything in Deadly Assault. I think that the main thing they added in Deadly Assault, which I might end up using because I'm quite bad at Deadly Assault, is they added a thing that will look at the characters you have available and suggest a loadout that might work in this stage, and will put together a set of 3 loadouts.
Oh boy,
So
you trust in the suggester.
it's not a matter of trust. It's a matter of occasionally I'm just completely at a loss. It's like I don't know what will work, because I don't see the team that will work. And eventually I get through these things by trying random characters in that slot and then finding one that just sort of clicks for some reason. Like my usual go-to that solves my problems is Trigger, with none of her normal core skills active, but she just for some reason makes it work.
Yeah.
I've developed an ever escalating affection for Trigger. The more that she hauls my ass out of the fire each cycle. But
girlfriend, this CU defense cycle for me, just I was actually having trouble on one of the nodes, and I just like, what if I just double stun it with Trigger? Yep, that was it. No, it blasted through with like 45 seconds to a minute to spare. Girlfriend just seems to fix it.
But yeah, I haven't attempted this cycle of sheer defense yet. I'll have to keep that in mind. But yeah, so that's the feature that they're implementing there. Probably because lots of people like me complain that the valid team comps seem to be too restricted. And a lot of the time I just feel like I don't actually have a really good option. Like, I squeaked through on minimum points last cycle because I just didn't have anything that actually worked. Like, I couldn't play into any of the mechanics because I had the wrong teams. They were shilling things too hard. Like, they were shilling Yadari really hard in one stage. They're shilling Banya in another stage. Like, I don't have these characters. I can't make this work. So I just had to muscle through on, okay, so I can at least hit one of the elements with one of the characters in this one, and I know how to play this team. more or lessly. So let's just go with that, and I'll just try and perform on damage. And that
Oh.
ended up being the way I got through, but it was a min points clear.
Oh man, Banyue. Like I know the exact type of person that Banyue is, and that is not the type of combo monster that I am. It is for the autistic Street Fighter type of combo monster. And if you are not
I
that,
guess I don't know what his damage ceiling is, because the internet keeps saying that he's worse than Yadari, but probably the internet doesn't know how to play him.
because Yadari is just binary decision making with a full like 3 second gap between your decisions. Like you don't need to be very fast with Yadari. But Banyue, you need to be able to do the combos and make decisions nonstop the entire time. And
And
never,
stand up from the toilet.
yeah, and stand up from eating Taco Bell. Like the boy just has a lot going on in that kit, and a whole lot of very, very strict timing on everything. Like Evelyn dodge cancels, like eat your heart out. Like they're nothing compared to what Banyue has for his tight timing. And I guarantee you, all the guides written for Banyue right now don't have a dire ducking clue how to play him because they're all Gacha gamers, and Banyue was not made for Gacha play.
Anyway, most of the next set of stuff was just sort of like more or less things that you expect. Like, oh, they're going to add in the new characters to the new characters tactical gear to the Hollow Zero, and they're going to have this event where you do the throw messages in a bottle into the sea, except this time you're doing it so that Nicole can make money off of you, etc. And so on. They are also they're removing the Victoria housekeeping vouchers from the game and replacing them with something else that they appear to be attempting, which is the ability to, in conjunction with some type of item that you get. I can't remember where you get that particular item actually. I'm trying to recall, but there's an item that you can use, which is basically a crystal fly thing
Mm-hmm.
to squish your power into an ether battery,
Mm.
and if you use an ether battery directly, you can speed clear a stage that costs that much.
Ah. I don't know. I don't think I've ever used one. They even exists right now.
What? No, I'm describing a new system.
Okay, yeah. So interesting.
That's why they're getting rid of the Victoria housekeeping vouchers, because it would overlap with the system. Since currently they can only be used for farming discs, right? Basically, I think. So I think it's like, because nobody understands what the points cards are for, really. The prepaid points card thing. I think nobody really uses them because they don't know what they're for. But I think it's like you get those, that they'll be added into various places where you can get them. I think that they're going to have them be a thing that you buy using like Z merits and stuff. And then you combine one of those with 60 of your resin bar, and you will make an ether battery. The same as the ether batteries that you normally get from your battle pass and that sort of thing. And then when you spend an ether battery, you can spend it to directly clear, as opposed to just refilling your resin bar. So yeah, probably because people are sick of doing the same stages over and over again, because you need to do a lot of them. So they're adding the 2 new disc sets, which are, like, as usual, overtly coloured to suggest which character to use them on. So the first one, Whitewater Ballad, is obviously going to be used for Yeshunguang, because it gives physical damage and benefits your output when you're in an ether veil. So yeah. And the second one is Shining Aria, which is like transparently for a form of ether anomaly for which there is no character in the game that would play into it. Like, this would definitely not work for Vivian. So the color scheming suggests very, very strongly that it's an Angels of Delusion character. So the next characters deployed after Zhao and Ye Xingguang are definitely going to be the first Angels of Delusion characters. So yeah, and that was pretty transparent as well. What else did I see? No, that was the thing about that was the very, very weird pseudo advert that they did. All right, they started talking about the new character system. So basically, they came out and said like, okay, so we did that system where we directly applied buffs to Sanbi and to Ellen, but we didn't accomplish what we wanted. They just came out and said it didn't end up where we thought it was going to end up. It didn't work the way we wanted it to. So we basically went back to the drawing board. So now what they're doing is implementing a system called the Potential Vision System, which is basically looks like it's designed to be sort of pseudo open-ended. It's not actually open-ended, but you can sort of see how they could convert it into such a thing if they needed to. So it's basically going to be a sort of character progression thing that you can upgrade through tiers. And the first tier will contain mechanical revamps to that character. So the ones we're familiar with from Ellen and Sanbi would be in the first tier. And then successive tiers after that will be like basically multiplier adjustments. So in theory, you could expand that as much as you needed to. And the stuff that you get to upgrade through successive tiers is just sort of like points that you earn from doing your dailies type of thing that you would be doing anyway.
I'm getting very inspired vibes of unique weapons and 6-starring your character.
Basically, that's the direction that they're going, more or lessly.
I mean, I'm fine with that. That system worked great, and I love that system.
So, yeah, basically they're going to have it looked from the interface that we've seen, and that we're going to it kind of looks like a spin on the Mindscape interface, but it's going to have a set number of tiers, but theoretically there's no reason you couldn't add more tiers later. Once you filled them out, if you ended up okay, so we thought we were increasing the power level, but it turned out we didn't increase it to where we wanted it to with the revamps we made, so we need to add a little bit of extra power to, say, their core skill or to their EX skill or something. Then they could just add a tier in there, and then people doing their dailies can spend points to upgrade their favorite character with that tier that will raise their power up to make it more usable. So it's sort of pseudo open-ended. I can see how they could turn it into an open-ended thing if they wanted later. So the ones that they're deploying in the short term, Sanby and Alan are going to get another shot. So their mechanical revamps are done, but they're going to have the power tiers added after them, so that they can be brought up to performance standard as opposed to just actually making sense to play. And the other 3 that are being added are Bernice, Soldier 11, and Grace. So they're going to have the a first tier to unlock that will alter their mechanics slightly to get them updated to the way the game currently functions, and then they'll have power upgrades after that. They also explicitly said that they intend to keep doing this for multiple characters on an ongoing basis, both limited and permanent banner characters. They said that they don't plan to make a distinction between the two. If it needs updating, they're going to update it.
That's good. All on board.
Unless your name is Caesar, in which case you're going to get ignored like you don't exist constantly, despite being the weakest character in the game. I'm rustled.
I mean, just think about you're going to have a really good Grace, though.
Why are you so hell-bent on making me play Grace? I tried using Grace the other day when I was having difficulty and I couldn't work out a team build.
Don't do that.
And good grief, her power level is so low.
Don't do that.
It just doesn't work. And her rhythm of play doesn't mesh with any of the characters that are in use anymore. Because she's sort of like halfway between on-field and off-field. And there are no other characters that work like that really anymore. Maybe you could argue Vivian does, but not many not many characters do.
Yeah, I just remember Fufu's voice actress pulling Grace, trying to get Fufu, and then pulling Grace's ball, trying to get Fufu's ball. And Grace's voice actress just going, you know, look at it this way. You're going to have a really good Grace. You're going to have an amazing Grace.
So cruel. Cruel and unusual. Anyway, it was at this point that they unlocked that everybody will be able to claim Xiao for free, plus all of the materials that to level 40. Yeah, I mean, it's a free character. Even if it's a defense character, and I don't really understand exactly how it's supposed to work, but yeah. I mean, you can't really complain about that. They're also releasing 2 new outfits, one for Jane and one for Yashin Guang. The Jane one will be free. It is a swimsuit.
I am A-okay with this.
I don't think it's a particularly nice one. Like, it doesn't really suit my sense of aesthetics. And it's not like, and I mean, it is a swimsuit, but it somehow strikes me as being less overtly seductive than, say, Vivian's for some reason. I'm not really sure why, but that could just be a matter of taste. But the internet went ballistic. I don't understand why. It's like, what sort of character did you think Jane was? Because they were like, the Gooners have taken over. It's like, do you play ZZZ?
No, it just sounds like it's a day that ends in Y.
Like girlfriends and wishes they were girlfriends on Twitter. Let me explain something to you as a Jane main here. If you play that character, there is a certain part of her anatomy that's wiggling all the time in your face, like Jello pudding. Like we're already gone. Like we're already on this train. Nothing you can say at this point will make us stop playing Jane.
Anyway, I think that her swimsuit would actually look nicer without the sarong. The sarong is kind of ugly. People have already tried modding it away on data mine models, and it does actually look better without it. But it also looks like without it, it wouldn't pass a lot of regulations. Because Twitch has very strange regulations.
Yes.
Regarding swimsuits, and it's like this is an extremely high cut one, so you can see a little bit too much for streaming regulations. All of the necessaries are covered, but not because it's slightly too high cut. It's not. It wouldn't pass Twitch's regulations, for instance, which would reduce their ability to market it.
Yeah, that is a high leg. We're past the legs and the booty on the high legs.
But yeah, so it's worth keeping in mind, and I think that they must have had some complaints about this because they reiterated it several times. You need to go to the shop and buy this. It has a cost of 0, but it's not going to just get dumped into your account. So go to the shop and buy it for 0 polychromes is the method of acquiring this.
I wonder if that means Jane will be getting.
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. So, if I can find it, I'll get to it. Yeah, that's the usual thing. That's like how they announce freaking Gift of Odyssey every single time they do a Star Rail one. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. It's not what I'm looking for. It's not what I'm looking for either. I can't find it. Okay, so now pulling characters. So the banners are what the banners are. We're already familiar with who's important there, but they're running they're planning to run an alternative signal search, which what are they calling it? What do they call it? Exclusive rescreening. So in this particular exclusive rescreening, this is basically like a Star Rail triple banner, right? So this one will have Alice and Sanbi and Astra on it, and they've decided to, like they always do, like the ZZZ team are so fond of doing, they looted something from Genshin or Star Rail and decided to go one better. So, if you pull a character on an exclusive rescreening banner, and they said that these banners are going to be infrequent, in what the wording suggested, infrequent the way that they are in Star Rail, where they don't do them regularly, they just do them when they feel like they want a hot injection of cash straight into their veins. What they're going to do is, when you select a character on a exclusive rescreening banner rather than a regular rerun banner, you are guaranteed to win the 50-50 for that character. But in exchange, it doesn't share pity with any other banners. But it will carry pity to the next exclusive banner.
That sounds like a double one up from the Genshin
so
and
you
the Star Rail ones.
You can't accidentally fry your 50-50, and you're guaranteed to win that 50-50.
That's insanely generous. I'm on board.
For a gacha game, anyway.
Or for a Hoyo game, especially.
And the same will apply to the Wenjin, the corresponding Wenjin banner. Now, this is my impression of it. Like I said, stream language. I'm not really sure if I'm perfectly interpreting what was said. Oh, by the way, the first pull is at a 20% discount as well. First 10 pull. Don't know why, but they decided to chuck a little bit of extra icing on top.
Yeah, just it has the side effect of getting started. Just in case you were thinking of just maybe I'll give it a
just to get you in for a penny and for a pound.
I mean, if they put Jane on it, I'm going for him too.
Well, I mean, Jane is not on this one. I haven't got to that part yet. Blah blah blah. We can't find it. Here we go. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit up, a little bit down. It's not all your dreams made true, but it's not nothing given your prior established habits. Basically, they are having a spending event, the type that they have in Honkai Impact 3rd and in Honkai Star Rail. And all of the numbers are not clear, so I don't know what they're expecting you to spend, how much, or anything like that. That's all unclear. The only thing that you can really tell from the graphics shown is that it is a spending event. It is based on spending real money. I don't know whether it's based on the monochromes. I don't know if it's based on the dollars. I don't know if it's based on buying it or if it's based on rolling or what. I can't tell. But amongst it, there is a ticket at one tier which allows you to pick from a roster of characters, and the roster of characters is Lycaon, Soldier 11, Nekomata, Collida, Rena, Grace, Qingyi, Bernice, and Jane. And you also, at another tier, get to pick a signature Wenjin from the banner that's equivalent to that. So it is a spending event. You got to spend money to get it, but you can turn it into a Jane ticket, or a Qingyi ticket, or a Bernice ticket.
This is really bad.
Whatever.
What's my bank account like?
But yeah, I don't know any of the details on the numbers involved in this, because while lots of gacha games and several Hoyo games have spending events, the particular rules for the spending event are different for everyone. So
I'm just saying, a dodge rat or a pyrotechnician bartender is a way better reward than a mem hat.
It's significantly better than a mem hat, yes. I mean that whatchamacallit, that banner did have a ticket on it as well, but it was for the ones we're all familiar with. But yeah, this banner is basically structured similarly to the Star Rail one, in that they deployed that after adding a bunch of characters to the shop. But yeah, this isn't a permanent shop or anything. But I feel like there was something else I was missing. About Wenjins, and I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, because I think that they are implementing something similar to, you can buy signature light cones for the fixed characters plus the 3 new ones added to the shop, I think that they introduced a thing like that. And it's acquired more or less in the same way, I believe. That is to say, event rewards plus battle pass, where you can, once you get 4 of that particular item, you can cash them in at the shop to get a signature. I think that they implemented that as well, because I've got a screen cap in front of me of it. So that's also a thing. And of course, Dodge Rat's signature engine will be on there, along with Chingyi's and Bernice's and all of the usuals. I have never had Bernice's signature engine, so I'm looking forward to getting my hands on it, because I've been using the lip gloss one
It helps a
ever
lot.
since she came out.
Helps a lot.
And
It gives you that energy regen.
I mean, that's my major problem with Bernice, right? Is that I run out of energy at awkward moments, and I don't have a good way of getting it back in timely fashion. But I mean, the lip gloss engine isn't bad; it works. But I'm looking forward to getting my hands on the signature anyway. I will have to fight against the urge to get Qingyi, simply because I like Qingyi, because Qingyi is not useful. But
mean-
they are committed to buffing those characters, so
I mean, she has been power crept pretty hard. She should be on the short list for ones to get buffs soon. Like her, Caesar, and Zoo probably are up for a look. I mean, just think of all that tiny robo booty jiggle.
I really like Qingyi. I think she's a really fun character and doesn't get enough screen time.
And they've kind of left the
But,
fuzz
yeah.
out to dry for a while. They haven't really pulled him back in for anything.
Well, they really can't give everybody attention, though. There's only so much time in the day, and gachas have a lot of characters. Like, the way Honkai Impact avoided this was simply by having very few characters in the cast and just giving them completely new kits every 5 minutes. Like, there's like 15 versions of Kiana in the game that you can play. So, yeah, anyway. I think that was the gist of the main things that they announced. I'm trying to think if there was any others. No, that's the second time they went through that. No, that's also stuff they've showed before, because they keep recovering the same ground over and over for reasons that they did add one feature that I was really like. Actually, no, there's one feature here that was a really good one that I thought, oh, good, thank goodness. They're adding a pull-upable menu. That is basically direct access to all of the shops on 6th Street that you normally need to go to, like the record shop and the Bamboo upgrade shop and that, and you'll just be able to pick those locations from a menu now. You don't actually have to journey to them and go into the shop. So for QOL reasons, that's good. And what was the other thing? There's something else I remember thinking was good, or at least was worth mentioning, but I can't find it now. There are at least 2 things. Oh, right, they're adding another item to the game which exchanges at a I don't know why they are doing it like this. Maybe they decided Star Rail's solution didn't work, but it exchanges at a 2-to-1 rate for calibrators, and you can use it to fix secondary stats.
Okay.
And you'll be able to get those from like events and battle passes and that sort of thing, per usual. What the other things? Oh, they added this really weird feature, and I don't really understand why they added it, but presumably there was some demand. You can outsource your farming. Like, so let's say I want to run this farming stage or whatever, but I'm incredibly shite at the game. I don't want to do it myself. I want somebody else to do it for me. You can just do that. They're putting up a thing where you could just post. You spend the battery power to do the stage, but you spend it as like a bounty on a built-in sort of bounty board, and other players can go to that and just pick up your quest and do it for a little tchotchke. I can't even remember what the rewards were. There's something very minor, I think. But
Hey, if
you
it's
could
Denny's,
just do farming for other people.
I'll take like 10k Denny's to take a few minutes to go.
It won't be Denny's. It'll be something that that disincentivizes like focused farming. There's probably going to be a cap on whatever you can earn from it or something like that. But yeah, I don't know who does this, who needs to do this, who needs to be subcontracting their farming because they're that bad at it. But yeah, you can.
So Fern, if you really don't want to do the farming aspect of the game, you can have me and Vol do it for you.
I mean, it's going to save a lot of time, at least. Won't necessarily get better at the game, but it'll save time.
You won't get better at the game while farming.
Dump your battery. It's 5 minutes. You've got to go to bed. I need to dump my battery. Just post your farming on the board instead. Somebody will do it by the time you log in next. That's the logic. Also, the one thing that makes me very happy is that they're implementing Star Rail's automatically grind up the non-S rank discs function.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that they've got a full-fledged lock these, scrap these function the way WooWa does, but they at least got this far. Maybe we will see that in the future.
Yeah. I don't know how you can survive in WooWa without setting that filter up meticulously because you get so many echoes.
I figure that ship is sailed, so I'm gonna do the cleanup first. I'll get around to it. I ground up heaps of them last night trying to get even like one good substat for some of my other characters, and I completely failed to do so. Investing a huge amount of EXP in the process of getting nothing. Deeply frustrating.
Echoes are a lot meaner about that. It's only the raw number of them that it's more.
It's because every single skill has its own bonus. So there's so many extra things in the pool that you can accidentally get. But and none of those are capable of acting as a driving stat for anything other than that particular button. So they're always a damp squib unless all of your damage translates into one particular kind. But yeah, I think that's more or less it. There are probably things that I missed because they covered a huge amount of stuff, but because they covered everything at least twice, it's really confusing to follow. But that teases out for most of the major things that they did. So yeah, in terms of QOL, ZZZ's next chapter is looking really good. In terms of story, they have everything to prove because they made a mess last time. Hopefully they can at least finish the voice acting first. Yeah. Next down the line is Star Rail. There's not a lot that I can say about this because Ari hasn't had time to spend any time with it. I've done the primary story. I liked it. I couldn't help but wonder how the story would have been, how it would have been received, and what my impression of it would have been if it had been integrated into the original plot line directly, or if it's actually gaining something by being revealed later, or what. But yeah, it's a bit of an abstract take on events. I can sort of see what they're doing. I enjoyed it. I liked the way it was put together, more or less. There's still some things that sort of like a little bit rough around the edges, but a lot of it, you'll get to see a lot of you get to see a lot more of certain characters that was like obviously signposted to be major in the original version of Penacony, but didn't seem to really get the time that their billing suggested. So you'll get to see a lot more of like, why is Sparkle even around? What is she doing? And like, where is Firefly every time she's off screen? What is she doing? She's hardly ever on screen, but she's always busy. And you get to see a little bit more of Robin too and what she's up to, and sort of like you get more of her opinion on things as well that are taking place and where she sees her role in things as being. Yeah, that is basically a retelling of certain core beats in Penacony, most of which is being done from the sort of an absentia point of view. So you see a lot of, this is what this scene looked like viewed through Robin's eyes. This is what this scene looked like viewed through Firefly's eyes. This is what is actually going on. What Black Swan is actually up to when she's conniving in the background, or actually she's usually bickering with Constance. Like there's a lot of Yuritards trying to ship the two, but and they sort of behave superficially in a flirtatious way, but if you look at any of the content of what they're saying throughout in that tone, it is clear that they bitterly detest each other. But I suppose to a Yuritard that's as good as being deeply in love. But anyway, yeah, so it's an interesting hodgepodge of different points of view that are, and it's sort of told roughly chronologically alongside what happened in the original version of the plot, and they present this to you in the they have a series of brief intermissions where Constance will sort of give her opinion on what you've just relived and what she thinks about it and what's going to happen next, and it's presented to you in these interstices as sort of like the equivalent to the timeline function that you can access through the mission log, except that there's a top half which shows the way you remember it, and then there's a bottom half which is what actually happened, and that is being revealed to you now. And there are a handful of key differences. There are a few outright things that are shown to be outright falsifications, although not as many as I expected. Most of what you remember happening actually holds together as what was actually happening from Trailblazer's point of view. You don't see any more of the stuff that is told from like Aventrine's point of view. Like all of that still sits as it was. But there's certainly a lot of material that explains things that are really underexplained in the original version of the story. And it does make the whole thing a much richer experience. But it is very much, it feels like a fan service patch. Like you have to be you just have to love at least one of these characters and be desperate to see more of what they were up to in order to appreciate it, because it is just more Penacony. It's like not going to change the outcome of anything that goes forward, really. But it does add a lot of explainers, and I will never know, but I'm very interested in see how the story would have hung together if they just told you the story this way all up front, because this is put together from clipped plot lines that didn't make it into the final cut, but were all existed in the drafting stage. And of course they've, polished them up a bit and made them sort of interweave with the version of the story that actually came out in the end. But yeah, it is a little bit jarring and easy to view cynically, especially because Constance likes to introduce herself to people in a remember the new guy type of way. Like she just sort of inserts herself into their life. Inevitably gets caught, but inserts herself into their life as a figure that they already know before getting called out by somebody. But and that makes it very easy to view it cynically, because that's kind of what the story as a whole is doing, is it's sort of like inserting itself into the Penacony narrative after the fact. But it does end up feeling okay, so this actually is credible and doesn't feel like, oh, we're just straight up retconning everything that happened because we didn't like how it was received. It doesn't feel like that. Well, at least not to me. I think that people who don't give a toss about these characters might just feel that way. Oh, they're just retconning all of the plot holes out and replacing them with Firefly scenes because everybody loves Firefly. Except in the West, where apparently everybody hates Firefly. Not really sure why, but okay. Whatever floats your boat. Yeah, there's a lot of lore. You're going to get lore dumped on a few times. And you won't have to hear... I think you only have to hear about the Charmony Dove like once or twice. You're free of the Charmony Dove other than that. Or the Harmony Pigeon, I guess, if you're in the Japanese. But it will instead be replaced by certain other characters' favourite metaphors, who they will proceed to hold forth on at length until they get ushered off stage. But generally speaking, I enjoyed it well enough. there's definitely not enough stuff there to make up for the fact that we've got 8 weeks of no content, but it is what it is. I haven't touched the Awu event yet. I don't know what this one's called. I just think of all the Chimera events as the Awu events. But yeah, I don't particularly like the being forced to do multiplayer mini games with other people, so I haven't really done anything with it yet. But I've got 50 odd days to do it, so I don't have to hurry. I did Anomaly Arbitration. I still can't get to 9 stars because that giant poo beast keeps delaying me until I run out of time, because they just gave it delay attack. Like every time it hits you, you get delayed by like a random amount, either 5 or 10%. And every time you hit it 6 times, it gets an extra turn. So yeah, it's difficult. I'm not really sure exactly how to get that last star because my output's not high enough to just brute force him. But he keeps delaying me until I run out of time. So I've only managed to get him down to 3 cycles. Not quite enough. I was able to 2-cycle Septimus, but Septimus isn't significantly different from the version of Septimus that you're familiar with. He just has a lot more health.
Yeah,
So
I haven't even attempted it when I saw Septimus as the final boss.
your girl Gwynifen is there.
Look, she can't survive story mode Septimus.
But yeah, I because I run Super Break as my main team, I had the team built and ready to go. So I was able to just sort of dive in there, and I cleared it using Constance and Firefly and Fugue and Harmony Trailblazer. I didn't bring a sustain to it because Septimus basically is not as dangerous as most bosses because of the fact you can earn shield by doing break damage.
I'll have to go knife
And I do a
him.
lot of break damage. So, well, Gwynifen, yeah.
Like, if I do decide to stick my nose in there, I'm gonna be running Break Quran.
Good old breaker on. I
We
don't
have
know, like, what do people who don't, like, in terms of, like, absolutes, the holding rate for a full-fledged Super Break team is not very high. So I wonder what is the normal team people use if they don't have a Super Break team.
For me, it's Break Quran. I'm not even kidding. It's the closest thing I can get, and I usually can't max star whatever it is. Unless I can somehow clutch together an out with an alternative minor buff.
But yeah, so I got through. I got my gold rating. I'm not going to try and bid for a 0 cycle. There are lots of people saying, "Oh, it's easy to 0 cycle Septimus with a break team." It's like, well, is it? What does easy look like? How much farming went into easy?
I'm gonna turn
Because I
my
mean, maybe I'm just really bad at the game, and there's a whole bunch of like deep strats that I could be applying with my extant team that would make everything 2 cycles faster. But I don't know what that would look like.
You're asking the wrong person about Break. I'm gonna turn my stream on after the show and go attempt this, and you're gonna see good old Gwynifen Break Quran in action.
Yeah. It's not weak against lightning, is it?
I don't think he has no. He might be maybe one of the nodes, but all those little dudes have phases where they each adopt their own weakness, don't they?
No, I have Fire and Imaginary as the base and boss version Septimus, I think.
Okay.
I think. I could be wrong about that. My break team implants weaknesses, so. But yeah, I did test it. I tested using Lingsha, but the amount of damage output is not high enough. But like, yeah, this is just the same problem that I've always had with Abundance. I mean, I adore Lingsha as a character; like, she's my favorite. But she's just, unless you're just going to run Hyper Bunny and then just autistically build up your Hyper Bunny team, and I've seen people clear this anomaly arbitration with Hyper Bunny, but it was because they obsessed over Hyper Bunny and only built Hyper Bunny for like the last 12 months. It's not something you can do naturally.
How many bunny
But,
dolans do you need?
Pardon?
How many bunny dolans do you need?
you need at least her E1 because most of her damage outside of her E6 is built into her E1. But and I don't have her E1. But yeah, it's just the same problem I've always had with Abundance in that sustain is undervalued dramatically by the game as a whole at present, which is why they made Hyacinth do bonkers damage. Because if she was just a healer, even in the HP team context that she currently exists, she still wouldn't be very valuable. So they had to make her do an absolute ton of damage.
Throughout this current Awu event, something threw me off in the intro cutscene because it's an Awu event. Hyacinth's there because, of course.
Well, there's small animals, so
Yeah, there's cute fluffy things, so Hyacinth is there. She was calling little Ika a she.
yeah, I've seen a lot of people commenting about that online, but I don't know whether or not that's actually in the original Chinese or not. I don't know how gender is signposted in pronouns in Chinese, so like there's a few things like a lot of people are concerned, I think, that like they always refer to the Aeons as them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people are concerned that, oh, this is just wokery. It's not wokery. It's because the pronoun in the Chinese for Aeons doesn't exist in English. Because deities have a special deity specific pronoun that doesn't have a gender inferred.
Yeah, it's just
And that's what's used for Aeons.
in my mind, little Ika has always been a boy.
Well, that's the bow tie, right? Like, that's generally associated with masculine things.
I mean,
And I think most people draw that conclusion anyway, since his name seems to be a play on Icarus, so...
yeah, so I was like, oh, he's the little fat monster. She? You mean she?
It could have just been, like, one writer's opinion and it just sort of slipped through, because it seems like the editing is really shoddy on the Ian localization, because I see heaps of grammar mistakes. Like there were a lot of grammar mistakes. There weren't any obvious, I don't think I saw too many obvious spelling mistakes this time in the localization, but there were some pretty egregious grammar ones. I don't know if they carried over to the voice track. If they did, that's pretty unacceptable. But yeah, that's like the general quality of understanding of the English language seems to be very poor on that team.
Yeah, just you wait till we get Hyperbole.
Hopefully we won't get to Hyperbole. I mean, the Hyperbole is probably a thing. It's probably like Space Super Bowl.
I mean, probably.
I mean, the noodle event that they keep bringing up is March being allowed to control the landing ship and destroying the Taikian Stadium.
Maybe they were playing Hyperbole and she took out Alabama.
Maybe. I'm still incredulous that you guys have a Cheez-It Bowl.
Oh, yeah, it's whoever sponsors the bowl gets to name the bowl.
Seriously, Cheez-Its?
Yeah, a bunch of these bowls have had their names changed. I think there was the Pringles Bowl one time.
I see. Anyway, that's that. I don't really have anything to say about Woowa because they haven't really revealed anything new since the last information drop we got in the stream. But yeah, there isn't really any events running either, so there's not really much to talk about there. I haven't covered any new ground since the last time I mentioned it, so I can pretty much just skip over Woowa because I haven't done anything except farm. I took you at your word that it was a good idea to use the Tacit Discord double drops to get more Echo EXP.
I mean, it was a good idea for me at the time because I was out and I'm still out.
Well, I'm steadily burning through it, and I haven't managed to get any good ones yet. Like, I raised a bunch of characters to max level, but their echoes are so atrocious that I still can't use them.
I need to get flipping more Teffy some echoes at some point, but I got priorities.
Yeah, I need to farm Scar and Hecate, I think, because Hecate is needed by. I think both Mornier and Linnae need Hecate. I'm not 100% sure about that. And
That could also be placeholders on the thing until a new weekly boss comes out.
no, because they've added it into the game,
Oh, okay.
the planning. And
Oh,
the only thing
okay.
that's not a question mark is Hecate parts.
That's what's going to be holding me back. Is I need 56 fleur-de-lis drops to get 2 characters to 888 and 1 character to 1010.
Well, I don't even have my current stable all the way leveled up, so I could do it if I sat and did it because I've got heaps of golden cubes just rotting in my inventory. I just need to dedicate the time to it. But I'm currently trying to get the likes of Verena and Yang Yang and Sanhua properly geared up, but it takes a lot of farming Scar.
Yeah,
Everyone's least favorite sheep.
the bad sheep that tries to sheep to brain falls flat on his sheep face. Not how you sheep. Learn about philosophy, we go bah.
Anyway, I'll leave it there. Goodness knows I carried on long enough, but there was actually announcement stuff in there, so that's how I'm going to justify it to myself.
Fern, I sent you a picture of Jane's swimsuit.
Oh, okay. Hang on. I've just been quietly grinding in the background.
What
Hang
are you
on.
grinding?
Well, I was grinding Dragonspire until I got annoyed with the cold mechanic. Oh yeah, that's. Huh.
That's why they had to put.
Okay. It doesn't leave a whole lot to the imagination if you take the sarong off.
Yeah.
So I can kind of see where they're coming at, but it's like she's just found a random scrap of cloth just laying on the beach, and she's put that on the top of it.
Like the fuzz the chief of the fuzz looked at her and was like, "Nah, honey, even for you. Here."
You need something a little bit more there.
Looks around his desk, sees an old scrap of cloth in his trash can. Here, you're a rat.
That's Oasis.
Oasis.
I am a Jane main. I can be as wattest as I want.
All right. So Ari, your week, and then we dive into the cringe awards.
Well, it ain't gonna be a whole lot for me because this week was incredibly busy at work for especially the second half.
Or for your technicians, anyway.
Oh, I sent my technician to hell, and I feel very bad about that. He called me afterwards and was like, "What did you do? What did I do?" Those were his exact words. "What did you do to these people?" And he proceeded.
What did you do?
He proceeded
What did you
to
do?
I didn't do anything. I tried to get them. Okay, so let's rewind the story. For a month and a half now, these people have been pestering me to get a tech out there to come look at their broken pump. Okay, I'll take a look at your broken pump and see what's going on. Or rather, I'll walk you through some basic troubleshooting. Stuff. Check the check valves. Make sure the impeller's spinning in the right direction. Make sure it's spinning freely with your hand when you got it turned off. All this stuff. Got them the whole troubleshooting kit and caboodle. Now, you're going to have to pull the pump to do this, but it's going to be a whole lot easier if you just do that instead of me having to get a tech out there. It'll be a whole lot cheaper for both of us, too. And, month passes. They don't do it. They're like, oh, they checked all... This is the stuff they said they checked, and so and so and so and so. I'm like, okay, fine. He CC'd his electricians on the email, but because the guy that I was talking to acted like he wasn't complete. I'm like, okay, can either one of you verify that this is all that was done and let me know anything else that was tried so that when I send an email to the factory up there so they can do specialized troubleshooting, they know what you've already done. No response. Fast forward 2 weeks. We need to get tech out here right now. I was already about to neck rope all these people, and now we are expediting that process. So I call my tech. My tech's name is Nick. Like, hey Nick, would you mind going out to the airport? It's going to be a pain in the butt. You got to jump through extra security hoops. Don't worry, I'll take care of all that for you. Just get me the right documents, and I'll make sure these idiots get it through to you. That part went surprisingly smoothly. Got him out there. They didn't even bother to pull the pumps. They lied about
Okay.
everything they told me.
They hadn't even gotten that. Ah.
At every single check they said they did, they lied. They never even pulled the pumps. And the funniest part, the problem was with the check valve. And for those that don't know, the check valve is almost never, ever, ever near the water line in the pit. It's either at the top of the pit or it's above the pit and above ground. This one was, to make it double worse, was an above ground check valve.
So it could have just looked at the thing.
It literally just had to unhook the check valve, check the gate inside of it, stick a pair of pliers in there, and pull it. And they were popping mad at him the entire time because he made him pull those pumps. Like, what did you expect sending a tech out there to mean? I told Nick, you know, I'm billing these guys direct for this. You can take them to the cleaners for that. Like, just bill them whatever you want. I don't care. If you want to charge them $800 for a 2-hour trip out there, do it.
Yeah. Someone actually asked me the other day why I didn't end up making a career fixing computers. Yeah, this is why.
Yeah. Now, I can understand not wanting to pull the pumps. I understand that it's a pain in the butt, but if you've got a problem, you need to pull the pumps. And he told me later the reason they hadn't pulled them is because they hard piped these in there when these are not meant to be hard piped in. They were on a removal system. They're supposed to be quick. Okay. Customers.
Yeah.
Did you sell them these originally?
Yes, they were replacement, 1-to-1 replacements for pumps that they already had that had gone bad after near continuous use underneath the baggage line at the airport. And this ate like 3 hours of my workday every single day, either talking to Nick and going, "What the is going on with this thing?" or talking to the customer, trying to deal with the bureaucratic nonsense so that Nick doesn't have to deal with that. And I didn't see a dime out of this, by the way. I might upcharge him anyway for the service fee for all the middleman I was playing on that. I haven't decided yet. I'll make that decision when Nick gets me his bill.
Yes, they'll probably get upset though if they get an invoice and it says idiot tax on it.
I mean, that's going to be the line item.
So what are they expecting your tech to do? Just sort of like
Magic
set up
wand.
some candles and wave a magic wand?
Yeah,
Magic wand.
you know, sacrifice a chicken. Like, I swear this is what customers expect you to do. Like,
Oh yeah. Reality and physics do not come into the equation anyway.
That's what my subordinates expect me to do when they break something.
it,
Unfortunately, it seems to work a lot of the time. Like as soon as I look at something and start poking and prodding it, it sputters back to life, and they look at me like I'm some kind of tech priest, which has had the unfortunate effect of people treating me as though I can magic things back to life.
Praise the Omnissiah.
oh, I know. When I go to
But yeah.
physically troubleshoot either computer tech or pump panel tech or the pumps themselves for the little bit that I can troubleshoot, like usually I can't explain to you real well what I'm doing. Mostly what I'm doing is checking things, expecting it not to work, and just to write it off on the list because it's easy to check right now, based on the situation the system or the pump is in. But I don't actually know what I'm looking for. I'm just trying to get a checklist of things marked off as this isn't it, so therefore it's not these 50 other things. And I'm just starting from the top. But I don't have a consistent method or methodology for it. I don't even know what I'm looking for most of the time. I'm just trying stuff. But because this magically fixes it, because other people don't have two brain cells to rub together, yeah, you wind up being the tech priest.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was work for the later half of the
Welcome
week.
to life dealing with the general public.
If you are in a customer front facing job and you engage with a customer who is generally fairly nice to you and is patient with you, there is a better than even chance that dude has to work on the upper end of responsibility for dumb decisions like this. And they know shiz just happens.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you don't give them the runaround and show you're actively working to fix it, I can be dang patient with you. But man, my customers are
Yeah.
not patient with me.
If you lie and then the tech gets angry at you, you have no one to blame but yourself.
Yeah, I told Nick, just take him to the cleaners. Like these
Yeah.
motherfuckers just lied to me. He's like, oh, I believe it. They're assholes.
It's pretty conventional for my customers too. My customers usually don't lie to me, but they do usually conceal the truth. And
Yeah,
they'll send
better
me
than my-
something, and then they'll complain that, oh, why are you taking so long? Well, it's really hard to test. It's like, well, you promised it would take this long. Is yeah, but you didn't tell me what you were sending, did you? You told me you were sending, like, I don't know, yogurt or something, but this is actually some weird chemical.
Yeah, it's like, well, you told me the
Yeah.
lead time would be 2 weeks. Well, that was before you added a stainless steel shaft onto it halfway through the lead time.
Oh, well. My customers at least just rely on me to keep all of their knowledge in my head.
Your customers, I think it's a win if they keep all of their stomach
Oh, they
contents.
don't have a whole lot in it going on in their head.
Their stomach and intestinal contents remains inside the body. I think you call that a win.
Usually, yes. I still have to put up with verbal diarrhea, though.
I mean, that's
Ugh.
fine. That's fine. At least it's not backed up by the brain. So while they can lie to you,
The brain has nothing to do with it.
you know, while they can lie to you and probably do, it does not impact
Yes.
what you actually need to do, which is get them to where they need to go to get them the heck out of your car.
Oh, they don't even tell me that.
New plastic car seat covers, that's the ticket.
We moved on from those. Now we've got really durable canvas ones. They're much better.
What
Oh,
are you talking about? Canvas can't be procured anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Or whatever they call it, yes.
You don't remember the
Todd
fall?
Howard told us so.
Okay, there you go. You do remember.
Yes.
Fire Milicine's so adorable.
Anywho, anything else, or shall we dive into the
Just to not have nothing. I am very excited to get a C1 Barista to be able to sprint longer and be able to actually do damage if my energy gets desynced in multiplayer, so I can play the cow more and not have what happened with the dragon going. Because if you don't have another character to swap to, your energy is going to get desynced.
It's just not happening.
And we'll have a bunch of new toys to play with after the new year. So that'll be fun. But other than that, I did install Uma Musume against my better judgment. I've not played
Horse
any
girls.
of it.
I'm not going to open that can of worms.
No, I wouldn't. Like, yeah, it's side games, and you know you're probably going to have some fun with it, and there's going to be cute waifus, but you really want to go down that rabbit hole?
It's also just got the mainstream stank on it a little bit. The normies liked it.
Well, the
Plus, there was that
normies
whole
like
thing
talking
with,
about liking it.
Yes. Plus, there was that whole thing with Peter during the week.
Oh yeah, didn't Uma Musume's fans like take a dump all over PETA?
Yeah, because Peter popped out with one of their usual ads of a horse girl sitting there with a broken leg.
I mean, from the group that's killed.
That is how horse do when
Yeah.
it comes to racehorse.
You know, for an
That's
animal
how it happens.
Yeah, but for an animal activist group that has been caught killing more animals than they protect, you know.
Oh yeah, they don't have a leg to stand on. Pun
Yeah.
fully intended.
They need to be sent to the glue factory.
Yes. So I don't think anyone actually takes Peter seriously these days.
I don't think anybody ever
How are
did.
they funding themselves? Do they just have like a big grant from the UN or something?
We've got big grants from somewhere. Rich benefactors or something, probably.
Because I can't imagine normal people giving them money.
Oh well, the people that would be a part of PETA now would be all sycophants. So it would just be like the animal rights cult.
Yeah, the same people left a while ago.
Same people were never there to begin with, I don't think.
Nah,
I think
probably not.
they could be like those San Francisco women who are on basically IT daycare but get paid like $400,000 a year to do it.
Hey, if someone would pay me $400,000 to sit around and play pinball all day, sign me up.
Well, men can't
I'll
get those
give-
jobs.
Yeah, no.
I know.
They're not available.
They just don't exist for us.
If you're a man and able to get a job that has any kind of downtime in it, it's usually one that's at the end of a responsibility chain, and you're going to get yelled at for everything.
Or you're the guy who's been promoted to get him out of the way.
Yeah, like there is no easy path like that for boys.
Yeah, unless you have a man bun, apparently. The man bun is the ticket.
Well, we said boys.
Yeah, fair for Anywho, shall we dive into the Jeff Keighley show?
Sure.
What does our boy have for us this year?
Cringe.
Oh, we were going to prop hunt at some point. We can prop hunt while we go through the show if y'all want.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if we'll be able to coordinate the two things at the same time because
Well,
I don't actually
if we're
remember how
going
to
to
play
talk,
it.
we can talk about the show just in general terms before we go down any of the lists. Because it wasn't the worst showing I've ever seen. Not that that's exactly a high bar, but, thank praise.
It was definitely more of a cleaned up show, but it was still hot garbage.
Oh, yeah. Like, they didn't have a random celebrity who showed up only for the green room bar this year.
Was there no Snoop Dogg this year?
There was no Snoop Dogg this year.
Because they brought Lenny Kravitz instead.
I still don't know who that person is. And I probably saw him on the stage there, and it just didn't register that there's someone here. But,
I think it was popular on like the early aughts.
Yeah. Probably the closest we got to the drunk celebrities was the all the professional wrestlers standing on stage for Street Fighter.
The last of the great pro wrestlers of the 90s and 80s died with Hulkster.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll come back to that. So it wasn't the worst show. Like, there is, of course, things like there was the obligatory Muppets segment because Jeff Keighley likes to spend time with his own people. I don't mind the Muppets bits because at least they throw shade at Keighley.
The only Muppet that I don't like is Miss Piggy.
It was Miss Piggy.
Like,
it was Miss
talk
Piggy
about a toxic individual.
Well, that's kind of her whole point.
Like, I'm not sure if it was or wasn't. Well, I mean, she was designed to be sort of like an over-the-top feminist pastiche.
Well, a prima donna and a diva at the very least.
Well, she started off that way.
Yeah,
but that's not where she she stopped. But it seems more and more like she got played more and more straight as time went on. As like, no, actually being like this is a good thing.
I think she's like sometimes she'll be playing it absolutely straight. Other times she's a send up, and it really just depends on who's doing the writing, I think. But yeah, she is as a character. She's probably the most variable of the Muppets. The rest of them have kind of their groove, and they stay in it. Yeah. So anyway, it wasn't the worst show. Biggest thing that really stood out to me though is the lack of the big boys. There was no Ubisoft or EA or Microsoft or anything this year.
Well, they didn't put out anything this year.
Oh, yes, they did. Just nothing worth celebrating. And that's not just on the award nomination side, that's on the announcement side as well.
Yeah, well, you've got to keep in mind, Keighley charges about $300,000 per minute.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably figure, oh, well, we've already got our own show. Why would we put it on Keighley's?
Because nobody watches their shows.
Yeah, but they aren't thinking that way because they told their boss that everybody watches it.
Yeah. So yeah, you saw a lot of indie developers like, both getting awards and making announcements. You saw a lot of, you know, developers from X company making a new thing, making their own studio, which seems to be kind of the fashionable thing at the moment. So yeah, and honestly, there's only a very small amount of games in the trailers that I saw that just looked objectively bad.
I saw a lot that I was objectively thought I had actually seen before somewhere.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of that.
Because I don't think I saw very much that I would describe it as in any way original.
Yes.
Like, for instance, I thought I wasn't sure if the Control announcement was the same game rehashed or a new one.
It's a new one. Like, wasn't the original one a
No,
lot
I mean I know
slower paced?
it was a new one, but you couldn't tell by looking.
Yeah,
Honestly, until it was announced as being a control game, I had no idea what I was actually looking at.
Oh, it screamed Control.
Yeah. I kind of forgot that control existed.
yes. Control is an odd duck in that it looked very high end for when it came out, but that was because if you ran it on any of the modern systems, the second you used any abilities, you were playing a slideshow.
Yeah. Wasn't it control as well that basically put all the really cool, weird, and wacky bits into the trailer, and then after that was just fairly generic?
Control was somebody smoked some really good weed and went on a binge read of the SCP Foundation.
Yes.
And their combat system, if you looked at it, looked like it might have some depth until you figured out the solution was just to throw rocks at everything.
I mean, it does solve a lot of problems. I'll give them that.
Well, no, it's like we have so many enemies that are immune to everything but throwing rocks at them, and throwing rocks does so much more damage. It's comical.
All right. So that's general show. So we don't need to talk about that anymore. Shall we do a list of the announcements first, or the awards first? Let me just go down the list.
Yeah, I did them. I think they're roughly in order of when they were announced on the show on the list I made, starting from the
Yeah,
top.
close enough.
Best family game at the top.
Yep, they started with Family Game. And Family Game will start there because that is basically the poster child of this entire thing.
So this is
Classifications are bullshit.
Why don't they just tell it? Why don't they just call the category best-selling Nintendo game?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. In past years, that's all it was too. The entire category was just Nintendo games.
Through a combination of just knowing what Jeff Keighley picks for each of these type of awards and who needs to get their token award, to keep everybody coming back and keep more importantly, keep the companies Jeff Keighley wants coming back. You can tell who's going to win every single award this time. It's the most predictable game awards of all time.
Yeah.
No, except for the fact that Kojima didn't get anything.
That's true.
Which is surprising, actually. Yes, but he was there in his usual seat in the front row.
Sour.
Looking well, he always looks. I think that's his default look these days. But yeah, he was there. He didn't get any awards. Even one of his games was nominated though, and he didn't get anything.
No, but nobody knew it came out.
That's very, very true. I completely forgot about Death Stranding 2. I thought it was still like a year off.
Yeah,
considering how long it took them to release the first one.
I had no idea it came out until the Game Awards nominees came out.
Yeah. All right. So, best family game. We've got Donkey Kong Bonanza, Lego Party, Lego Voyages, Mario Kart World, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, and Split Fiction.
I mean,
what is Split Fiction?
It is.
Split Fiction is a 2-player co-op platformer.
It Takes Two guy made a new game.
Yeah. Except this time it's about authors running through their fantasy worlds
and
and discovering friendship.
and the power of being women.
Yeah, it's like this game already sounds like bait to me.
It was basically a freebie because It Takes Two did so well.
Yeah, like from what I've heard of the gameplay and seen bits and pieces of it, it looks fine.
It looks fine.
But I can't help but look at it and go, there's too much room for them to cram woke crap into this.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because even if there isn't any in there, we've basically been trained to look for it at this point.
Even if this,
go ahead. It's a game by creatives in inverted quotes about creatives.
Yes,
it's definitely just going to be a masturbatory fantasy.
Like even if this is the most base thing out there, which I can guarantee it's not. Like it just the aesthetic of this thing and the way it looks just reeks of. Oh, that is this. Yeah, there's just somebody had too much soy milk making this.
Yeah, it looks like California. The game.
But at least there does appear to be a video game attached to it this time, so we're moving in the right direction.
Yes. A lot of them, there's just not. So, Donkey Kong Bonanza won, because of course it did. Nintendo's got to get their Panda Flesh.
Yeah, Nintendo had a console launch this year, and I think they scooped 2 token awards. And, I mean...
Well, that's good, because they only launched with one game.
I did watch the Opossum's kid help him play Donkey Kong in the 2-player mode.
Oh dear.
The Opossum is really bad at video games. Despite being like the highest level on the North American servers for Red Dead Redemption 2.
You should see if he can make it through the Cuphead tutorial.
He will not.
Oh dear. Which makes me wonder about people who are on the Red Dead Redemption leaderboards.
It is not a factor of quality of play. It is just he is always playing that game.
Nah.
But yeah,
it's kind of like how the leaderboards for RuneScape back in the day were dominated by 80-year-old little old ladies.
The only people that had the kind of free time you needed to grind up that much in RuneScape.
Yeah, my great aunt ended up, I think, hitting number 4 at one point.
Oh yeah, my mama.
She was in her 90s.
My mama, after she quit work, was right up there.
Mm. So yeah, family game, like Lego games, I guess you call them family games. They're kid friendly. Generally, that's kind of what I think they're going for with family games.
Aren't the Lego games generally pretty good?
Generally, yeah. Lego Voyages is it's also a 2-player co-op platformer where you basically click your Lego block onto other Lego blocks and solve puzzles. Lego Party, it's Mario Party but Lego. So, but yeah, in general, Lego games tend to follow a formula for the most part and kind of stick with that.
Yeah, I can't say that have a whole lot of hope for the Lego stuff. When I play it, it's like once you played one Lego game, you've kind of played them all.
For the most part, yeah. These two are at least different. They're doing something a little bit different from their usual spiel.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to do stuff a little bit different.
Yeah, because generally when they deviate from the their usual Lego formula, they either make something really cool or something that's just bad.
Yeah, because I played a bunch of the franchise-based Lego games that were all good, but you know, after about the 4th or 5th one, you played the same game 4 or 5 times now.
Oh yeah, like Lego Star Wars and Lego Indiana Jones play exactly the same.
Yeah, like that type of game wore out on me, so I can't say I gave any new Lego games a look, so I have no idea how good they are.
Yeah, but they're still a good dumb bit of fun.
But yeah,
I think probably the biggest mistake they ever made though is started having the characters talk.
Yeah. For this particular category, given that we don't have a definition for family game that's workable, other than a family can play it together, I guess Donkey Kong's fine.
I guess.
This is a metric that's also really hard to judge. Are you basing it more on general game quality that happens to fill this bracket, or on which one is the best at being the family connecting game?
Well,
As
I
always,
mean,
these things are
Mario Kart
ill-defined.
was the one that forced you to buy a system.
Yeah, it was.
Point, yeah,
And
because
It's
of your
definitely not a
family.
good game.
oh, don't worry, we'll talk about that later. That's got
Yes, we will
set.
get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that one.
All right. They did the accessibility award. Honestly, this category annoys me every year because they kind of ignore the innovations part of it every time.
Oh.
Oh.
With this category, the game that won it made me refund it for its accessibility features.
Wasn't the
Really?
accessibility feature just to make everything really easy?
Yeah, this
Alright,
is so okay. Continue. I'll go on my spiel afterwards.
We got Ass Creed Shadows, Adam Fall, Doom the Dark Ages, EA Sport Football Club 26, and South of Midnight.
Well, I
So,
mean,
winner
anything
was Doom.
anything EA Sports should be automatically disqualified since it actually inflicts the debuff called gambling addiction on people.
Yeah, also the whole philosophy of create the problem, sell the solution.
yeah. So the winner was Doom the Dark Ages. I refunded this game because of the accessibility features, we'll call it.
So what did this feature do?
So I talked about this the week I refunded it when I tried it one time. Now you got to understand, I don't refund a whole lot of games. Like usually, even if a game is bad, I'll keep it around and maybe even play it for way longer than I should, just to experience it. Because I spent money on the dang thing, and I've already committed to the idea, and it's stuck in my head. That's just the way I do things.
Cough, DMC Devil May Cry cough.
I will hate platty games if I'm committed enough to the media around it. But this game crammed in all kinds of generic first-person shooter garbage, like sprinting in a Doom game.
Guy's default speed is, sub light speed.
Speed lines while sprinting.
Why?
Like shaky cam. And all of this you could turn off in the features. And I can only presume this is that Seraphis told me after I'd already refunded it. I can only presume this is what they meant by accessibility features, because you could just turn off all the crap they added.
Yeah.
Is it Doom? Like, wouldn't you normally think you would be marketing Doom as sort of like a bare bones experience? Like, this has been cut back to the true purest heart of FPS.
You would think
that's
so.
Kind of what, Doom Eternal was.
Yeah, even Doom 2016. Like, yeah, you sold Doom 2016 because it was Doom.
It's Doom.
Like, I may not be.
Gun. There be demons. Go.
I may not be a Doom enthusiast like Seraphis is over there, going hog wild on the mods and stuff. But when I play something that's Doom and has Doom in the title, I expect to play Doom. I'm going into that with the particular mindset and idea of what I purchased because I have experience with the Doom franchise. What you gave me was generic first-person shooter slop number 3721, and that's just from this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I didn't know you could go into the options and turn most of this crap off because the options list is 80 gazillion things long. And I said, nah, I'm not doing this. Screw this, and refunded it. I only found out later when Seraphis told me about it in live show chat after the show when I mentioned it the first time. And furthermore, I am of the class of people that firmly believes accessibility is a totally bunk feature to give awards to, because I watched a man play Dark Souls on a saxophone.
Yeah, see, that guy deserves the award.
Like, if he can do that, this really is a pull yourself up by your bootstraps moment. If I lose my left hand tomorrow, I will find a way to control the left half of the controller with my tongue. It will not stop me from playing Vidya.
But ultimately, like, they call it innovation and accessibility. None of these 5 games innovated. It's all just the same tools that they've been using for the past few years. Every time a new company will pop up with a new idea and make something cool, it's like, yeah, fine, celebrate it.
Didn't a game win it last year for arachnophobia mode?
Yeah, because that's like your easy mode to. Oh, look, we've got this accessibility feature. We can put it on the box.
Mode, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
How did Grounded not get one for their arachnophobia mode?
think it was
That's the
grounded, but
question.
it's arachnophobia mode.
Because that game was probably good enough that it could appear in another category.
I don't think it actually won any awards ever.
Yeah.
Probably didn't. They did. It did. Microsoft did put it in their trailer, didn't they?
Yes, they did
For,
actually. The Game Pass one.
Yeah.
It was probably the best bit of that trailer.
Yeah.
I thought that trailer was relatively entertaining for a trailer.
It makes me want to go and play Viscera Cleanup Detail again.
That it does.
Yes, which is actually quite a good game, even though it's about walking around and just mopping up blood. But yeah, putting body parts in the bin.
But yeah, my parameter here for makes strides in accessibility are: there's a guy that can play Dark Souls on a saxophone. Is there a way you can make it easier for him to play Dark Souls on a saxophone? That's all I care about.
He's already blessed by the dramatic timing gods.
This is true.
Backstreet is back. All right. Fern, have you seen this clip yet?
Probably.
Of I'll get it to you. Just remind me after the
This
show.
is Ari finds this to be particularly culturally important for himself. So he needs everybody to see it.
Listen,
it's just because Dark Souls bosses are designed by attack can be designed by musical notation, and it just happens to match Backstreet Boys.
No. It has jack and all to do with Dark Souls or the saxophone. It only has to do with Backstreet Boys.
That's not a good thing. My childhood would like to demand an apology, thank you, for dragging out the dark memories.
Like, I bless so many people in our WoW guild with Backstreet Boys on the Ventrilo radio bot that I ran. It is a happy part of my life.
You are a monster.
No, he did play on Dramaton.
All right. Do we care about esports games?
No, that's why I put that's why I put the Sleepy Z's next to every single one.
Best mobile game then: Destiny Rising, Persona 5: The Phantom X, Sonic Rumble, Uma Musume, and Wuwa.
It was only meaningfully between Uma Musume and Wuwa runs like dog water on most people's phones, so it was going to be Uma Musume.
It is a beefy game, but yeah, you cannot run Wuwa on a phone unless you have the iPhone 27 or whatever the hell we're up to.
But I can't imagine peering through the aperture of a phone to look at something like the Evanolium region or something.
Like that,
we see that magnificent castle in the sky,
upside down.
In particular, if you go there at like morning or evening, and I don't even have a computer with enough gas to use ray tracing. I can only imagine how gorgeous it would look if they managed to leverage that too. But it's just such a beautiful scene. You couldn't put that on a phone, and even if you could, it wouldn't do it justice. Like, this needs to be played on a PC, TBH.
Never mind, that whole area also has alternate looks while upside down. It'll be impossible to appreciate on a phone.
All right, so what else we got? Destiny. Nobody cares about Destiny anymore. Let's face it. They've shut that bed, cleaned it, and then shut it again.
That's been a. There are stories coming out, industry stories coming out, that they're trying to chunk up a Destiny 3 because Destiny's the only thing that works for them, and Marathon looks like it's going to be DOA. But
if it even comes out at this point.
Well,
Sony is planning for it to fail. Like they've laid down financial plans for the assumption that Marathon is going to be a catastrophe.
Yeah.
Because they have zero faith in Bungie.
Yeah, and everything coming about Marathon is just it's going to be terrible.
Oh, it looks bad. It just looks bad. Persona 5, it's got its niche, but Persona 5 is frankly, that horse has been beaten into a fine pulp at this point.
It's also not like lots of people played it when it launched for like a week. It was a flash in the pan.
Yeah.
There are only 2 games on that list that people are still playing more than a week after launch.
Yeah, Sonic Rumble, it's basically Lego looking Sonic Mario Party type dealy.
And already
I-
forgotten.
Little kids play that one.
I mean, if we're talking about best mobile, then Uma Musume kind of has to win it. If we're talking about best game, then Wuwa has to win it, because people will be playing both of these games like a year
Mhm.
from now, no problem. Because Uma Musume already has a huge amount of momentum because global release is much more recent than the original, and it's one of those games that can be sustained by the creativity of the fandom doing art and comics and that sort of thing, fan animations, you know.
Art.
Some of it is probably classified as art.
in the sense that they drew a picture.
Wuwa is able to be propelled by the compelling nature of the game itself, whether you like the gameplay or the story or the artistry or all of the elements or like whatever. It's able to propel itself based on its own merits, whereas there is actually nothing about Uma Musume that is terribly interesting in an essential sense. It does have some fun writing that people like. It does have characters that people like. There are some wonderful stories told within there, but it's going to become increasingly niche over time, and I don't think it's going to ever be bigger than it is now. In the sort of sense of dramatic boom, you might have a little bit of drift while of numbers increasing while it's still got a name in the public arena, but it's going to stabilize into an FGO-esque pattern.
Yeah, it's going
Yeah.
to go the route of every Cygames game. It comes out, it makes a big splash, does a lot of cool, fun stuff. People really like the characters. People don't ever really stop liking.
And
the
Crunchyroll
characters.
kills it.
No,
And then Crunchyroll kills it. Yeah.
Well, Crunchyroll didn't have this one. Cygames is self-publishing.
Which is
So, yeah,
wise.
Yes. I don't think they're going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, never
So,
forget.
I haven't seen anything that suggests that they have any plans to expand this into sort of like a multi-outlet franchise the way they did with GBF or whatever.
Isn't there an anime for it?
I want a Princess Connect fighting game so bad.
There are a lot of seasons of Uma Musume, and a lot of them are quite good. Particularly the second season is really good in terms of just like telling a story. It's a generic story, like it's a sports anime, functionally, but it's still well put together. Like it tells a story. If you don't mind the fact that you've seen the story 1,000 times before, it's going to have dramatic moments and running into the setting sun type moments and tug on your heartstrings a bit.
Power
The
of
characters are
friendship and all
lovable
that.
and goofy. But there's a lot to commend it. Like no individual Uma Musume's series is going to be like, oh, this is an absolute smash hit. But they're all pretty solid from the ones that I've seen. Even if the premise is very silly, if you can forget about that for 5 minutes and realize it's just a sports anime, it's reasonably solid material. But I don't think that it's going to be like they're not going to release like a new video game every year like Grand Blue does or anything like that.
It seems to be the project that the Cinderella Girls team needed something to do. Because
Yeah, so that now the idols have horse ears and tails.
yeah,
Yeah,
And
but
they
they're still idols, essentially.
they're still making Cinderella Girls, from what I understand. It was the other Idolmaster game that got closed down, but it's slowed its roll considerably. So that team seems to be just hammering away at Uma Musume because we have to have a concert after every race, and it has to be unique for every single horse that wins the race.
I still can't fit the image of Gold Ship being an idol into my brain. Like it doesn't make sense to me.
Gold Ship is going to drop kick the cameraman or her fellow idols off the stage.
We see the thing is I was familiar with her character from long before the game ever came out, and it was like that was the only version of her that I knew. And that version is sort of like it has become sort of iconic. Like the parts that you see in memes are just a tiny slice of the cake. She's a hard case.
Yeah,
Was the real Gold Ship a notorious kicker? Is the question.
The real Gold Ship is much worse than that. The real Gold Ship has almost as much personality as the Uma Musume one, if not more.
but he is way
It's just
meaner.
notorious. Yeah. It also is the sire of like half of the cast.
Yeah, right.
Brings a
But
whole new meaning to
That's
who's your
how
daddy.
racehorse do.
the Gold Ship is an incredibly fertile horse with an incredibly successful lineage.
Yes. But typically, when people say a horse has personality, they mean this horse is a shithead.
No, yeah, your Gold Ship definitely is for a whole variety of reasons. But all of the stupid crap that you see Gold Ship doing in, I presume, in the game, but certainly in the anime, has usually got some parallel to some story about some annoying crap that Gold Ship did in real life just because he felt like it.
Yep.
Doing things because he feels like it is sort of like that's the Gold Ship thing.
Yeah,
They
like,
don't make
Honestly,
sense.
to me, that is probably the biggest appeal of Uma Musume, because it's all referencing something.
Yeah, but you've got to remember most of them have passed away. There's like
Well,
one or
yeah.
two that are left alive. It's really depressing.
We lost one maybe a couple of weeks ago.
I want to
Yeah, and then
know.
there was another one a few weeks before that. Yeah, they're
Yep.
all very, very old horses now. So there's only
Yeah.
like a couple of them still alive.
They made
But I'm
like
sure Gold Chip's blood will be alive for a long time to come.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. He's gonna keep going. What I want to know is why their latest release of Uma is like the girliest girl of all time, like the gal type girliest girl, but her horse is a boy.
Oh, I don't think that.
Well,
And I want to know the real life lore
all
behind
of
that.
all of the Uma Musume are female, but you can tell whether the original horse was a male or
Because
female
of the-
based on their accessories.
Their little ear ribbon will tell you if it was a boy or a girl in real life.
Not every Uma has a hugely strong tie to their real life counterpart, but a lot of them have at least like one major element, like Still in Love, for instance, the psychopathic split personality yandere. Apparently, the horse actually was awfully attached to the jockey, and it did not have good results when the jockey once brought his fiancée along.
Oh dear. Yeah. I had horses at one point, and they can get very clingy and very, very protective.
Only horses that live near me just love to play the bongos on their buckets.
Buckets are great.
All day.
All freaking day. Right. Anyway, where were we? Best independent game. Absalon, Ball Pit, Blueprints, Clair Obscure, Hades 2, and Shaw. So,
Silk Song.
Silk Song, yes, the skongs.
Like, there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, this is basically best indie, but I mean, how are we going to calculate an indie now? When like you can sort of see when, well, we'll just rip the band-aid off. Clear Obscure won, but when they went on stage, as they did many times during the night, I do remember very clearly them using the phrasing. Some of the members of our team, this is the first game they've shipped, as though they're like not quite comfortable with being called an indie.
Yeah,
I think it's like kind of like the movie scene. There's independent and then there's indie, and they're two different things.
Yeah, it brings an interesting question that we've had this community term called AA for a while. It seems like it would fit perfectly for Clair Obscure. A small but not tiny dev studio with some funding from a publisher and a publisher handling things, but not truly independent. Like what you think of when you think of indie, which to me is like less than 10 guys working with no backing.
Yeah,
Or like Kickstarter
a bunch of people
backing.
working in their garage or something.
Yeah, like a passion project with the funds that somebody could cobble together. Or, because your first game was a massive hit, you autistically work on a game for 3 years. Or, not 3 years, sorry, 7 years. But I think it's just because we don't have a term to distinguish indie from that type of what we're calling a AA environment. That you kind of have to roll them together. when it comes to these kind of bigger shows.
Hmm.
And nobody's gonna
Yeah,
make a best AA game award because that's
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things wouldn't seem to fit there either. To be totally honest, like, for instance, Darksiders was classified as a double A. I think it was one of the first that was classified as a double A.
yeah.
But that was a huge polished corporate title. It just had double A funding.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's odd. I could understand people raising their eyebrows about Sandfall being labeled as truly indie, given that 33 people is not big at all, especially by modern standards. It's quite small, but it's not what you typically think of when you think indie. But
No,
at the
It's
same
lots of people too.
yeah, but at the same time, I'm very conflicted on this because I don't know where you would put them. if it,
You'd have to make a new
Well,
category for that kind of tier.
there's also like I feel like the reality is and we know this now. If we're to take the Game Awards as any kind of authority, it doesn't matter that they're an independent game; they still drubbed everybody else.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
Like the
What, a
sheer
game made
number,
with care
more
and
noms
passion?
than anybody else had ever gotten.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because they made a game that they wanted to make, basically.
I get
The game they wanted to make. The game they wanted to play.
What are they going to do? Create a category called Best Corporate Slop?
I mean,
Oh, I mean that's
Because
basically what
to be
it
honest,
is.
it's probably easier to populate.
Oh, very much so. Just fill it with Call
When
of
you
Duty.
look at a title, you know already if it fits in that category. You don't have to debate with yourself over whether it's independent or not. No, it's like, no, I can see this as corporate slop.
Yep.
so yeah.
So yeah, I don't begrudge them winning Best Independent, but it's just one of those things where it's like, are they really though?
But yeah, but they don't have anywhere else to go. Like they're definitely not a AAA company. They're not a big company by any stretch of the imagination. But they're just bigger than what we expect from indies. And honestly, we're going to see as we go through the awards, this seems to have worked out in their favor.
Yes.
Because imagine you cut out all that bureaucratic crap and all that faff and fluff and needing to stamp off on every little thing by 50 different committees, and you can actually make a game that has
diversity department.
yeah, like when you cut all that fluff out, it's almost like you just have the parts you need to make a video game, and they can operate with a bit more freedom.
You put all the diverse characters in the first half hour, kill them all off in the opening scenes, and then you can just have a cast of the characters that you like, that you actually did good writing for.
The ones you want to tell the story of.
Then you show up to the Game Awards in baguette costumes.
Yes, and various degrees of Frenchness.
You know Ubisoft is just sitting there. Like, they made this
They
game.
stole our thing! They stole our thing!
Like, they out-Frenched us in a garage with 33 people.
Yes. So, all right. Best adaptation. We got Minecraft movie, Devil May Cry, Last of Us Season 2, Splinter Cell Deathwatch, and Until Dawn.
There is no winner. There is no winner.
Yeah, no.
We're all the losers because these got made.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm disappointed because I know I'm playing favorites for one of my pet franchises that Todd Howard will not keep his grubby little mitts off. But I reckon Fallout should have been there.
Was that this year?
That was this year, yeah. They've just released Season 2 now, as of last week. Which I haven't watched yet. Which is all about New Vegas. But, yeah, they actually did a really good job there, and I'm disappointed that it's not there.
Yeah, I heard very mixed things about it.
There were the Turbo Spurgs who wanted to poke holes
every
in things.
conceivable opinion I heard about it.
Yeah. Which generally
I think
means
the meme
right.
position tended to fall down on it's okay. No, no, Fallout is a 2024 series. That's why it's not there.
Ah. Oh, right.
It's not nearly 2024. It was April in 2024. So it was a long time ago.
Jeez, is it? Okay, I'm
Yes.
losing track of time again. Okay, well that's why it's not there then. So anyway, as for these ones, they gave it to The Last of Us because of course they did.
Yeah, who cares? I'm just glad Devil May Cry didn't win. That's all I really care about.
The lead actress looks like such a mong.
Yes, she has a serious 5-head going on, that's for sure. But
Like, I can't help but think that she was picked because she's not pretty.
there's probably a degree of that.
Well, we know what
But,
happens if you're a cute girl in the West these days. They dip you in the sauce and make you revitiligo.
Shun. So yeah, I don't really care about this. Like, Minecraft movie is very much the cash grab everyone expected it to be.
I actually felt kind of afraid hearing the stories about what happened in the cinemas.
Oh yeah, that got
It's
a
like
bit out of hand, didn't it?
Like the Gen Alphas are not people. They are not people. They should be put in camps.
Most of them are. They're in summer camps right now. So yeah, it's just Devil May Cry ended up being Netflixed. It got the Netflix treatment. I think Splinter Cell did as well. I haven't seen too much about that. And Until Dawn, like its original game, is about a bunch of stupid teenagers getting murdered in the forest. So what more can you do there?
They probably deserved it.
They actually really do. They're completely insufferable, and it fills that slasher movie trope where you're kind of cheering for the killer.
I'm always cheering for the killer in the movies. I just want him to get a high
Because-
score.
Yeah, it's because the kids they're killing are usually completely insufferable.
Like
So
I can never ever develop any type of immersion with slasher flicks. I'm always so disconnected that I'm just treating it kind of like watching a sports game, where nothing here is real. I just want the killer to get a
yeah.
high score.
Yeah.
Does it get any bonus
let's
points
face
for
it-
style?
let's face it, these kids are so freaking stupid that they kind of deserve it at this point. So yeah, I think at least Until Dawn really kind of strikes that that note, whether they intended to or not. But yeah. All right, so the best adaptation. Where are we? Best action game. Incredibly vague as this category is.
Any game where actions take place.
Where a thing happens. And you can't say that's every game because there are games that things do not happen in. They're called walking sims. All right. Battlefield 6, Doom the Dark Ages, Hades 2, Ninja Gaiden 4, and Shinobi Art of Vengeance. So here is the
there was a
obligatory
new Ninja
AAA
Gaiden.
slot. There was. It looks honestly like every other Ninja Gaiden.
And I don't know what Shinobi Art of Vengeance is. It sounds like
Shinobi
Ninja Gaiden.
is it's basically Ninja Gaiden before Ninja Gaiden. It's Sega's in-house ninja game, basically, except like
Oh,
the
it's
early
that lineage
games-
from like the old Shinobi.
It was on the Master System, the original one, and you ended up spending an awful lot of time throwing ninja stars at a helicopter. Hated that boss fight. But yeah, Shinobi was strange. But yeah,
So,
modern
I
Shinobi
guess I
looks
don't know
very much
whether
like
these
Ninja
are-
Gaiden.
I guess I don't know whether they're any good or not to play because I haven't played either of them. But I mean, Battlefield 6 is going to be a Battlefield game. Doom the Dark
Yep.
Ages, the less said the better.
I haven't played
Hades-
Hades 2 yet.
I haven't played Hades 2 either, but I fail to see how it could be substantively different to Hades 1 in terms
And
of
Hades 1 was pretty good.
game feel. Yeah, Hades 1 was pretty good. I didn't finish it. I sort of got cold feet after realizing how much time I would need to spend playing to finish it.
Mhm.
But it was okay for game feel, and that like I liked it well enough for what it was,
Yeah.
even if it's not my genre. But I don't know. Does Hades 2 deserve to deserve to be be sort of like regarded in the same way when they're just doing the same thing over again? Would it win because it's that good, or is it going to win because everything else is worse?
Like
Yeah, I
this is
don't
a
know.
year where iterating on Hades 1 is probably enough to get you there.
Yeah, like if you had something that worked so well, you got Hades 1. Why not just basically take that and improve it some more?
It's not. There are not a whole lot of good pickings this year. As I mentioned
No,
multiple
for the
times in earlier shows this year, the this was a slim picking year for truly good games. So sometimes all you need to do is iterate on something that already works, and that's enough to get you over the line.
yeah, especially for the AAA market, where oh boy, they were bad this year. I can't think of one really big AAA game that came out that made a big impact.
No, this was the year of the Skong and the Expedition 33.
Yep,
The Double A and Indie are all people talked about.
a few other little bits and pieces here and there. Yeah. All right. Best performance, Expedition 33 won that.
Okay, well, it's worth noting here that Expedition 33 was up for 3 of the 6 nominations.
It had a 50-50 shot.
It's really, it really does go to show the power of competent direction, because
Yeah.
these voice actors and actresses can deliver stinkers too.
Yeah.
Yep.
The girl that won, Jennifer English, I actually like her better as Carlotta in Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, as opposed
I
to
do like
Mael.
among the whatchamacallit, the Wuthering Waves performances. I don't know if it's contrast or not, but I do think her Carlotta is reasonably good. Even if I play in Japanese, because Rin trumps her easily.
The one that should have won this award, given these choices, should have been Ben Starr. No questions asked. Like, that boy has genuine acting chops and killed it as Verso. Especially later Verso, when you get to the back end of the game.
I haven't seen Verso doing anything so I don't know what his performance is going to look like.
Mm.
Yeah, that said, Charlie Cox didn't do bad at all either as Gustav.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I really
between the-
liked Gustav's performance. Like that was
He
it
did
was.
do-
I liked it better than Mael's performance. Although that's
Yeah.
not to say Mael's was bad though, because it wasn't.
yeah, between the three of them, there is no wrong answer.
Yeah. I would have given it to Ben Starr, I think, but I can accept Jennifer English winning it, especially for her performances in the later bits of Act 2 and early Act 3.
Then of course she has to go on stage and burble about neurodivergence.
Yeah,
Yes.
unfortunately.
I think she kind of pulled a lot of that out of her ass. But yeah, just stop.
We can't all be Grace's voice actress, and not include everything in our bio.
Yes. Actually, there is one correct choice over these three who should have won it. Should have been SKA.
Should have been SKA.
Should have been SKA.
Aim for swim.
Not SKA.
All right. Next, Games for Impact. Don't care.
Yeah, I don't even want to give them the time of day.
What is the alleged impact in this case? I don't know what any of
taking
these are. I just have happened to hear the name South of Midnight, even though it makes my lip curl for reasons I don't seem to quite remember.
South of
but I
Midnight
don't-
basically took a really cool premise of basically going through the Bayou mythologies and all of that, voodoo and all that cool stuff, and then dropping superpowered Harriet Tubman in the middle of it.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. Like, you had
Nobody
this
in the
really
real
awesome
world
premise.
cares about or
and-
knows who Harriet Tubman is.
Yeah.
Oh, in America they do. They dedicate a whole chapter of it in U.S. history.
But why? She's a nobody.
Because you know why.
Yes. So yeah, really, really cool premise, and then they just made it bad. I would have loved a game about voodoo and Bayou gods and all of that cool stuff, but no.
Look, if I could have had an
Well,
entire game
this
of
is-
the LSU accent from Matt's football videos and superpowers,
I mean, yes, Giddy.
that would have been
Yeah,
amazing.
Definitely need a subtitle track for that one.
Oh, definitely.
And then you read the subtitle track and you realize that it's such a dialect that it's still inscrutable.
Oh, if you go and play the game, Thank Goodness You're Here, they do exactly that, except with English Cockney.
But the
There's something magical about Louisiana Cajun.
They
The
don't even know
problem-
what they're saying.
The problem with here, though, is like the way you describe it makes it sound like a creative mistake. But the problem is that they never had the talent to do it justice to begin with, because that was
Yeah.
never the point.
Yeah, cool premise and just the wrong people doing it.
Yeah, it needed somebody who was dedicated to making the best game they could, not to serving the cause.
I mean,
And they got the cause.
yeah, just make a game about the Cajuns and give them magic and superpowers and stuff. That's a cool idea.
Magic Cajuns.
Can-
That's
can-
what we wanted.
Just give me magic
Oh, yeah.
Cajuns.
I mean, people rather liked for what it was worth the whatchamacallit. What was it? That Disney remake of which one was it?
Oh, the Princess and the Frog.
Yeah, that one.
They remade that.
Absolutely. Oh, they did it. They had like Tijuana or Tiana or whatever they called the name, and
Yeah, they needed a new Disney princess to have a darker skin tone.
but they did it right and actually found one that works.
Well, it's also a cartoon, so you can't really miscast. And
The Little Mermaid would like to say hello.
the issue, the strength of it is that they nailed the aesthetic and they stuck to it.
Yep. And
They
let's
didn't
face
try
it,
and
that
put
villain
it
had
in
style.
service. Well, he also got a really satisfying comeuppance.
Oh, he
But,
seriously did.
But yeah, the thing is that they knew what aesthetic they wanted. They stuck to it, and they stuck to it, even though the purpose of the thing was to make another ethnic Disney princess. They didn't write the story around that because the whole aesthetic was just baked into everything to begin with, so there was no need. So
Yeah.
they could stop thinking about the thing that their corporate overlord told them to think about and just make the story.
Yeah, and tell it right.
I haven't really gone through it. I don't know the ups and downs, but I do know that it did well and that it managed to spawn memes, and spawning memes is evidence that you've had cultural impact that actually means something on something other than a political level. Because like, I mean, if you look at the reverse, that's been discussed a lot lately. The only memes that have ever come out of Avatar are people saying that the humans were the good guys all along and the bad guy was actually the good guy. Those
I've
are the
seen so
only
many of
memes.
those videos pop up lately.
It was because they released a new Avatar recently, 2 pre-screenings. But that's how you know that there was no cultural impact from the story they were trying to tell, because none of that generated memes at all.
Yeah.
Did generate a novel psychological disorder though, for a little while.
That it did. Yeah, that was weird.
If the best thing that you've got is that you cause mental health issues in people who actually like your work, there might be something wrong. You might be cursed.
Yeah, maybe just go and stare at the wall for a little while and think about what you've done.
If David Cameron ever thought about the things that he'd done, we wouldn't be seeing the output that he produces.
Yeah. All right, where were we? Best ongoing game: Final Fantasy XIV, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, Marvel Rivals, and No Man's Sky.
Lost my place. Where am I? Ah, here we go.
Yep, found it. Okay. Finally, No Man's Sky won it.
Did it not win before? I sort of like, because my memory suggests that they should have just won it every year.
They've been nominated every year for the last 5 of them, I think, 5 or 6, and this is the first time they've won it. Like Final Fantasy won it for like 2 or 3 in a row.
I mean, well, Final Fantasy XIV had a period where it was going from strength to strength. But this year it shouldn't have even been nominated because people had nothing nice to say about it.
Well, they said Arcadian was good, but that's it.
Well, how many players play Arcadian though? Like, there's
Yeah,
a
not that
tiny
many.
slice of the player base. Because what people say is good about it is not necessarily the story. The story is merely okay, which is only good because of contrast. The
Yes.
actual thing that people say about it is that the Savage bosses are designed really well. But how much of that player base plays Savage raids?
Mm-hmm.
Like
And more to the point,
0.0001%?
how many of the player base started putting up with freaking Look Lamont and walked away?
Yeah, so they should not be here. They should have
Yeah.
had to hang their head in shame. And I wish they hadn't been nominated because that would have sent a message.
Yeah. You done goofed.
Hopefully they're hearing that for enough quarters now that they're going to rethink things because,
They might
Yoshi
be,
P
but
Yoshi P
yeah.
keeps talking about how they're going to basically burn it all down and start over. So
Yeah, maybe it's gotten through.
That's why he keeps talking about the next expansion being A Realm Reborn, because they need to get rid of everything they've done so far.
Yeah, that, and they've also sacked a lot of their California-based staff.
Couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of degenerates.
Yes. So yeah, Fortnite is just one of those universal constants at this point. Nobody cares. Helldivers 2.
But do people play Fortnite, or do they just watch other people play Fortnite?
My sister
Well,
plays
someone's gotta be
Fortnite.
playing it. So yeah, it's played, but I don't know why. I played a couple of matches, and I was bored.
I hear about it nonstop
Is it
from my
like
sister
the
and cousin.
crossovers, or
I think the crossovers are part of it.
You
Like,
know,
they've crossed over with just about everyone at this point.
you know how we get and we use like Genshin to fill the slot in the week that's like I just need to kind of do something. Like okay,
Yeah.
let's go do our dailies and stuff. That's the way I hear them talk about Fortnite.
Oh, so it's like
so
WoW was back in the day. It's just
so
the,
this
the
is
white
just like a
noise.
filler. This is the ground state of being is playing Fortnite.
Yeah, it's the game they have to be playing a game.
Yeah, when there's not something else going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, that it still exists. Helldivers 2, they've been on and off. Like, sometimes they're doing really well, other times they do something dumb and annoy everyone. And they kind of swing between the two states. The fact that their fan base is a bit odd is not helping the matters either. They also tend to hire community managers from the finest of Reddit stock. So yeah, Marvel Rivals. Honestly, I wouldn't begrudge that one if it won, because they've basically done good by making a game that is fun.
It's going gangbusters. It does what it says on the tin. I mean,
Yep,
it is
it's Marvel.
still
It's
corporate
hero
slot.
shooter. Our characters have boobies. What's not to like?
It is corporate slot, but they haven't done any of the usual corporate things to ruin it. Like, it's still functional.
Although don't look at their Twitter, because every time they post new character art, the screaming begins anew.
Yeah, but those people don't play the game, so it's fine.
Yeah, like, here is Rogue. She is a Southern Belle, but why does she have boobies? Yes, she's a very
I
strange
think.
character, but anyway.
I think this category would have been more interesting if No Man's Sky wasn't in it, because No Man's Sky is sort of entitled to win at least one of these.
And honestly, over the last 12, 18 months, they've just been pumping out more and more content. And when they can deliver on a demand that people have been asking since day one and actually do it well, I mean, give them some kudos. They've been at this for, 15 years now, and haven't asked an additional cent. Incidentally, they need to hurry up and announce more about their next game, because I want to know about that. All right, next category, Best Audio Design. Battlefield 6, Clair Obscur, Death Stranding 2, Ghosts of Yotai, and Silent Hill F.
I don't know exactly what they're after here. Is this like use of audio to communicate atmosphere or something? Because I mean, it seems like it's awfully subjective. Like you could say for a title like Battlefield, it's like, oh well, this is convincing. It's a convincing portrayal of sort of like Battlefield ambiance. And then you look at Clear Obscure. Well, this is a convincing portrayal of sort of like a twisted, painted world where everything is kind of weird and abnormal, and you've got, you know, gestural and stuff like this, convinces me that this is a convincing portrayal of this thing that doesn't exist in the real world, and we have no idea what it would sound like.
I
Yep.
mean,
Then you have Ghost of Yotei. Moving on.
I mean,
Um,
yeah.
I'm actually a little bit sad. Silent Hill F, by all reports and by everything it looks like, looks pretty freaking good. But they didn't get anything this year.
I haven't heard anybody say anything particularly nice or nasty about it. Like, it seems like it's fallen into the Death Stranding hole.
Yeah, a little bit. So in another year, it might have done a lot better.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing with stuff this year. Like, this year had plenty of opportunity for your game to stand out.
Hmm.
Like, there were huge chunks. Like, the entire middle of this year was primed to be just capitalized on.
There was a gap between Clair Obscur and, well, there was not so much between Clair Obscur and Silksong, but the early part of the year didn't have a whole lot in it.
Yeah, well, even between Clair Obscur and Skong, like, there just not a whole lot was making the news cycle for more than a week.
Hmm. All right, best content creator. Well, we already said that one. Charlie won it. I don't know who 3 out of these 5 are.
I gotta say, the Burnt Peanut is a pretty good name, at least. Although he's probably some
Oh,
post.
that was a real freaking debacle when they did the streamer awards
Oh, was it?
a while
Oh.
back,
How
because they gave Burnt Peanut best VTuber.
Oh,
Is
And
Burt Peanut a VTuber?
well, that was the problem, is that everybody argued about that, because what normally people think about from VTubers is like HoloLive and similar, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Burnt Peanut like actively hates on those, and so does his community.
oh, joy.
So the person who actively hates on VTubers won best VTuber.
Yes, and the attitude of the people who were doing the presenting in that made a lot of conventional VTuber fans think that this was deliberate snub, because the people presenting the show obviously had an absolute disdain for VTubers as well. So most people thought it was a total stitch up, even though they had Iron Mouse featuring doing a song or something during the show.
Mm-hmm.
But generally speaking, the attitude towards VTubers was extremely negative, and then they gave Burnt Peanut. Burnt Peanut is basically the very incarnation of a slop streamer.
Oh,
It's a person has superimposed their like facial features over the top of a cartoon peanut and just streams that way.
I see.
Oh,
That's
and that's justification enough, I guess, to call him a VTuber.
That's what the show was claiming. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah. Honestly, I think there's more to it, more that goes into being a VTuber than that. But anyway.
There's a whole lot of PNG tubers out there now.
PNG tubers, I think, kind of occupy the middle ground. But yeah, generally, this I wouldn't even call that. What boys Peanut? Burt Peanut as a PNG tuber.
Yeah, I don't know the dude at all. I don't know, not Jumpty Dumpty.
Anyway, wait. Best fighting game.
Not a whole lot to pick from this year.
2XKO, Capcom Fighting Fighting Collection 2, Fatal Fury City of Wolves, Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection, Virtual Fighter 5 Revo World Stage. Okay, 2 of these.
Fatal Fury
bundles
wins, you're in trouble.
Yeah. Well, 2 of these games are just collections of old games re-released.
Yes. And
minimal changes.
And Virtua Fighter 5 in its entirety is included in Yakuza Judgment.
Oh, it is too. Yeah. So you had a choice between Fatal Fury and 2XKO, which is the League of Legends fighter.
And 2XKO is not even finished.
No, it is not. So there was one game here. They won it by default.
It was not a good year for fighting games.
No, it was not. There was barely any fighting games actually launched this year, was they?
No, all it has done in terms of the fighting games I play is give Grand Blue a longer lifespan.
Yeah.
Because there has been no competition.
The other thing
I
is...
I thought they were releasing a new Guilty Gear every year for a while, is how it seemed.
Yeah, but anime fighters don't exist. No, we see that every year. Like, the anime fighters will always get snubbed.
But Fatal Fury has Aristeel's favourite throw in it.
It do.
Does have that stupid douchebag.
He might be a nice guy.
I mean, by all accounts, he is a really cool guy. Like he was having a lot of fun with the fans, but I don't care. that animation is awful. It takes forever. Like in Fatal Fury, like part of the reason I got it this year is just because there were no slated fighting games on the docket this year, and wanted to try out something, and I didn't want to pick up Street Fighter 6 because I'm boycotting that on principle. Got me some Fatal Fury. I mean, Mai's cool and everything. She's rock bottom tier. Like Terry's cool and everything, but he's also almost rock bottom tier. And the game just has such tight and strict inputs that it's impossible to get anything out unless you're a diehard. Like it should not win as a generic fighting game by in any year that had any kind of competition. But there just wasn't any this year. It's literally all that came out.
Yeah. All right. Where were we? Most anticipated game. Oh boy. 007 First Light, Grand Theft Auto 6, Marvel's Wolverine, Resident Evil Requiem, and Witcher 4.
The only game I hear...
Grand Theft Auto 6 is actively a meme.
Yeah, like...
At this point, yes.
Like, this is back when Skong was the most anticipated game. Like, it's a meme.
Now, keep in mind, like, Grand Theft Auto, of course, won it, because, of course, it did. But, it's Grand Theft Auto without the guy who made Grand Theft Auto successful. This is a new director. So
what he needs is a new project manager so that the game can actually get finished.
If the three autists in their basement can release a game before you can, you're doing something wrong.
I hear Chris Roberts is looking for work. Actually, no, sorry, hang on. I got that wrong. Chris Roberts is looking for money. Yes, there we go. So yeah, Marvel's Wolverine, I guess.
Like, I literally have never heard of this game until I was reminded it existed. I might have heard of it in the past, maybe just the name.
But this game came out in like 2006, didn't it?
Yeah.
I think you're thinking of Golden Sun or something there.
Like, licensed product game, Resident Evil Requiem, like... I mean, at this point,
Capcom's Requiem is shaping up to look really good.
I mean, that's great and all, but Capcom's just kind of been on a Resi dump. We're not exactly starved for Resi games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no way that could win it. 007... 007's brand has been completely tarnished after a Strong and Power Black Woman 007. Nobody cares about that.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they burned that franchise to the ground. Like, there's nothing left. It didn't quite, but nearly got the Doctor Who treatment.
Oof. Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, and
that's really bad.
And Witcher 4 is still doesn't have any kind of hype train behind it yet because it's not anywhere near ready.
Witcher 4 is a few years off yet, and frankly, people are skeptical on it because the trailer we saw showed Ciri as a Witcher, and nobody wanted that. They wanted Ciri to be Ciri.
Yeah, that was the strength of her as a character, is that she wasn't a Witcher.
Yeah,
so that meant that she had to do something different.
Yeah, so she had to do things her own way and not Geralt's way. But no, the trailer we showed her doing things Geralt's way. No, bad.
And it seems like it's such a commonly repeated problem. You would think that people would learn.
But no, they say, oh no, the Gooners are angry and move on. That's literally what they did. That was last year's Game Awards, by the way, if you want to scroll back to that. All right, moving on. I've lost my spot. Yeah, the Game Changer, that was that bit they reeled out Felicia Day for, and they fart-assed around with the activists for 5 minutes.
I didn't watch it. That's the only thing I skipped over. As soon as I realized
that was the only thing I just actively skipped over, yes.
Yeah,
because it was just, more of their bullshit sexism against both men and women. Against men because men aren't allowed to have any kind of program to teach them to make games, and women because they think that women can't make games without such a program. But just a laughable pastiche of progressive culture, quite frankly, and the idea that anybody should applaud it is kind of nauseating.
Yeah. At least they didn't celebrate someone this year who was actively creating the problem that they were allegedly solving.
I don't know. They might have.
Well,
I
I
haven't
mean,
looked too deep
I
into a
think
bunch of
that
these people.
in terms of like crimes, that probably still is somewhere below bringing Sonic Fox on stage.
Oh yeah, like Sonic Fox is definitely a low point.
Another thing to never let people forget.
Yeah.
If you ever start treating the Game Awards with any kind of respect at some point in your life and pretending like their opinion matters for anything other than mockery, remember Sonic Fox.
Sonic Fox happened.
They brought the gayest, furriest furry on stage for Best Esports Player. And he acted like the gayest, furriest furry you've ever seen in your life.
And he was just a general shithead in all around.
Oh yeah,
Doesn't he only play like Mortal Kombat, which has basically no competitive scene?
Yeah, something like that.
He plays a bunch of fighting games, but I think MK is his main game. I don't know. I can't say I'm a Sonic Fox aficionado.
They should have brought Man on stage. It would have been just as good.
Brought Combo Fiend. That would have gone over well.
Does Man even have fans? Is that like a thing?
He used to back in like the Ultimate Marvel 3 days.
That's going back a ways.
Like not even Ultimate Marvel 3, OG Marvel 3. Then he became a meme for how much of a douchebag he was like immediately after that and completely disappeared.
All right. So yeah, skip over that bit because that was the only bit I went out of my way to skip. Best adventure game: Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
What is this category describing exactly?
Everything that's not an action game, but it's not anything else either.
Best. It says here best action adventure game, but it's like there's this like every game that is not backgammon.
Basically, yeah, action adventure basically is the most video game.
Yeah, it's like an action game, but there's adventure in it too.
Yeah, there's maybe a puzzle or two.
Well, in Silk Song, there's a few puzzles.
There's a few puzzles. So where was I? Skong and Split Fiction. Skong won it because Skong had to win something.
Okay, let's talk about Jeff. We do. So,
Okay.
Before the Game Awards, now something you got to understand about all of the guys at Team Cherry is they are raging autists. Every single one of them. They do not like publicity. They don't even use the internet. So they said in an interview ahead of time, they're not showing up to the Game Awards. Now, they claim it was because they didn't think they were going to win anything. But nobody's buying that. But this does have the knock-on effect of, because they said that, it makes them sound like they're kind of thumbing their nose at Jeff Keighley. Just a little bit. And he felt the need, after announcing this award, to go, see, you guys did win one.
Well, I mean, you kind of can't not say anything because they can't come on stage.
So, whether they wanted to or not, I will give them bonus points for sticking their thumb at Jeff Keighley.
Well, I mean, the other thing was they took a jab at Team Cherry in the song at the end.
Did they?
with the Rolf said something about games that get delayed for a ridiculous amount of time.
Yeah,
And
Rolf was a
Miss Piggy, and Miss Piggy said something along the lines of, "I'm glad you're the one who said that."
yeah. Rolf is a Silk Song denier.
Yeah. Don't worry, we're all believers now.
Yes.
So,
So, yeah.
this spoiler alert. This will be the only award Silksong wins, and fine. It's if you're gonna classify it as action adventure and just roll all these games into it, yeah, Silksong beats the pants off of all of these. Not even close.
Yeah, it is the most video game ass video game.
You can't get more good video game ass video game than Silksong when you put it up against these dudes. So yeah, sure.
I mean, Split Fiction is just somebody's masturbatory project. Indiana Jones is just a franchise entry. Ghost of Yotei was memed on for being incredibly cringe. Death Stranding 2 is an auteur movie project.
Yeah.
Which nobody knew were actually released.
It's difficult to class some of these things as games, let alone the best one.
Yeah, so
Yes.
there's one video game here, and it beat the pants off all of them. They're not going to win any more than this, and that's definitely expected. About the only other award there are like two other awards where I would have put them up for maybe you got a snowball's chance in hell here, and that would be music and art direction. Spoiler alert: they didn't win those.
They did not win those.
I wonder what it would have looked like. Like, this is one of those things that the whole thing would have been more interesting if X wasn't there, and in this case, X is Clear Obscure.
Yeah, in that case,
it would have made things a bit more interesting. Yeah, I think in that case, Skong would have probably been the sweeper this year.
I think Skong would. I don't think it would have been a sweeper, but I think it definitely would have taken art direction, and they would have used best soundtrack instead to go to somebody as a token award.
Honestly, I think that this is actually it works in Keeley's favor because it gives a popular darling is present to take the awards, whereas like in the absence of like people would take it as an obvious affront if Ghost of Yotei took a major category away from Expedition 33 because there is literally no category in which it's good.
Yeah.
But if it were not there, Sony would probably have a lot more clout to try and force them to rethink that position. And then you would start to see things like giving awards to Death Stranding or Ghost of Yotei rather than Silksong on some flimsy justification that Silksong was too niche or Silksong was too hard or something like that.
Yeah. Like, Silksong was going to get a token award. I pretty much expected that. And it got a genre award, which I think you just take the W. Just take the free publicity and run.
And as much as it's a W getting anything from Jeff Keighley.
I like how they had the announcement for their first DLC almost ready, but they waited conspicuously for like a week and a half after the Game Awards to announce it.
Well, it costs a lot less just to dump it on YouTube.
Yeah, like, I like how they just didn't want anything to do with this nepotism show. It just dropped their trailer for their DLC later. If they wanted
to put it on the Game Awards, they would have had to give Keighley like 200 thou. So
yeah. So they just dropped it a week and a half later, well after Game Awards hype is gone, and it's going to be free.
Yeah. So here you go. Enjoy. More Skong. Right. Best art direction, which Skong could have had one win in, but Clair Obscura is in this category, so of course it won. Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Hades 2, and Skong.
Art direction is always one that I just kind of look at and I'm like, you can try and define this by which games utilize its art the best and use that as the closest thing to an objective measure you can. But at the end of the day, this is going to come down to judges' preference.
I feel like that what this category actually means is like the aesthetic vibe.
Yeah. Like, you will have some games which just are objectively ugly, but the pretty ones, the ones that look good and make good use of it, that's almost going to be entirely subjective.
And yeah, I think...
But guys, you've got to disqualify Expedition 33 because they left a a AI generated placeholder in place at launch
Was it an AI
and had to
generated one,
patch
or
it
was it
out
a
on day
Unity
one.
pre-store asset?
No, it was an AI
It
generated
was
preset.
AI generated because
Alright.
they used placeholder AI, they used AI to generate placeholder art and placeholder text that they progressively replaced with the actual thing, but they left one in by mistake at launch and patched it out at launch.
Yep.
But that has led the haters to designate Clear Obscure as an AI generated game.
Yeah, Larian's going through the same thing at the moment because they use AI in the storyboarding phase.
Oh man, Larian's rightly so. Their head of development had a dang as close as you can get to a crash out without crashing out.
To be fair, he got up and he just told the industry off at the end of the Game Awards last year, if you recall.
Yeah. He is done with people's shit.
Yeah. And he absolutely called who would win the Game Award this year because he basically said it's the game that people actually wanted to buy.
Yeah, a
So,
dev team makes a game that they want to make, and that makes it good, and therefore people buy it and like it.
yes. Without all the corporate crap attached to it.
I mean, there's really only two games in that category this year, and that's Skong and Clear Obscure, and people liked them. They're
Both?
made by
Yeah.
people who just autistically wanted to make the project that they set out to make.
Yep. All right. So yeah, best art direction, Claire Obscure won that, of course. Although Scone could have won it, and frankly, Hades 2 could have won it as well.
Hades 2 is riffing a bit
Hades,
much.
Hades 2 has basically like there's a point at which which style becomes self-parody, and they have crossed that line.
Yeah,
in my
Oh
opinion.
dear.
Ever
They've
since
disappeared too far up their own backside and like given freaking Hestia revitiligo. So
Oh, yeah. To be fair, Supergiant Games has been circling that particular butthole for a little while now.
yeah, they're a California company. Actually, they might be a Washington company. It might be even worse.
Yee.
And
Worse than California?
oh yeah, Washington's way worse than California.
Oh dear.
But yeah, Supergiant. Like I like Greg, but man, is he an auteur artiste? And you know they just got that revitiligo up their butthole.
Yeah.
that's not
Best Sim strategy, the next very ill-defined category.
So
We've got
nobody released. Well, it's like nobody released any Sims this year, so we have to include strategy, or nobody released any strategy games this year, so we have to include Sims.
Well, Civ is a strategy, I suppose.
Well, I'm not saying that
But
it's
yeah.
not. I'm just saying that they've rolled these two together because this is a fallow field.
Yes, yes, it is. So you got The Alters, Final Fantasy Tactics, Evil East Chronicles, Jurassic World Evolution 3, Sid Meier's Civ 7, which was bad, Tempest
Is Civ
Rising,
7
and
the one where they did all those cancerous changes to
uh-huh.
the way like civics and religions worked and stuff, or
As well as city building in a general, yes. They
when you've
basically
got
took
such a
everything that
golden formula, why do you keep having to toss parts of it in the trash bin?
yeah, like Civ 6 was okay. They started to mess with things a little bit and change things up just to make them new for the sake of making them new. And yeah, some of them worked, some of them didn't. That's fine. Civ 7, I think they went whole hog on just changing things for the sake of changing things.
If I could have a neat hybrid between 4 and 5, I think that Civ would be over. Like, you wouldn't need any more games.
Yeah. There's a few elements from 6 I'd throw in there as well, but that would be the ideal Civ game.
Okay, they're only San Francisco, but that still means they got revitiligo up their butt.
Yeah. Jurassic World Evolution, it's basically the same game they've made 3 times now. It's Jurassic World, it's about dinosaurs. I mean,
What
else
do you do?
want?
Do you just create a dinosaur theme park, or like, I don't know what those games do.
Well, yeah, basically, you just create a dinosaur theme park, or you can do kind of a free range island
Wait.
and kind of let
Safari park.
nature take its course.
This sounds like Roller Coaster Tycoon, but with dinosaurs.
Mostly, yeah. Up until the point where you open the gates, in which case it becomes fun.
I mean, clearly you
Becomes a
didn't.
buffet.
Clearly, you didn't know how to
Yes.
build your Roller Coaster Tycoon theme parks.
I mean, if anyone actually got off one of my roller coasters with their bones intact, I was doing it wrong.
Oh, I was shooting the roller coasters into the crowds.
Oh no. You want to rack up them G-forces, sir.
I don't know. You got to go for the body count. We're terrible people.
So yeah, we are absolutely horrible people. Tempest Rising. What was that one? I don't remember a thing about it.
I have no idea. I
I
don't even recognize the name.
Let's see.
Was Final Fantasy Tactics a remake or a new entry in the Ivalice games?
Yeah, it's a remake.
A remake one.
Type in Tempest Rising and it comes up with Hollow Attraction. Why? What are you doing, Steam?
It's marketing.
I guess.
It just came
What
up
does
straight
space
away
have
for
to
me.
do with what looks like Command and Conquer?
Well, it didn't make a splash for any of us know what it is without a Steam search, so.
Yeah, it just literally just looks like Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's Command and
3D
Conquer and
realms,
everything.
they still exist?
No. Maybe. Probably not. I think they got consumed by the EA Shoggoth. So yeah, it's Command and Conquer is what Tempest Rising is.
Is it competent Command and Conquer, or is it nope? People still don't know how to do RTS Command and Conquer.
No idea.
are we having fun with generals in the gameplay, and or are we going to have fun with Red Alert? Like, one of these two formulas works.
Yeah, I mean it's got giant
Generals
death
is great.
balls.
Generals is great. You could fill an enemy's base with anthrax.
You could.
Yeah.
You're a
And it was
terrible
rainbow
person
colored.
if you do.
The rainbow colored? I don't remember much about generals.
Well, it starts off being green, and then when you get the upgraded anthrax, it turns rainbow colored.
Oh, okay.
It becomes super anthrax.
I think maybe that was only accessible in 0 hour. I'm not sure.
Yeah. What else? As of these games, 2 Point Museum. I enjoyed 2 Point Museum, but I wouldn't say it's worth any awards. It's just a fun time killer.
I would have
Isn't
to
that
look
just
it up.
like Theme Hospital except as a museum?
Basically, yes. And also, it has a giant flower that turns people into clowns. So there's that. They keep adding a lot of content to it. Like they've added all sorts of crossovers and various other bits and pieces to it now. So they're working on it a lot.
This
But
nakedly looks
is-
like a successor franchise to the Theme Hospital one.
yeah, because you had 2 Point Hospital, then 2 Point University, which is the same thing but education, and now you've got 2 Point Museum, which is your same thing but building a museum, and things that continue to be incredibly goofy, and that's fine, but it's not really worth an award.
It depends on
Alright.
how dry the rest of the season is.
Yes, debut indie. They're notable because this is the category that the developer of Super Bonk dropped out of, or Mega Bonk, sorry.
Oh, were they that why we have a conspicuous 4 nominations here?
Yeah. He said he wasn't a debut indie because this was not his first game, even though it's his first game he's releasing under that studio now. So Clair Obscur, Blueprints, Despalette, and Dispatch. And Clair Obscur won it, of course.
Much to the eternal salt of the Dispatch fans.
Yes. Even though they say, oh, Clair Obscur is not an debut indie. Well, I tell you this, neither is Dispatch. All right. Best score and music: Hollow Knight, Hades 2, Clair Obscur, Ghost of Yetzer, and Death Stranding.
So,
Yeah.
obviously Clair Obscur won this because they're on a streak, and we mentioned Hollow Knight didn't win. Hollow Knight had a shot, a legitimate shot. Some of the tunes in that game are really, really good. Like,
Well, it's more. I think it's more about like, does it have its own identity? And Hollow Knight does, and Clair Obscur's does. Hades does a little bit, although I don't feel like it's that strong. It's not nearly as strong as it was back in like the Bastion days. And Ghost of Yotai and Death Stranding have no personality whatsoever. Like, you can sort of tell if you were to put them in a lineup which two went to those, because they sound like generic Hollywood soundtracks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ghost of Yotei has maybe a shamisen in it.
yeah.
Yeah,
Versus
that's about it.
Just add some ethnic instrumentation, and we're good.
Yes. I mean, it's better than what Assassin's Creed Shadow did, where it was, feudal Japanese hip hop. Why? Is it because he's black? Actually, that's exactly why they did that.
yes, but you put
Yeah.
it
Anyway, this one.
you put it up against Silk Song and Expedition 33, and those
It could
soundtracks
have gone either way.
they sound very. When you hear a song from those games, you could give it a second and you know exactly what game. And
Yeah.
not to mention, both games have bangers all throughout their soundtrack. Like,
I mean, you say bangers all throughout their soundtrack, but the one that I remember is the one from Fighting the Mime.
I mean, yes. Yes. So yeah, this one really honestly comes down to a coin flip. Both the games are equally good.
so Clair Obscur won it, and Clair Obscur has one song that anybody that's got to the end of Act 2 knows. And so it's the unspoilery name is the Renoir song. And it is sung it's got a male and female vocalist singing the lyrics to it in French, and it's apparently very spoilery. And if you hear it in French and understand French, but the male vocals are sung by Victor Borba, the Barry the Light guy. He does not do live performances. Period. End.
No.
and the Clair Obscur fans would have rioted if this song didn't get performed. And it does not get performed here. It gets performed later during the Game of the Year show reel. But so they got some random guy in dreadlocks that can't hold a candle to Victor Borba's. But they did get Lorien out there with his guitar to jam out with the two singers, and he looks like he's just having the grandest time of his life.
Yeah, until he stops playing the guitar, in which case he looks like he wants to crawl in a hole. So it was great. He's a mixed bag, and he's probably the most human person on that stage of the night.
Yeah, like he's just having a good time. I enjoyed that for what it was worth. I wish we had Victor singing instead of Mr. Dreads, but Victor doesn't do live performances.
Yeah. All right. Getting towards the pointy end of things. Best sports racing game: EA Sports FC 26, F1 25, Mario Kart World, Rematch, and Sonic Racing Crossworld.
Yeah.
Mario Kart won it, but honestly, objectively, Sonic Racing is better across every axis.
Most of these games, even the jank ones, are probably better than Mario Kart World. Like
Mario Kart World is just not good.
Like it is a bad vidya.
But you must appease the Nintendo, otherwise they will throw their lawyers at you.
Like if you want to continue being seen as legitimate at this point, I suppose our boy the Dorito Pope needs to give enough to Nintendo so they show up again next year.
Even though at this point, if they don't, then nothing of value was lost.
Yeah, Nintendo's. I've not seen a company try and burn through its goodwill as fast as Nintendo in 1 year.
No, the last 12 months of Nintendo have been really bad.
Like, I've seen diehard Nintendo fans start to crack on them. I'm like, oh boy, are we finally?
Well, Metroid Prime 4 came out, and it should have been a slam dunk. But
put it on motorbike.
They put a motorbike. They put an open world section in a Metroid game. Why?
I mean, Metroid is open world. That's kind of its shtick. But you don't do it in an environment that's literally open. The isolation is part of it. Yeah. You're supposed to have a map.
Isolation and claustrophobia. That's the Metroid.
Yeah, you're supposed to have an open map, but not an open world.
Yes. And certainly not a motorbike that you need to pay extra just so you can hear music while you drive it.
Yeah, like, they are doing everything they can to burn down all the customer goodwill of all time.
Yes, Pokemon's EA was hot garbage. So, Nintendo, what are you doing? You do still have the creatives. You released Donkey Kong Bonanza. Bonanza was good. But what are you doing? Anyway. Best community support. Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 14, Fortnite, Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky. Baldur's Gate 3 won it because they had that big final patch at the start of the year. That added a whole bunch of community features that people wanted. Plus new classes, so that made everyone happy.
Well, people always like there being new classes in any old RPG.
Yep,
It's like my
especially
favourite
one
thing
that
ever.
allows you to throw bees at people.
There's a Beemancer?
Swarmlord Ranger, yes.
Geomancer.
You get to throw bees. Final Fantasy 14, yeah, we've already spoken about that. Dawn, I can't remember brain on it at the moment. Not a good expansion. Fortnite is doing its thing, and it will continue to do the exact same thing it's been always. Helldivers, again, up and down all over the place. And No Man's Sky won best ongoing, so
Yeah, communication with their community, not exactly what No Man's Sky is known for.
They are notorious for disappearing in a hole for months at a time and then just suddenly popping out with something awesome.
I mean, they clearly hear their community. They just don't convey that they do.
Yes. All right. Next, Alien. Where are we? VR AR game, Alien Rogue Incursion, Arcanage, Ghost Town, Marvel's Deadpool VR, and The Midnight Walk. I haven't played any of these.
The only one I played is Arcanage, and it was good, but I didn't finish it. Not because of anything with the game, but because I just got distracted by other stuff. And I don't know anything about the other ones.
Deadpool is Neil Patrick Harris as Deadpool, and honestly, it doesn't work for me. All right, so yeah, nothing really to say here. Best RPG. Also vague. Avowed, Claire Obscure, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Outer Worlds 2, and Monster Hunter Wilds.
Wait a minute. I tweaked this earlier, forgot about it, and have retweaked to it again.
Tweak away.
Monster Hunter Wilds is nominated here instead of in Best Action Game.
Yeah, it's not really an RPG. I mean, yes, there's stats, but is that the only metric?
Like,
Apparently,
yeah.
Like, it not only is it like an action game, but it is an action game with the least role playing out of the entire franchise.
but I've seen a bunch of people refer to it as having role-playing game features. I don't know why. I don't know who started this meme. I'm wondering if maybe somebody influential decided that it was an RPG and lots of people are just following suit.
Like,
Like, if it was Monster Hunter Stories, I'd say yes, because that's a JRPG. But base Monster Hunter? No, I wouldn't call that an RPG.
No,
Like-
nobody's there for the R or the P. They're there for the G. They're there for to murder the G rankers.
Yes,
like,
and let's face it, you're not there for the writing in Monster Hunter.
I'm willing to concede that anything that's turn-based these days has to be labeled as an RPG, because that's just the way that genre definition has drifted in the cultural consciousness. But there is nothing in Monster Hunter Wilds I would consider an RPG. Not a single thing.
No, not really, no.
I mean, what
Like,
I'm just looking at these other ones here, though. Like, Outer Worlds 2 was kind of a damp squib, wasn't it? Like,
it was very much a damn squib.
and
Outer
Avowed
Worlds
was
1
actually held to be dog shit by everybody.
Yeah, because Obsidian has lost their touch.
Yeah, so, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was broadly disliked because they changed tech from autistic medieval Bohemia simulator to let's introduce a completely anachronistic Muslim to the plot to constantly tell the player about how Muslim civilization is better than European civilization. Like the entire thing was viewed as a betrayal. Like there is still a really solid game underneath all of that, I'm sure, but what people saw was the betrayal.
Yes.
So essentially everything on this list except for Claire Obscure doesn't really have a right to be there.
Yeah. I'd maybe allow Kingdom Come there because it is a solid game, but even if it does, waffle.
But the thing is that it was because it was an autistic medieval Bohemia simulator. The people that played it are also autistic about period accuracy. And then you put this
Unbelievable.
Malian guy that you can't kill in there to constantly lecture you.
Yeah. So no, thank you. I still haven't played the original. Actually, I really should one of these days. I've got it. I just haven't played it. All right, player's voice, the biggest misnomer, I suppose, because it's the only category that people's vote or the community votes actually matter for. Expedition 33, Dispatch, Genshin Impact, Hollow Knight Silksong, Wuthering Waves, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Silent Hill F. We will won it.
Yep, and everybody was shocked, including all of the Woowa fans who voted for it. I voted for it. I know that Expedition 33 is a better game, and I know that Hollow Knight Silksong is a better game. However, that was not the question on the form. The question was, which one was your favorite? Which one did you like the most? And I had the most fun playing Wuthering Waves and going through that story, so I voted for it. And so did all the other people who voted for it. But nobody in the Woowa community expected to have a snowball's chance in hell of winning, because the Genshin community had gone in all guns blazing to spread black PR all over Woowa's name for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
They were like creating AI mock-ups of Woowa scenes that made it look really terrible and spreading those around, commenting as though they were true. They were reprocessing previews of the 3.x series that hasn't come out yet using AIs, and then reposting them and saying, look at all these AI artifacts. Kuro uses AI to generate their art for their game, that type of thing. Like they basically let all of the dogs off the chain to just run around tearing things up. It was kind of a bloodbath, and basically the Woowa community pulled their heads in and tried to pretend it wasn't happening. Nobody knows exactly why it went so badly for the Genshin team. It is possible that they accidentally managed to get a whole bunch of voting disqualified because of the number of them that were running bots to vote. Because the Genshin Impact Spurges outnumber the Woowa Spurges by a huge number. It's not even close.
I think I've got two words that kind of explain a lot of it. Merely Astro Wonderland.
It could be that a lot of people were turned off by that, but they devolved into sort of like Soviet era paranoia in their community afterwards, and what it came down to was that they accused the ZZZ fans of betraying Genshin to vote for Woowa.
The ZZZs, of course, looked up from their jiggly butts for a minute and just said, "What?"
Well, the thing is that the reason they got blamed is because ZZZ is the closest thing in the Hoyo stable to the Guna game that they kept accusing Woowa of being. And it's like, you betrayed us for the baked goods, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean,
it was really funny to watch.
Can't talk, Jiggling.
And most of us playing ZZZ, that play ZZZ's our main Hoyo game, we're like, what they yapping about? I'm gonna go for a new high score. I'm gonna go for a new high score and see how many jiggles I can get when I go for it.
All the jiggles.
So the sort of the internecine warfare that was taking place was quite funny. It was like the Genshin was lining up all the other Hoyo games. It's like, which one of you didn't vote for me? But, yeah, people didn't expect Woowa to win because all of these other ones in there. But I think that basically it was a matter of niches and vote splitting. Like Silent Hill will have its dedicated stable of fans that voted for it. Kingdom Come will also have its dedicated stable of fans that voted for it. Nobody voted for Ghost of Yotei, so I don't need to worry about that. The Death Stranding fans, there are some, and there are other people who are just Kojima fans generally, would have voted for that. Small contingent, to be sure. Silksong fans are too autistic to know that the game's awards were taking place. So, and the Dispatch fans all voted for Dispatch, but there aren't as many Dispatch fans as Dispatch fans think there are. They're like an order of magnitude behind all of the other big ones. So basically, it was between Expedition 33, Genshin, and Woowa. And Genshin probably spent so much time trying to smear everybody else that they ended up undermining themselves. And the real surprise is that WoWa took it over Expedition 33.
All right.
And nobody's really sure exactly how that happened. It could just be that, Expedition 33 is actually kind of niche in a lot of ways. Because the quality aside, like, my experience as a non-action game player in ZZZ is that ZZZ is very hard for me. But there are still times that I manage to score in like the top 5% of players worldwide. Which makes me wonder about the reaction times of your average gamer.
The other thing is that a lot of the fans of Clair Obscur are just, the regular people. They're not the artists that you kind of rely on to get these things across the line.
Your single player games in this type of vote are also going to be at its advantage, especially with Silk Song and 33, which were complete games when they came out. It's like, and I love it. I love complete games coming out. It's my favorite thing in the world.
Yes.
But
it doesn't happen often.
and it's very sad that I have to put that caveat on everything. But like it,
so I remember you praising freaking Resident Evil to the rafters simply for not being unfinished.
Yeah, but it's like when a completed game comes out, it's like you're getting a full course meal, and you eat that meal, and it's really good, and it tastes good, and you love it, and it's like, you pat your stomach, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna go have a good rest now. And you digest it.
At some point, it's over.
Yeah, and then it's done. It's like, man, that was really good. Maybe I'll go back and order it again. A few years down the line when I've had time to let the taste kind of fade from memory. But it's a thing that you finish. It's over. Like you had a good time, you enjoyed it, and you would definitely do it again. But your first time is now done, and you had it. You don't really need to keep ruminating on it. After you do the initial digestion after consuming the meal, that's it. So
None of that shit seems to apply to Dark Souls games, though.
That's because those people are a special kind of autist.
Because those people haven't stopped playing Dark Souls.
Oh yeah. The Dark Souls community is a very special breed of crazy person. The true Dark Souls fan, not the series fans like me that will play a new Souls game when it comes out, but the real diehards, them people are nuts. They don't think like normal human beings.
All right. We need to probably pick up the pace a bit. Best narrative: Clair Obscur, Death Stranding, Ghost of Yotei, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Silent Hill F.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the preaching,
nobody will remember.
Case.
Kingdom Come Deliverance doesn't have as much it's supposed to give you freedom, so the core narrative is not the focus. Death Stranding, I'm sure nobody even understands the story.
Something Postman.
It's a Kojima story, so
it's a Kojima story. Good luck unraveling.
Ghost of Yotei was dog shit that was all just attempting to make sure that the final couple was homosexual.
I think everyone actually just remembers that Erika Ishii was sitting in the front row just cramming her stupid smug face with popcorn during the whole thing.
Silent Hill, I don't think anybody actually played it. And it probably has the same story as every Silent Hill game.
I suspect it actually did a lot better in the East than it did in the West, but that doesn't count here.
Like, Clair Obscur was written to be a story. Like, the story was the centerpiece. The telling of that story was the centerpiece. Nothing else mattered as much as the story. As many virtues as it might have in various other arenas of gameplay, it was all in service of the story as the centerpiece.
Yeah, and they managed to stick a landing with the ending good enough that people are still discussing it to this.
Yeah, one of my subordinates came to my office to tell me that it was an incredible experience and it needs to be done. I have to do
it.
Yeah, it's like people still talk about the way they set up the villains of that story and how they're portrayed and their motivations for going through stuff and the end and how everything fits together and all the just little click moments that happen throughout the story where stuff starts making more and more sense. Like there's just a whole lot of good narrative wheels and cogs turning in that story that make it all fit together so well. You don't stand a chance if you're a AAA slop studio going up against that. That was crafted with genuine love and care for the narrative first.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't got a shot.
Yeah, so that one was a slam dunk, just no question. Best multiplayer: Arc Raiders, Battlefield 6, Elden Ring, Night Rain, Peak, and Split Fiction.
I mean, Arc Raiders is the hot stuff of the moment.
Here's the hotness. Peak was for a month, but it was like it's the
It was
all
a
the streamers are playing a game
yeah. It was the lasted a month streamer game and then disappeared.
and then disappeared.
And then Night Rain
Uh,
was never intended to be a full budget release anyway, and honestly released with quite a few shoes. Battlefield 6, by all accounts, people
It's a
like it, but
Battlefield
it's just
It's-
Battlefield.
Battlefield.
It's just Battlefield.
You do the Battlefield.
At least
things.
people aren't actively rejecting it like they are for Call of Duty this year.
Yeah,
Apparently, the new Call of Duty is just awful.
yeah.
So yeah, Arc Raiders won it because Arc Raiders is doing fun. It's not the sort of game I'd play. It's an extraction shooter, hero shootery type dealy majig.
It
But,
does not
yeah.
interest me in the least.
Does not interest. But I'm glad people are having fun with it.
The next
Guess
one,
best game direction is another slam dunker, honestly. Claire Obscure, Death Stranding 2, Progressive Yete, Hades, and Split Fiction.
I bet that really cut for Kojima. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that he felt that he was a shoo-in. But he's got the sinking feeling building throughout the entire awards show.
He's not going to get an award. He didn't get an award.
yeah, for coherent vision throughout the entire game and all the pieces coming together into a functional whole that does exactly what it needs to. Like, unfortunately, Silksong was DQ'd because Biowater exists, despite it being intentional.
Yes.
And every bit of Biowater being on record multiple times, being like, yeah, we meant for it to be that frustrating.
Even with that, like, I don't know, like, I don't know Hades 2, but I would never give a directorial award to Hades because most of that game is procedurally generated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot
You
of
lose
these
a lot of points for that.
a lot of these craft and construction awards I just don't feel are appropriate to give to a roguelite. That just
Yeah.
so much of that is of a player's experience is related to the roles they get effectively on each run and how willing they are to repeat it.
I liked the art in Hades and I liked the characters and Dusa was adorable, but it's not like it doesn't speak of profound directorial vision. Canny game design and good art direction perhaps, but not direction, not overall game direction. I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, no. Ghost of Yote, lol.
Lol.
Split Fiction.
Yeah, when people hated the directorial decisions they made in Ghost of Yotai.
Yeah, Split Fiction's head up bum. Like Death Stranding 2, maybe, but nobody played it.
Nobody
Well,
played
nobody
it 'cause no one knew it
understands
came out.
his vision. That's the problem.
I saw you tar monsters and a postman. That's Death Stranding and a baby. I don't know what the baby significance of the baby is.
Kojima's gonna go over there with Kamiya and start raving about how nobody understands his grand vision.
That's because your grand vision is incomprehensible.
See the Bayonetta 3 story for Kamiya
Yes.
and his little total
And
crash
finally-
out he had.
Finally, we have Game of the Year: Claire Obscure, Death Stranding 2, Donkey Bonanza, Hades 2, Silk Song, and Kingdom Hearts 2. So, of course, Claire Obscure.
Yeah, there's no real contest here. Even as much as I love Silk Song, overall game of the year, I would give to Claire.
Yeah, it kind of pips it out at the end.
There's too many personal preference points that push me towards Silk Song. If I discard all of those, Claire Obscure.
I mean, on some level, also like Clear Obscure did something that Hollow Knight didn't do and didn't have to do, which was be new.
Yeah,
Yes.
it also
Nothing else on this list is new. Nothing.
yeah, they also revived a genre that the industry had decried as dead with bringing turn-based back in such a big way that it comes back and sweeps the Game Awards. Because remember, we've been told turn-based is dead and over, and that you can't do anything with it. You know,
Especially when Final Fantasy starts dropping it.
yeah, and like Final Fantasy's like, oh, we can't do turn-based anymore. Well, you know, for all the problems
Yeah, you
Persona
can.
5 had, and it's still leaning on the press turn system, through sure style, it managed to make turn-based work, and now we got Clear Obscura through a few gameplay tweaks, managed to make it work.
Yep.
Didn't
More
take
recently, Metaphor Re Fantasio did the same thing, even though it is basically press turn with a couple of extra bells on it.
Yeah, like it. This year has shown that turn-based ain't dead, and maybe some companies need to reevaluate some things. Maybe their shift away from it was just to go with the modern trends at the time.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a big thick part of it is don't listen to the trends. Make the game you want to make.
Yeah, and Clair Obscure, you know, they played a whole lot of Sekiro and Paper Mario and said, we can make this work.
We made this work. All right. So that's it for the games awards. Now we have the trailers, of which there are many. A lot of them we're going to probably just get straight through though, because there's not a whole lot to say about them. Let's see. We'll just do these in the order they debuted. I think that might just be the easiest.
I have no idea if those are in order. Those were copy pasted from the IGN list.
All right. Well, I've got them all in order here. So they start with The Free Shepherd, Border Collie Simulator 2026. I'm not sure what the plot here is. It's basically a border collie chasing a bunch of sheep through the Scottish Highlands.
I mean, I do love me some border collies. I'm just
I
a
do.
bit unsure about how you get a game out of it.
There was a game. There's been a couple of games over the years which are like sheep herding, except really, really stupid. But this just looks like you're just herding sheep across lush rolling fields, doing border collie things. This dog will herd those sheep until it drops dead. All right, so that's all there's to say about it. It didn't really show a whole lot. It's just a dog chasing sheep. Decrepits. Gothic horror. Looks kind of janky.
Yeah,
I don't know, it's
first person
kinda-
Souls-like. Those are always.
I'm not sure. First person Souls-like is kind of an odd choice.
The thing that a lot of these companies miss when they try to jump on the Souls-like train is that Souls-likes are not just hard; they're an evolution of Metroid. That they follow that lineage of game, and that the map design and how you put it together is even more important than making your combat a little tough or making your runbacks a little punishing. Like all of that is serviced by the game being well designed and put together with like a coherent world and the physical place you explore. And it's really, 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 really hard to do it that way when you're in first person. The only game that's ever really nailed it was Metroid Prime, the first one.
Maybe the second. Definitely not the fourth.
Yeah. And so I just don't have a lot of confidence in first person Souls games.
Yeah, it could be good. It could work, but it's just such an odd choice. It's like, I gotta see where this one's going.
Oh, we've seen people try it before, and it never works.
It doesn't work, yeah. It's like precision platforming and first person. It just don't work. All right, Audio Mech. The guy who made Audio Surf has popped up again, and he's basically made, a bullet hell based on music. Again.
So we made Beat Hazard again.
Well, yes, basically. I mean, I don't mind these games, but there's a lot of them. Between Audio Surf, you got Beat Hazard, you got this one now, of course. There's a whole bunch of them. Beats and Shape.
The thing is that most of them end up being toys. more than anything
Yeah.
else.
Beats and
Yeah.
shapes definitely.
The question is, well, if that's the case, does that mean that there's actually some more profound way of doing it that people just haven't hit on yet that will make it into a real game?
Maybe.
Like, we haven't found that yet.
From what it sounds like, this one you can just drop music into it and it will generate levels on the fly, which none of the other ones really do. Not well.
Yeah, well, they say that you can stream from YouTube and use that, so
We'll see how that goes.
Okay. Beat Hazard is not old enough to drink yet.
Isn't it?
Not
is
yet.
USF?
Wait,
Audio-
in which country?
US, but no, it came out in 2009. Let's see if AudioSurf is old enough to drink. AudioSurf is almost certainly old.
AudioSurf has to be.
Oh no, 2008. You can't drink yet.
Really? It was older than that.
Could drink in y'all's countries, just barely.
Viburnum
Barely,
must
yeah.
be.
What must be?
All right.
Viburnum.
Oh, Viburnum.
Viburnum. Oh, Viburnum is old enough now to have been drinking and given up on it as a bad cause. All right, next game, Pragmata. This is one they've been teasing for a little while. I believe it was Capcom making this. It's the one about the Space Marine and the little girl who's also a technopath. I mean, it doesn't look bad. Looks kind of cute in its own way. But they've been teasing this for 2 years now, I think. And that's the problem with having such a long lead time on some of this stuff. It's the shine kind of wears off by the time the game actually comes out. So that's that one. Next one, Solasta 2. It's a CRPG based on the D&D 5e rules. Solasta 1 was fine, but also very dry. I didn't mind it, but it's like they stuck to the tabletop rules so rigidly. It was like, well, why play this when you should be playing tabletop instead? You'd be having a lot more fun.
But more rigidly than Neverwinter Nights?
Oh, definitely. Neverwinter Nights plays pretty loose with those rules in the end, as does Baldur's Gate 3.
I don't know if I would quite say that. Like, it actually uses turns and rounds and all of that.
It does.
Like, in real time, and you can use a stopwatch.
You can. But yeah, it's... Baldur's Gate 3 really showed that, yeah, you can use those as a base rule set, but you gotta kind of take the brakes off it and let video game be video game for a bit. Baldur's Gate 1, not Baldur's Gate 1, Neverwinter Nights 1 was pretty rigid. 2 was a bit less so. But yeah. Next game, Tankrat. I actually remember playing a demo of this maybe a couple of years ago, and I don't think it was even called Tankrat at that point. It was called something else. But basically, you build a tank, you drive around an open world, and you shoot things. There is a story, and they have giant mechanical sandworms.
I see.
Yes. Also, you when you're not in your tank, you are a flying Roomba. So there's that.
There's a
next
quest in
one,
Yakuza about trying to rescue a flying Roomba that had stolen a wedding ring.
I see. Actually, no. It's Yakuza. Don't think. Just accept.
Turned out to be a sentient Roomba.
Because of course it did.
And it was doing it to help the guy propose to his girlfriend.
What?
It communicates exclusively through beeps and boops.
It sounds like the best friend. All right, next game, Bradley the Badger, mascot puzzle platformer. It looks incredibly meta because you're running through basically parodies of video game worlds that are broken and incomplete.
This looked a little bit too much like a trailer made to be a trailer to me. Like, I felt in my bowels that was very sus.
It looks a bit too performative, yeah. No, it might be good. There's definitely room for another mascot platformer out there. It's not really a a field with a lot of options in it these days. So, might be good, might not. We'll see what happens on that. Next game, Stupid Never Dies. Was incredibly cringe with that music video trailer.
Goodness, what is this? This is like 2001.
It looks Zoomer zombies, but yeah, a
Yeah,
girl
it's
and her
Zoomer
zombie
zombies.
boyfriend.
But it's targeted at Zoomers, but it's using an aesthetic from 25 years ago.
Yes,
Like, how does it even work? They weren't born.
You
I
They
know,
have
have
no idea.
absolutely
you know what
no latching point.
you know what this is. It's the millennials version of How Do You Do, Fellow Kids.
It might be. Gameplay wise, kind of generic third person hacky slashy type stuff. Fine, I guess.
It looks like they haven't done most of the game because they were unable to demonstrate what the female character was for.
She was just kind of there, yes. All the gameplay they showed was of zombie boyfriend. So, do you only play a zombie boyfriend?
It fundamentally looked to me like concept alpha that they just happen to have done a lot of artwork on to ensure that they can show something.
And put together a music video for reasons. Okay, next game. One of the big highlights of the night. Fate of the Old Republic. Basically, it's Knights of the Old Republic 3 by the look of it.
Yeah, you're borrowing trouble by picking up a legacy that weighty.
Yeah, like it's got the original director from Knights of the Old Republic 1, but not 2. And he's
We got
freed
the
from the
original
shackles
director
of
from
EA.
30 years ago.
Yes, 30 years ago, when we're using the Neverwinter Nights 2 engine. Like, KOTOR was great. KOTOR 2 would have been great if EA bothered to actually finish it. Or BioWare, I forget who was actually responsible for that cock-up. But yeah. So, it's got boots that it needs to fill. Big ones. Really, really big ones. I'd love to be able to just dive back into the KOTOR universe and enjoy Old Republic stuff and Star Wars being Star Wars, but Star Wars hasn't produced anything really good for a while now. So, yeah, skepticism. Next game, Battlefield Red Sec. It was a stupid YouTube cartoon. Nothing of substance. Next, Soulframe. It's Fantasy Warframe. When I think this is the villain who's got a crab on her head. I don't know what's going on. But it just looks like it's Fantasy Warframe. And you can't say it's not because it's made by the Warframe team as well. Toxic Commando, co-op FPS using the Swarm engine. Based on a 80s cartoon franchise, I think.
I think so.
They've been teasing this one for a while.
I think... Where's the audience? Who's the audience?
Like, I
feel like
this one...
there's a lot of games being made for audiences that don't actually exist.
Yeah. Like, as soon as it showed up as, zombies, it's like, interest lost. Like, granted, it's been made on the same engine that Space Marine 2 was on. So instead of Tyranids, it's zombies. But it's like, it's mass zombies. We've seen mass zombies before.
Yeah, I thought that the day of the zombie was over, at least for a little while, but they keep doing it.
It keeps coming back. Next game, and probably the game they should have ended the show with, Divinity. They brought peasants into the theater for this.
Yeah. I know that they're a thing, and they've got like a really strong reputation now and all that. But it struck me as a little bit too like try hard edgy, to be totally honest.
Yeah, just a bit too.
Something about the big ominous monolith thing was just about 5 steps too far.
Yeah. Also, watching people's arms being ripped off, horses pooping, and people vomiting directly into pigs' mouths.
Yeah, that's about 12 steps too far.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
like Divinity,
it's like they're trying to capture the same sort of like visceral grossness of sort of like early Diablo aesthetics, and I think that they just don't quite understand how you get there, and it's just being just generally gross instead.
yeah, like Divinity itself, the franchise does have some very, very dark elements. This is the next step up.
But
Like,
dark elements are useful when they are deployed deftly, not when you just use sensationalism to splatter it everywhere.
or in this case, Overload, I think.
Yeah, and they honestly work better for your product as a whole if you don't market with them. Like if you're gonna have the big gross and over the top elements like that in your edgy game, you wanna ramp up to them. You don't want to just kind of
Yeah.
drop them all in the marketing.
Hey, guess what? Here's a game. It's got burning torture, self-flagellation orgy going on right in the middle of it.
Yeah, no, maybe save that for the side quest to shock people while they're actually playing the video game.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll get people like us that go, "But I don't want to buy a game about a self-flagellation orgy."
Yeah. I'll probably at least look at it because I enjoyed the last two Divinity. Well, actually, I've enjoyed the Divinity series as a whole, even though it goes some very silly places. But I'll definitely look at it, and even on the pedigree of Baldur's Gate 3, it's worth a look. But
I'll wait for my friends to play it and then tell me if it's any good, because I haven't played the original ones either, because I've gotten middling reports from them. Like
they're a bit
basically
jank,
the reports. No, the usual report that I've got was the same one for Divinity and Divinity 2 and Baldur's Gate, and it was the same critique in every case, that the ending is shite because they're just railroading you towards what they want, and they won't really let you have any agency. They keep trying to
I
steer
wouldn't.
you.
I wouldn't say it's quite like they're steering you. It's like they put everything into the front half of the game, and then there's nothing left for the back half. And all their games kind of have that same issue.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that means that none of your decisions made any difference whatsoever. It was all performative.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they're still a fun time, but yeah, they definitely
like,
drop off on the back half.
I was like, for the Divinity games, like the complaint that I got, and it was a very similar one for Baldur's Gate from my friends, was that, well, they want you to play a role, but they want you to play that role the way they want you to play it. You don't actually have any agency. That you will have to do things which like doesn't make sense based on the way you think you're playing the character, but they don't have enough creativity to understand it, so they'll just make you do things that are totally out of character. Whenever they decide to narrow down the roles, they can't commit to the freedom because they can only see one way forward themselves.
Yeah, I can see the issue with that. I can definitely see it. Like, there is an argument to be made about it. Like, it's a video game; you're going to have those restrictions. But even then, yeah, that you
Well,
do
then
get a bit
don't sell it as though you don't.
Yeah,
They just accept it.
Yeah. All right, next game, Four Loop, roguelike co-op FPS, I guess.
It was a little bit too cute.
A bit
They were
strange
they're trying to be too cute with it.
with the goofy mad scientist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that sort of when it's like how Claptrap would be entertaining if the only time you ever saw him was in the marketing.
Yeah.
Like it's not reflective of the content of the game, because either the goofy mad scientist is in the game as that goofy mad scientist, in which case you'll get sick of him extremely quickly, or he's not, in which case this advertising is moot.
Yes. Also,
So I just don't really like this technique very much personally.
Anyway. All right. So yeah, I'm not interested in that game, honestly. It's just Coven of the Chicken Foot, which is a very strange game. It looks like something Team Ico would come out with, though.
Except it's made by
like an old lady.
It's by Cuckman, ain't it?
Was it by Cuckman?
Think so.
I don't think it was. But hang on, let me look. I will ask the internet. Let's see. Covenant of Chicken Foot. Looks strange. It's by Wildflower Interactive, who is Wildflower Interactive. It don't seem to say.
Can't even call to mind which one this was, to be honest.
This is the one about the old lady with the weird feet and the giant hair monster following her around.
It's made by. It said on the IGN copy paste the director of Uncharted 4 and The Last of Us.
Was that Cuckman or was that someone different?
Cuckman might not have done Last of Us 1. There might have been a
Because there
different
was
role.
Last of Us 1 particularly had Cuckman and it had someone else as a director. Let's see. Yeah, Bruce Straley. That's the other guy.
Yeah, okay. So it's the other dude.
So it's not Cuckman, it's the other guy. But yeah, honestly, it looks like something Team Ico would have come out with. And why does this lady have chicken feet? I don't know what's going on here. Alright. Next game. Ontos. Made by the team who made Soma, so it's of course psychological horror. It's set in a Art Deco style hotel on the moon because why not?
I watched somebody play Soma. I can't remember who it was. It might probably Eno or Forno or someone.
Warner, yeah.
But honestly, it just struck me as being boring, to be totally honest. So this is incredibly dull. I'm glad I'm not playing.
I mean, a lot of these horror games, if you're watching somebody else play it, you're going to get bored. If you want to play a horror game properly, you sit down on your own, turn the lights out, and sit in the dark room and play it.
Because fundamentally, what the game is going to ask you to do is going to be unbelievably menial.
Yes. But what will have to draw you in is the atmosphere. And watching somebody else do it is just going to completely separate you from that.
But the thing is that that's sort of like, it's a bit Dear Esther. Like,
a bit.
The atmosphere, okay, fine. But the atmosphere for 20 hours? And the only thing is atmosphere? It's like,
Yeah. Dear Esther barely even had atmosphere, to be frank, it was like rainy day. Yay.
Yeah, but you know, the people that would try to defend it said it was about the atmosphere.
Yes, moist. That was the atmosphere. It was moist.
Yes, water was falling from the higher layers of the atmosphere to the lower layers of the atmosphere.
Oh, was that?
Yes, while a boring fisherman droned away about his life at you.
Was Dear Esther the one about the family that didn't know how to take care of their kids and kept killing everybody?
No, that's something else. I remember the one you're talking about, but it's not that. The Esther's the really old source one, I think.
Yeah, it's like the original walking simulator. But yeah, it was basically you're walking around on an island and it's raining, and a boring fisherman is just droning away at you.
Oh, okay.
Right, next is the trailer for ZZZ. Which I think they cut the end off it in order to put in an ad for Metroid 4.
And it does have a stinger at the end, which is just sort of a brief clip of the Angels of Delusion, which are going to be the next faction. But
yep.
Well, yeah, I watched this both in and out of context, because I watched the out of context first when it came out, and then I watched the Game Awards one when it came in, and it was a clip, but it was only clipped by like a second.
Oh, okay. It just made it look just really off.
Well, because it was supposed to be like a momentary stinger, because nothing else has been introduced about those characters. Like Chinatsu has, actually I don't know what she's going to be called, because they changed the names to less Japanese ones to be compliant with the CCP. But one of the characters has appeared in a previous event for like very, very, very briefly, and none of the other characters have appeared. And this is the first time we've seen all of them in their in-game models as they currently exist.
Until the CCP changes them.
Well, one of them has been changed pretty dramatically, which has upset a lot of, I won't call them people because I don't really think of them as such. But there was a character who was generally depicted as a robot, although there was human form out of her as well. But we've only seen the human form version of her now, and so a lot of people think that the robot, maybe they decided they didn't want to go forward with that concept, because this is from like years ago, this concept art, and a lot of people A lot of people who I would not call people are shrieking about this because they say that it's trans erasure.
What?
Because they believe that the idea that there's a robot character who likes to adopt the visage of a flesh and blood human girl is a trans allegory, and removing the trans allegory from the game is erasure.
That's
Even though
that
it
is
was never in
stretch.
the game, it was never in the game. It was a concept piece that was seen in the early stages of development.
Yeah. No, that's a stretch even by that community standards.
But she looks like very
No,
simple.
that's about normal. It's about normal for that community.
All right. So yeah, ZZZ, there is new content and there's a new faction coming. Yay. Okay, next game, 2XKO, Leagy Weegy fighting game. I don't care. Because Resi Requiem, another game they should have finished the show with.
I mean, looks decent, but
It does.
here's the thing: modern Capcom has shown it's going back to old habits.
Mhm.
It,
What,
like
Jill Sandwich?
not quite that old. I'm thinking more.
Not quite that old.
I'm thinking more 20 teens old. And like I want to see this game come out and be a finished product before I really get behind it. Especially after
Mhm.
Monster Hunter Wilds.
Well, I mean, all of the pieces were technically in place for Monster Hunter Wilds to call it a shippable product. The problem was that the actual quality of workmanship was trash.
The game
Yeah.
didn't work properly and it was too easy.
I need them all assembled in a finished product that isn't going to
Mhm.
fall apart when I take it out of the box.
So yeah, basically now we've got Leon Kennedy shown as the actiony protagonist, and he will be dragging around presumably another woman he's going to throw in a bin at some point.
I do like telling Ashley to get in the trash bins. It's like
That's where she belongs.
everybody hates Ashley, and I do too. But
I never played that game, so I've never understood why there was so much hostility to this character.
Because-
It's not just because Ashley was an annoying character, even though she was, because she had the self-preservation instinct of a wet biscuit.
Well, so
But
does
the
yours.
AI attached to her was just dreadful as well.
she was an
So was
escort.
yours.
She was an escort NPC with brain dead AI, and the only way to keep her safe was to throw her in the bin.
Yeah, so you drop her in the bin and then you'd leave her there, go do everything, and then come back, and hopefully she's still there.
Yeah.
This sounds like way more convenient than Ico.
Oh, it was more convenient than Ico. It's not hard to be more convenient than Ico. But
because Aiko had a death wish. She would actively seek out a way to die.
but yeah, like that's I just want a bin to throw the female companion in with Leon. It's tradition at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
it's only
Well,
happened in one
this
game,
one-
but I'm going to call that tradition.
The
Yeah,
discourse
one
on
at least
this
looks like
game,
she has some sort of brains, unlike Ashley.
you would not know that there was a female character in this game based on the discourse, because the discourse is entirely driven by goonettes at this point.
Yeah,
the
the double standards crowd now.
the
Leon
Goonettes
Kennedy has
love
new haircut.
Leon. Yeah, the Goonettes love Leon.
All I can say is, it's Leon. He looks like he's hit the gym, I suppose, but he's Leon.
I mean, that's all the Goonettes need. They already liked
Yep.
Leon.
Are we going to just ignore the fact that he spent half a game killing Spaniards?
It doesn't matter. They'll let it slide because they think he's pretty.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
They like serial killers too, so
Apparently. Order of the Sinking Star. This is the one by the Braid guy. It is a top-down sliding push block game with
this
lasers.
didn't look even slightly fun. This looked like getting my teeth drilled. Like,
It looks like an
I don't
absolute
understand.
shit, yeah.
I don't understand who would want to play something like this. It looked revolting.
Of all the games that are shown here, this is the only one I would say is objectively bad.
It was actively uninteresting and unpleasant both to look at and to imagine playing.
Mm-hmm. So, just, you had your win, 20 years ago now?
Braid is definitely old enough to drink.
Isn't the Braid guy also like a complete toolbox?
Oh
He's
yeah,
an absolute, yeah.
he's
yeah,
ahead.
He's the auteuriest of the auteurs.
Oh yeah, he's total head up his own butt. Artiste with a capital artiste.
He's not Phil Fish.
He's not quite Phil Fish, but that's only because he hasn't had a dummy spit and locked himself into a cupboard or whatever the hell he did. So he hasn't quite reached that point, but he's not far off it. All right, next game, Exodus. It's a sci-fi game with big storyline, space bears, all sorts of cool action set pieces, but it's being made by Wizards of the Coast. So any confidence I had that this would be good went out the window.
Wizards of the Coast don't make things. Wizards of the Coast license.
They congeal.
Yeah.
They give licenses out.
Yeah.
And make games.
And honestly, the dialogue that they showed was, oh boy. It was quippy, and it looked like it was taken from a teen sitcom 20 years ago. So, yeah. Following up from that, we also have Warlock, which is a D&D game, also by Wizards of the Coast, and it has so many edges.
It was comically edgy.
It was
I was actually I actually marginally had my interest aroused for a moment because I thought maybe they're actually going to do a proper narrative game about Liliana of the Veil.
But no.
Which might have been interesting. But no,
Yep.
they're just making edge. Just edge.
They could have played a Nickelback song under this and it would have been less edgy.
Well, Nickelback's not so much edgy as just Nickelback.
Cringe.
I think you're thinking
Yeah.
of Linkin Park.
It worked for Star Rail. They call the boss music for the engine of creation the Nickelback song. That's what people call it.
Oh no.
Which is a bit cruel, I think, but I'm not sure if it's cruel to Star Rail or cruel to Nickelback.
Yeah, bit of both. So yeah, unlike Exodus, Warlock didn't show any gameplay at all. They just showed edge. Lots.
Yeah,
and
just
lots
aura farming or attempting to farm aura while not having any.
Yeah. All right, next game. It's Screamer, which is a racing game, but it's also an anime with a plot.
I couldn't work out what it was until I didn't twig that they were advertising a game until the very end.
Yeah. What I find actually they've nailed perfectly in it, I'm not sure if it's intentional or not, but just that weird mishmash of anime and CGI when they're showing between the game and the cutscenes. And you just get that weird feeling of terrible CGI as you get in some anime. I doubt it was intentional, but they nailed that feeling.
Spirit Tortoise.
Spirit Tortoise. I mean, it looks interesting enough, I suppose, but it's a racing game with a plot, and I'm not sure how much you can actually do with that. Unless you're going to go completely off the rails later on and just start giving your cars superpowers or something. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be the first anime to do that. Right. Control Resonance. Drugs.
Screensaver.
It looks like it's got...
screensaver.
Yeah. Like Fractal Pigeon. But it looks a lot more actiony than the original one did. But just from the little bit of gameplay they showed, it looks a bit more Devil May Cry like.
I'm here to tell you, you could try and play the first one that way, and there's a whole lot of fighting in the first one. Problem is rocks.
Rocks. Just chuck a rock.
Like, we're just going to make every enemy a giant HP sponge, and the shortest path between you and where you want to go is throw rocks at it.
Is rock.
Return to caveman. Yeah. Unga bunga.
Unga bunga. But yeah,
People would approve.
I mean, yeah, it's Control, and I suspect that they're doing the same thing they did the last time, and that all the good bits are in the trailer.
I mean,
there was no singing this time.
Yeah,
that's a plus.
Control has one bit that is definitely not in the trailer. That is almost worth playing the entire game for by itself. but that section only lasts for 5 minutes.
Oh,
They didn't make a stage musical about this.
yet. Don't give them ideas.
I don't know if
They
you
didn't
get
Alan Wake, so
if you get a bunch of drunk hillbillies that think they are Odin and Thor and form a rock band and play music through a cassette player in the stage play, I think I can get behind that.
is it clear that they only think that they're Odin and Thor?
They dance around it so hard that they could go either way, but they never outright confirm or deny if these two idiots are actually Odin and Thor, or if they're just
Or are they just stupid?
or if they're just some crazy hillbillies that think they're Odin and Thor.
All right, next game, Gang of Dragon. An absolute unit of a man goes on a warpath through Tokyo.
Okay, you need some context. This
Mhm.
is made by the Yakuza guy.
I was wondering about
You
that.
can tell by looking. That's not exactly a mystery.
Yeah.
It's not made by Ryo Gio. It's by the original Yakuza guy.
Yeah, the original director left RGG Studios 2 years ago, and
Something like that.
to go make his own stuff. And his thing is Yakuza, but our protagonist is Tubby.
Yeah.
Well,
So
it looks they are presenting it with a much more serious tone.
They are. It's like
So
he
far.
actually wants to go back to the less silly, more gangster style story in this one.
Well, I would say that there's probably room in the market for that.
I think there is,
Especially,
yeah.
you could probably get quite a bit of attention just by looking like Yakuza and then not being.
Not being stupid about it.
Yeah,
It turns out that you actually do write the gritty story, which doesn't involve building a second copy of the Yamato.
Because reasons. So yeah, you
Because
can
the first one
watch
was a
this
hotel and never
trailer.
find a shop in anger.
Yeah, you watch this trailer though, and you can definitely pick the Yakuza pedigree through it. It feels like it. But yeah, you've got this just giant wall of a man running around and, punching things. Got a minigun, he does some driving. Yeah.
I call him Tubby, but I don't mean that in that he's fat. I mean the man just has mass.
He's big. He's a big dude.
It's not all muscle, but it's not all fat
Well,
either.
most incredibly strong people aren't all muscle.
I know. Well, that's what I mean. He looks like an actual, like the strong men you see, like on TV, like the ones that
Yeah.
that lift at competition weightlifting events.
Yeah, not the bodybuilders, the actual
Yeah.
the guys who lift.
Yeah, like your deadlift champions. Like
Yeah.
this dude looks like if you took a punch from him, you're not getting back up.
You're going through that wall.
And if you tried to punch him, he probably wouldn't even notice.
All right, next, Street Fighter the movie. Honestly, this looks so hammy it could squeal.
I mean,
I don't know. Like the main thing that I thought was like, yes, but how are they going to outdo Raul Julia, the late great Raul Julia?
Yeah,
of course.
Have
Like
you
that's a performance that you can't follow.
you just can't. Though, to be fair, they have nailed Guile's hair. It is perfect.
Like,
I thought that the casting was actually very good from top to bottom.
It is all.
I don't know how you
professional.
found a suit to put Zangief in, but they did.
They managed it. You had to probably start with a tent and work backwards. But yeah. So most of the cast is professional wrestlers, and that's where a lot of the ham
That's
comes
probably why it looks credible in terms
Yeah.
of casting.
So honestly, I don't think I'll watch this because it just looks dumb in the best way.
I'm usually a little wary of productions like this when they come out if they're trying to be camp, because camp is always better when it's kind of by accident.
Yes.
But there's potential here for them to just lean into it and have fun, and if they can do that, I think they can make something work here.
From the bits of the movie they showed, it looks like that's what's going on. But then you had the cast standing on the stage and they're all trying to yell over each other and carrying on like idiots. So there was that too.
The whole point of being a pro wrestler is to be an attention whore. Like, you kind of have
Yes.
to.
So when you've got 14 or whatever it was on the stage all at the same time trying to out-ham each other, it's like, okay. So honestly, I think I'll watch this. It just looks dumb. And dumb is fun.
But I don't.
Next.
I think in my heart, Raul Julia will always be M. Bison.
I mean, yeah.
Of course.
Actually, that's one thing I put down. Their M. Bison looks scrawny in comparison.
And but for me, it was Tuesday line has patched into legend. Like that was. Well, the thing is that it's not just that it was a hammy performance, but that the line itself has so much sort of impact. Like that, this is like, I think this is a truly cinematic line, and it's from an incredibly camp source, but it underlines the sort of the tilting at windmills vengeance quest of somebody who passes completely unnoticed by the person they're trying to get revenge on, and it just sort of underscores it so well and so sort of like concisely that I think that even if they haven't seen the Street Fighter movie, they know the line. People know the line.
Everyone knows the line.
It's been a long time since I've seen the documentary on it, but I think Raul Julia is on record multiple times saying he gave his all to that performance, and I think it was his last big performance.
It was his last. He was about to die.
Yeah,
his kids begged him to do Street
yeah,
Fighter.
because his kids love Street Fighter so much, he poured everything he had into it, even though it was this dumb, corny movie.
Yeah, and he hammed it up, and it was great.
It's like everybody else's performances, but especially Jean-Claude Van Damme, because I don't know if he can give good performances. But
I mean, I have a log that I could probably replace him with and have more emotion.
But the M. Bison was just like, this is the best sort of like comic book superhero, a supervillain that has ever been, that in which is presented as though the story is a comic.
So good. Okay, Lego Batman: Legacy of the Dark Knight. It's like Lego, except they're trying to make an Arkham Knight game, I guess.
Batman.
It looks so cheesy as well. And again, like you said earlier, Lego does tend to follow the same formula. This one doesn't look quite so formulaic. It looks like it leans closer to the Gotham games than it does to the regular Lego formula, but it's still Lego. So you've got, multiple characters and Lego bricks flying off and people pulling their arms off and stuff like that.
The people always say, "Oh, it's supposed to be aimed at kids," but I've always got I haven't played any of the Lego games, but the impression they always give off to me is that the writing is actually for adults, not for kids.
A lot of the jokes in those Lego games, especially the early ones, has a certain zoom factor, where it's just going to go straight over the kids' heads.
Like I bet that you could pack so many double entendres into a game like that, and most of the nominal target audience would never notice them.
If you go and play Lego City Undercover, which is one of the first games they actually started speaking in on the Wii U of all things, there are a lot of very sneaky adult jokes in that one. And I'm not just talking about the movie references either. So, I mean, I might try it if I ever get the inkling to play a Lego game, because every now and again I get the feeling the urge just to go and play something Lego, because it's a comfortable formula.
It's going to end up on like Game Pass or something anyway, isn't it?
Probably,
like,
yeah.
These things tend to. It doesn't usually take all that long.
Yeah. So yeah, next game, Marvel Cosmic Invasion. It's the arcadey brawler, which I feel like they've been advertising forever.
Is it the same one every time, or is it a new project and then it gets axed and gets replaced by another identical one?
I'm not entirely sure. There's been a few of them over the last few years, and I can't remember if they're the same or different. We've had the Ninja Turtle one mixed in there as well, so that may be part of it. So yeah, I mean it's it looks like it belongs on an arcade cabinet. What more can you say about it? Rust Mobile. It's Rust, but it's on mobile. Tomb Raider Catalyst. Okay, here's another couple of the big headliner games people have been on about. You've got 2 new Tomb Raider games. First, we'll go with Legacy of Atlantis, which is a remake of the original Tomb Raider. So it's puzzles, it's platforms, it's random dinosaurs out of nowhere.
I saw some people reeing that she wasn't ugly enough.
She looks like Lara Croft, like classic
Yeah, it looks
Lara
like
Croft.
It looks like they just did a remaster of Lara Croft, more or less.
Yeah, she looks like an actual person, for one.
Yeah,
Like,
not saying a bit lower on the pyramidal bosom scale, but
yeah, but that was from the PS1 days, so there was a few concessions that needed to be made. Which that in mind, I wonder if they're going to have the naked cheat still in the game.
was that real?
I don't think that was real.
In the fact that there was a cheat that got leaked out to the magazines as the naked cheat, yes. What it actually did is when you put the cheat code in, is Lara would jump in the air and explode. The whole thing was just a giant piss take.
I didn't play it, so I don't know. Like it's like me and platformers. No thanks.
So yeah, this basically, well, it is Tomb Raider 1, the original Tomb Raider 1. It looks like it. It feels like it. It's, classic Tomb Raider.
Get eaten alive by dogs.
Yes, there was the random wolves from nowhere room they showed briefly in the trailer. They did not show the random tigers from nowhere room.
A very long time since I played Tomb Raider 1.
There's a lot of random thing from nowhere rooms, yes. Very cool.
It was one I had to play at friends' houses because my parents wouldn't get it for me.
Because it had boobies in it?
Yes.
Because it was too violent.
Yes. Probably that too.
So, yeah, like, Tomb Raider kind of went in a weird place. You had the Darker trilogy, which was basically, let's kill Lara in interesting and unexpected ways over and over again. And then you had this reboot that we've been talking about for a while, which is involving Lara recovering things from museums and putting them back in their cultures and all sorts of weird stuff like that. I don't think that ended up going anywhere in the end. I think that project got axed. So yeah, I'm glad to see this get Tomb Raider back to its roots. Alongside that, they also announced Tomb Raider Catalyst there, which people are suspecting is a sequel to Tomb Raider Underworld.
I don't know what any of these games are.
Yeah,
Underworld was like before the last game before the reboot, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah. They don't show a whole lot. It's basically, here's this warlord lady who is stealing some artifact or other, and then Lara says, "Nah, it's mine now," and that's the trailer. So we don't know a whole lot about it. Right, next is a game that is like what, and that is Forest 3. So we had the Forest, where you crash in your plane on a deserted island that's inhabited by cannibals and your child gets stolen. You had Sons of the Forest, where that child also crashes on a different island full of cannibals and gets off it. And now you have Forest 3, where everything is in space.
What?
Yeah,
where's the forest coming? There's a space
I don't
forest.
know. So you crash on an alien planet and you need to get away before you're eaten by fresh devouring alien worm thingies
that live in the space forest.
Space Forest. I'm guessing it's still like survival. They didn't show any of the survival aspects of it, but the other 2 games were. It's just now, why are we suddenly in space? What happened? I think we've skipped a few steps here.
We crashed.
Incidentally, I hadn't
really,
actually
really
realized
hard.
that Sons of the Forest had finished, but apparently, yeah, they finished that game. All right, moving on. Invincible versus it's 3v3 fighting game based on the Invincible.
I could not care less about any franchise. I don't think that appears to be outrageously popular. No, actually, I care less about Has Been Hotel than I care about that.
There you go.
Invincible is one that has been totally
Has Been
ruined by its fan
Hotel-
base.
Yeah, well, Has Been Hotel is basically the they them darling, except all the they thems have been sent to hell. So make of that what you will.
Yeah, they don't seem to realize that though.
No, they don't.
That all of the they thems are in hell now. That's the message of your show. None of you seem to have gotten.
So yeah, I don't care about it. It looks like it's a fairly standard fighting game with superheroes. I mean, okay, fine. Orbitals, Switch 2 exclusive. It's the co-op platformer, because there's no shortage of those this year apparently. That looks like an 80s anime, which is an interesting choice, but okay. But it's Switch 2 exclusive, so I won't be playing. Next, they showed the trailer for Woowa 3.0. It looks like you get a motorbike because
Yes, everybody
Motorbikes.
gets a motorbike.
everybody
So
gets a
it's
motorbike.
it's not bound to a character like in Genshin, which is the Genshin community tried to rebel rouse over. Oh look, they're just copying the fact that Mavuika has a bike, because it was originally it was Lene was the only one who'd been shown riding the bike, and then it was revealed, oh no, actually the bike is just a feature for the player to use. Like Lene's, it's sort of implied that Lene's the one who tunes it up for Rover and gets it all prepped. But other than that, a lot of the game, because they don't want to, from what I've heard, pursue the continuous flying thing because it makes region design too difficult. But they've basically built this entire region around sort of like basically cross-country motorcycle riding. Sort of like you just you just go on road trips and you look at all the vistas and stuff.
They sure they had the mechanics for it in the game right from the get go. You do that that mission with the red flowers and everything like that. You ride up the tower and you beat up a boss at the top there. And then after that, you never do anything motorbike related again. So why not reuse it?
Yeah, they've got like upgrade trees and all that for the motorcycle. So when you I think that the current structure of the way it works is that there's just doing stuff allows you to earn effectively EXP points for your motorcycle that you can spend on upgrades, and up to a cap each day. So if you're really a autist, you can farm to your cap every single day until your motorcycle is like ridiculously maxed out, or you can just let upgrades accrue as you play.
It's looks like
It'll
the sort of
depend.
thing that's going to happen over time anyway.
It'll depend on your level of autism. If they put something really tantalizing in the tree, some people are going to feel compelled to just psychotically farm every single day until they hit their 5,000 point cap or whatever it is. But yeah, that's sort of like the big common feature to the new region. But yeah, there's been a bunch of stuff previewed, a bunch of lore and stuff about the characters. 2 new characters are going to launch, Lene and Mornier, which I'm going to feel compelled to pull for Mornier because she's cute, which will be stupid because it'll mean I'll have an account that almost entirely consists of supports. But what are you going to do? But yeah, it looks like an interesting place, and there's a lot of the sort of sci-fi aesthetic that is sort of become kind of characteristic of Wuwa, especially like they've managed to lure in a lot of players from ZZZ because a lot of people are fed up with the fact that they felt like ZZZ was going to be more futuristic, and it hasn't really played out in that way because we're in, the slums of the Canton province still.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, ZZZ does not seem to be going anywhere plot wise.
Well, they're betting the farm on this next patch.
Okay, we'll see what happens then. Okay, where are we? Next game, Animo. It's the monster collector that's coming out. That's very Pokemon, also very twee. It's I don't know.
Nintendo were unable to land the patent on capturing monsters.
Yes, so I think the Animo team is emboldened about this because they kind of put out a pretty big showing of what their game's all about this time. So yeah, it's cute. It's like cute, fluffy monsters that you can possess and do things with. There's the farming bits and pieces in here, but yeah, the whole thing looks very, very twee. I think I'll stick with Power World, where it takes things that are cute and then makes them shoot each other.
You buy that game.
They'll be coming into 1.0 soon, so maybe hold off till that. It might get a sale.
Wait, you mean it's still in early access?
Yeah. They slowed right
Oh
down
my
on their
goodness.
production line because of Nintendo.
I'm so sick of this paradigm. I hate it so much.
But yeah, they've just put out a new patch actually, which overhauls the building system, makes it a bit more flexible, and has a killer robot in it now. Because why not? It's another crossover. So you can now style kill your monsters, your pals. Because why not?
That's really strange.
Yes. Let's see. Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred, the expansion. It's Mephisto again. Everyone say hello to Mephisto.
I mean, they do model themselves a nasty demon. Like, he does look evil. I'll grant them that. He
also
looks like a
big
bad
troll,
person.
doesn't help.
Well, I mean, if you're just using your boss as a character model,
Yeah. But now of the three prime evils, I think Mephisto at least has the most fun.
Yeah, I suppose the thing is that I don't know if the substratum required to build a successful expansion on, I don't know to what extent that exists, because like when Lord of Destruction came out, people were crying out for more Diablo because they loved the base game so much, and while people seemed a little bit apprehensive about the scope of Lord of Destruction, it paid dividends. Like, it gave them what they wanted. I don't know that Diablo 4 is really quite the smash hit.
It's got its diehards, but yeah, it's just not.
the only person I know that talks about Diablo 4 is Elon Musk.
Yeah, okay, it says
Well,
all you need to
he's going to be competing against somebody.
know then. So yeah, you've got Mephisto as the big villain. You've got playable Paladin put in the game, which honestly probably should have been in there from the beginning, but what you going to do? But it's Diablo 4, and I don't care. There's better options.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. For all I know, Diablo 4 is incredible. It's just I lost interest in it. I lost interest in Diablo as a whole because of Diablo 3 being so.
And Blizzard generally being Blizzard these days.
Yeah, it's like I lost faith in that company. I lost faith in that IP. Like, there's just nothing left for me in Blizzard. Anytime Blizzard says anything, I'm looking for the catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and more to the point with like the Diablo style games, like you got to get over the hurdle of when I'm in the mood to play an ARPG again. What's going to make me play your game instead of just going back and starting up Grim Dawn again?
Yeah. Or do a bit of Path of Exile or something. Anything, really.
Quest.jpg.
So yeah, and Diablo 4, I played a bit of it, and it just didn't have the hook. Like,
It didn't spark joy.
Did not spark joy, did not spark satisfaction either. It was very, it's kind of like felt like an MMO except without the social side of things. It's like you had a whole bunch of people running around on the same map and getting in each other's way.
Yeah, I think that's just a problem.
Wait, is that how it works?
Yeah. Yep.
You have to share your game with other people?
Yep. There's a few story areas where you go in there and you do story stuff, and you're on your own for those, unless you actively invite a friend. But yeah,
You can't even tell them to sod off? Oh my goodness.
I think there is a way you can just switch it off, but then you have world events which you're not going to complete and not going to get rewards for. So yeah.
Good grief, this isn't what... No wonder nobody likes it. This isn't what people play that genre for.
That's not what we wanted, exactly.
They have had... Don't know have, but they had the money to make a world of Diablo.
Mm-hmm.
That is entirely within their power. They could have just at a higher level of polygon count, just done a reskin of World of Warcraft, and it would have sold like hotcakes because it would have been selling the product that people wanted. There are a lot of people who just turned up their nose at the tweeness of World of Warcraft, but would have been totally into Hellgate London if Hellgate London wasn't terrible. But the problem with doing it halfway is that you don't satisfy either group of people.
Mm-hmm.
RPG players want to optimize like raging artists that they are. They don't want to spend time with other people. And people who want to play MMOs want to play an MMO, and there are plenty of MMOs available.
Yep. I mean, if you wanted that sort of MMO, you go play Lost Ark or something.
Yeah, I mean, I played Lost Ark for a little bit. It was fun enough. It did its thing.
It's incredibly Korean, though.
Yeah, it is incredibly Korean. I didn't love it, but I also didn't hate it. It was okay.
It was okay.
And like, and I did like Skyforge. It's just Skyforge didn't like me. And Skyforge was something where you would bump into all kinds of people in the hub areas, and then go off and do missions on your own.
Yeah, except Skyforge was stuck in a perpetual identity crisis and couldn't figure out what the hell they wanted to be.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they ended up completely overhauling their game like 3 times in the time we were actively looking at it. It got a bit silly.
I appreciate the fact that they were responding to feedback and doing so aggressively, but at some point you've got to commit to a course of action and then make that course of action work, rather than just constantly knee-jerking.
They probably would have been better off just taking a step back and going, okay, what's the grand picture here?
There's a fundamental philosophical problem here that is causing us to need to reboot over and over again, and it's because we're deeply, deeply in love with currencies.
Yes, they love their currencies, and they still have that problem to this day. I actually looked in on it a little while ago, and they haven't added too much more. I think they've kind of just settled into their rut.
Yeah, well, they spend too much of their money redeveloping and not enough money developing.
Yeah. All right, next, they did a trailer for Marvel Rivals. They're adding Deadpool. I mean, that was going to happen sooner or later. Whatever.
When is Deadpool going to stop being popular, please?
When he's not selling much through Hot Topic.
He is the most millennial superhero possible. As long as the millennials are in the writer's seat, you're going to have him show up all the time.
He was pretty big when he first came out, though.
He's so thin you can see through him now.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's that hero that worked the first time you saw him, and then you're like, oh no, not again.
Yeah, back when he was allowed to be darker than he currently is, he worked a lot better, I think.
You can do the meta jokes for your universe once.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's even the meta jokes. It's sort of like if Marvel quippiness was a superhero embodied, it would be Deadpool. It would be modern Deadpool.
The problem is it's not just Deadpool anymore. If you go through the Marvel Cinematic Universe, everyone does it.
Everyone,
which is why Deadpool looks so thin, because it was all he had to begin with.
Yeah,
and now he's been subcontracted out.
His niche is gone. Although watching him in the last movie was still fun. The Deadpool movies are still fun. Okay, next, 007 First Light. They revealed the villain, who is a African warlord, black markety guy. To be fair, he has a crocodile pit. But that's about it. He gets him a credit. 1. But yeah, 007, again, as we said earlier, that franchise really fell off.
I think that ship has sailed. Like it's a Gen X franchise. It never had much cachet with the millennials, except for the oldest generation of the millennials, who basically lived and died on Pierce Brosnan as 007.
I grew up with Brosnan as as Bond, and after he retired or got fired, I forget which. It just wasn't the same. He did that many movies.
Yeah. Go ahead, Fern. I'm lagging a bit here.
We're up to 007 First Light.
All right.
So yeah, basically this trailer showed off the villain, showed him hanging Bond upside down over a crocodile pit, which is, classic Bond villain stuff.
It's classic, but it's only classic to people who appreciate classics, which is not
Yeah.
not the current audience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody in my age group, the only people around my age bracket that like 007 are people that played GoldenEye on the Instagram.
GoldenEye was a special moment.
And got into or watched the 007 movies because of the GoldenEye on the N64. Literally,
Yeah.
that's it. I don't know anybody else in my age likes
I want
007 for 007.
I want to be wrong about First Light and have it come out and be a classic, fun 007 movie with spy gadgets and all that sort of stuff.
This is the
That's
same
brilliant.
problem that I
But-
keep bringing up, is that there's nobody's got the creative chops to do it. Nobody can
It
write
doesn't happen.
a Bond story.
It just doesn't happen anymore. The talent is gone, or the skill is gone.
Like, if you really wanted to do it, you would have to go back to one of the books and adapt it relatively faithfully without putting any millennial bullshit in it. Then I think you might actually do something, because even though the audience wouldn't understand it, it would be sort of like palpably different to the normal millennial slop that the current crop of writers is trotting out.
And you'd probably attract an older audience with that.
I mean,
the older audience
you would not necessarily just attract an older audience, you would attract a younger audience that hasn't seen this before.
Mm-hmm. But no, it's the way Hollywood works now is shoe it all in modern guff. I don't know, I'm sounding like an incredibly old man saying crap like that. But anyway, Hollywood's just bad these days. It's just bad. All right, next trailer for Warframe. It was a trailer for Warframe. I have no idea what
Warframe is such a closed book to me, my goodness.
Like, when it first started, it was pretty simple. It was like, okay, we have space ninjas, we have mutant humans, we're fighting over the solar system. Off you go. Have a gun. And now it's like this massive spiderweb of lore and conspiracies.
in
and
my
tribal-
mind, in my mind, it's like the video game equivalent of like the Administratum Codex of Laws on Holy Terror. Like, it's just it's a tome of such incredible size that 1,000 lifetimes wouldn't be enough to understand the first percent point of it.
When all the
Yes.
guides for your game say find somebody else who already plays it as their opening line, you've got system creep out the wazoo.
You got an issue.
All of the Honkai Impact third guides also say that.
Yeah, they do. I think that's kind of why Soulframe has been put forward now, because they might be doing that as
Because they need a reboot. They need a fresh start, because nobody can get into Warframe anymore. They don't know how.
If you come into Warframe brand new, good luck.
Well, I mean, Seraph still keeps trying to sell me on the idea.
Yeah.
Like,
It's not that the game is bad. The game is great. It's just that
unless you get Katsuki easily like me.
dense. Oh, well, yeah, that too. It is so dense and incomprehensible with so many moving parts and systems to it. It's overwhelming.
I have no idea how relevant it is. Like, I don't know if you need that stuff, or whether you can actually coherently follow a story thread through and catch up to present day without too much stress. But
no idea.
I don't want to
Last
skip
time I
any
looked-
story. That's the thing. If I were to commit to it, I would want to know what's the story here.
Yeah, last time I played it, no, there was at least not that I could find. But
So I still don't even know what a Tenno is.
a psychic child.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Psychic child. They remotely pilot the Warframes from wherever they're hiding.
I'm getting
With their
Sundowner vibes from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance.
So basically, you play as a puppet. of
Basically, yeah.
some sort, and you, the player, exist somewhere in hiding.
Yes, your
See,
physical.
I didn't get any of this. I didn't
a
get
child.
any of this from my time playing the game, which admittedly was only some few hours. But
This
I
is
didn't
stuff
pick
I
up
had
on
to
any of that.
glean from the edges. And even then, it's like there's this mass lore dump behind all of that as well.
So
Especially the Oracle lady, the advisor, she's got her whole thing as well.
Because the people that are into it have just like endless praise for it, for the company, for the lore, for the sort of the storytelling and the emotion behind it. Like there's just so much praise there, but it's like all locked behind this inaccessible vault door.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're in, you're enjoying yourself, you're having a great time. If you're not in, you can't get in. All right. Next game. Okay, I lied that there was another game that looked objectively bad. Seven Deadly Sins Origin. It's an open world RPG co-op type thing, but it's Seven Deadly Sins, and who frankly gives a toss about that?
It's a really popular franchise. Like really
But
popular.
why? It's awful.
But just not in the West. Sometimes things catch on and they just become fashionable.
It became
Like,
fashionable.
you were a child once. Don't you remember Chatterings?
I don't actually.
You don't? Maybe that was a New Zealand thing.
I think that was a New Zealand thing, yeah. But yeah, we had our own equivalents. But I guess if you're right into Seven Deadly Sins, I watched a good chunk of Seven Deadly Sins.
Oh, I didn't. I'm not that dumb.
No, it don't. Don't. It's not good. I am a sucker for shonen slop, and I could not keep watching Seven Deadly Sins.
I put it on the other monitor one time while it was on Netflix, and many years ago. And I remember a lady that got really big.
Yeah,
That's it.
she's dumb as a brick.
You see those every day in Atlanta.
I know. Like,
it's
like,
horizontally.
like, oh, that's something that's familiar.
Like, yeah, there's some things in there I like how none of the sins are really the immediate interpretation of the sin. There's something a little bit more abstract, but even then it's like, okay. Next game, Lords of the Fallen 2, or Lords of the Fallen 3.
Somebody is going to have to tell me something about number one, because I can't remember this game.
Number one came out and it was bad.
Lords of the Fallen 1, yeah, it released.
It did not.
Just cribbing on Dark Souls, and it was a bad Dark Souls clone. And so they took it and they threw the entire game out the window and remade it from scratch. And it was fairly decent. They were very generous with both the pricing and your ability to play it with your friends, where you only needed one copy for two people to play. You wanted to play co-op.
Yep. These were the guys who also did the community poll about whether you want to have body type 1 or 2, or you were just male or female. Oh. Hang on one moment.
Oh dear. Something has precipitated.
What type of injury do you think Verisa had where she bruised her horn? She runs into things all the time with them. They don't crack.
What do you mean bruise her horn?
Got a band-aid on her horn.
Could be decorative.
Could be, but usually you use band-aids for ouchies. All kinds of other decorative stuff.
Where did that go? Okay, I've just been told we're going out for dinner, so I'll have to wrap up soon. All right.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, well, I'm just going to quickly rip through these because we're way over time, but we were expected to be anyway. Saros, third-person bullet hell type thingy, I think it was. This is the one about the world with the dead sun and tentacled Watsits everywhere.
Yeah, there's not enough there to say anything about it.
Yeah. I have to see more of that gameplay to know what's going on. Next, No Law, future FPS. Basically, it's a revenge plot.
Yeah, it looked so generic. Like, it doesn't have to be generic. You can still tell a good story within the old revenge plot framework, but they didn't sell it.
They didn't really. I want to know more about this world. Like, it looks, admittedly, maybe just a little bit Half-Life-y. But a lot of those future settings look kind of like that.
I don't feel like it had any of its own distinctive character.
Not really, no. All right, Where Winds Meet. I got that wrong. Where Winds Meet. There we go.
Super popular at the moment.
Super popular wuxia or Shanja, one of the two, or both.
I don't know. I
It's
kind of
hard
want
to
to play
tell at
Where
this point.
Wind's Wheat.
Where wins wheat?
What happens when the wind
The
becomes
people-
sweet?
The people that are playing it have a lot of good things to say about it. It seems to have tapped into sort of like the dregs of old school spastic MMO behavior, where people just do stupid shite all the time
Mhm.
that doesn't make any sense, just to be sort of like weirdly social.
Yes. I think I'll try it at some point. The biggest complaint I've heard about it, though, is it likes its time gates. So your
Yeah, I mean,
progression
it
gated.
it does ultimately emerge from like Chinese gacha culture.
Yeah. So it looks fun. And the trailer it put out was stylish, and there was a random baby for no reason. But yeah, it's just like, here's all these just wacky over the top martial arts stuff going on. All right, we'll skip Phasmophobia because that's just a port. Total Warhammer 40k. About damn time.
I don't trust that company. I don't trust them. I
Which
don't know
one?
why exactly. The company that makes Total War.
Ah.
I feel like they've had too many stinkers. Their stinker to good game ratio is getting really wacky,
Mm-hmm.
and they keep making weird and questionable decisions about DLC, and they're not in the trusted category for me. And
Yeah.
they've been handed an IP, a very, very beloved IP, by a company that wants two things in this world: to completely ruin that IP and to make an infinite amount of money doing it.
Yes.
And they've handed it to a company that likes to take IPs, ruin them, and make an infinite amount of money doing it. So I'm really, really concerned.
Yeah.
Gonna get your female space marines. You're gonna
They-
eat it.
Like,
I
this
mean,
is
the
the sort of
pedigree-
venue that they would put them in. This is the sort of venue that they would use for the entryism of an idea like that, and then just claim it was always canon.
They didn't show any in the trailer. It was all just toilet seats and orcs. But yeah, that's probably going to sneak in. I mean, the potential for it to be good is there, but yeah, you're right to be skeptical.
It's like Games
And-
Workshop has become such a malevolent company, like Wizards of the Coast tier malevolence,
Mm-hmm.
that I can't believe in Warhammer products anymore.
Yeah, which is sad. But I still love Warhammer. All right, next Ace Combat 8, Winds of Thieve. Thieve, yes.
I've never played an Ace Combat game myself, but the music is fantastic.
I got very Top Gun vibes from the whole thing.
I feel like I would enjoy this if I was really drunk.
I mean, yeah,
Remember that one time I tried to play War Thunder while I was really drunk?
that was bad.
No.
I don't know if I
But,
was there for that one.
It was, yeah, Ace Combat, this game. I mean, it looks fun. It looks very bro in a lot of ways.
Well, it is a Top Gun game though. Like, that's what Ace
It's
Combat
basically a
is.
Top Gun game, yeah.
But it's got this sort of like weird mythology that's intrinsic to the world.
Mhm.
Both like on the level of the world as in the setting for the game, and the world as in the sort of the subsetting that is inhabited by the pilots in this world, and it's all very sort of, there's a layer of the sort of very genuine mysticism that you find in any highly specialized field
Mhm.
that is it rings very true. Like, it's got from what I have seen from the outside, watching friends play Ace Combat, and that it's really got a character that is special to it.
All right, I'm gonna keep ripping along because I'm running out of time. Star Wars Galactic Racer. It looks like Pod Racer, honestly.
It's like Pod Racer, but without pod racing. Therefore, it's bad. I don't know why
Yes.
they made this game when they could have just made a pod racing game.
Where are your pod racers?
Everybody
I mean, they
like,
have
'Cause, like,
they
everybody
have the
played Pod
Watto
Racer.
type character there without the stereotyping, but yeah.
Like,
Every-
the thing with pod racing is that pod racing did something very specific that other racing games that if you were using a generic spaceship or whatever, didn't do. Like, if you're just using a spaceship, well, people are just going to play F-Zero. Pod racing was different because it had that vibe of this is chariot racing. You're using two incredibly powerful engines that are only nominally under your control, and the whole thing is just going to explode at the drop of a hat. And that's
Yeah.
just not communicated by other vessels.
Yeah. So this one you've got kind of a two-seater speeder, a kind of a slightly wider speeder, and then you've got the bike speeders, and not a pod racer in sight. And I am disappointed.
I don't think that they understand that there's something like because that was designed. It was designed to be an homage to Ben-Hur, right?
Yeah,
Like from the
basically.
ground up. And you just take that out. What have you got left? Oh, well, it's a spaceship.
Yeah. So it's like as far as mechanically or aesthetically goes, it's still like really fast racing through the corpses of spaceships in the desert, which is what pod racing did. But it's just lacking something when they're not pod racers.
Yeah, because there's something like the pod, even from an aesthetic level, like the pod design screamed fragility. Like
Yeah,
this is
those
not
things were death
robust.
traps.
That was
Even
why
those were
it was that like in universe. That was why it was popular because
Yeah.
it was so dangerous.
Yeah. So yeah, hopefully they course correct. Put some pod races in it, please, and then you'll have a winner.
Yeah, just get rid of all the other spaceships. People only really
Only
care
the
about
other
another
spaceships,
pod
pod
racer
race.
game. Like if they made a really good up to date pod racer game, it would sell like hotcakes.
Yeah.
But if there's one thing that the Star Wars franchise doesn't do, it's understand what people liked about the older entries.
Yeah. Here's an option for you guys. Make it pod races, put it on VR, and let us use the dual controllers to control the throttle.
And sell
They
it
did
with
that on the 64.
sell it with sick baggies.
Oh yeah. The sort of sick baggie you attach to your face because that's going to be permanently there.
I want that camera affixed firmly in first person for the entire duration of the crash.
Yes.
I want chunks blown all over the room.
I want to lose my eyebrows.
What kind of lunch you been having?
The sort of lunch where you're getting way too close to explosions. So yeah, I mean, it could be a good game, but missed opportunity. Sorry. Make it pod racing. Next game, Out of Words, the stop-motion co-op platformer, which IGN seems to love so much.
Yeah, this one.
If you like it, it can't possibly be good.
This looked so like too art housey for you to possibly understand my divine vision.
Yeah, if they just
Yeah,
said,
okay, smell this jar. I just farted in it. Maybe you'll understand.
Yeah, if they, without all the other stuff around it, it just looks like a regular co-op platformer. It's fine, I guess, but all the other stuff around is there is a definite whiff of auteur around it.
Yeah, it's award bait.
Yeah.
Somebody wants that debut indie award or something.
All right, next game, Duet Knight's Abyss. It's a gacha. It's another Genshin like, I guess.
It's a Warframe like. It's Warframe with Genshin skin. I didn't play it because Seraph told me it wasn't worth it. I did install it, but then he got to it before I did and told me just don't. It's just not in its fit state yet.
Yep. Okay. Leave that one sit and cook for a bit then. On that same note, Arknights Enfield, which is open world Arknights, I guess.
And as much as this, I would say, is more of a hybrid between that between the Grand Blue game, which had the party RPG thing.
Relink?
What was it called? Yeah, it's a hybrid between like Genshin and Relink and Satisfactory. You heard me correctly.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I did see that in there, which makes no sense.
Yeah, it is a gacha game ultimately, and it does have a sheep character, so are still sold.
Yep.
Paul's really trying to get me to download this game. He's mentioned that sheep girl every time that game has come up.
You mention sheep girls every time you play any game, so you're still ahead of me. But yeah, I don't know if I'll play it because Arknight's depressing as hell.
Oh yeah, that setting is grim.
But yeah, it also like it strikes a lot of the similar sorts of beats that you find in other games in the gacha space. Like there's sort of the same sort of moodiness that you find in like Frilova from Wuwa and some of the key characters and oh, there's my phone again.
Uh-oh.
Some of the key characters in Arknights in there. I don't know where Enfield sits relative to the rest of the Arknights universe.
They
And I
keep
actually
calling the characters pioneers in it, or rangers, so maybe an exploration team of some description.
well, I mean that's what in the original language Trailblazer actually was pioneer from
Yep.
Star Rail. So but yeah, it's sort of hard to say exactly where that will land because I actually really like a lot of things about the setting. I just don't like how pessimistic it is.
Yeah, and honestly, the tower defense combat system does wear on a bit from the original. All right, next, Phantom Blade Zero. It looks it's Fantasy China, kind of God of War style gameplay, I guess, with the quick time events. There's
QTEs
not a
were
whole lot really
always
to say about it.
of when the action game boom was happening. QTEs were always my least favorite part.
Yeah, because they're a
What
pain
are we
in the
talking
neck.
about? I missed the first sentence because I had to check my phone.
Phantom Blade Zero. The the Fantasy China one with the quick time events.
Didn't that ship sail in the early aughts?
I kind of hoped
I don't think
we
even
were
the latest God of Wars still use it.
yeah, like every time I go back to play Bayonetta, like the worst part is the quick time events. If you ever
I like the vibe of Wuxia, I do, but it's usually executed quite poorly.
Yeah. Anyway, next Mega Man Dual Override. It's classic Mega Man. It looks like Mega Man 12.
I did not have any opportunity to gain any rapport with Mega Man. It did not exist in my world.
I don't think I actually played many of the classic Mega Mans beyond 4.
I played
I've got
a lot
11
of,
in my library. I think Ari bought it for me a couple of years ago, but yeah.
yeah, I play all the Mega Mans pretty much. I am much more partial to the X series, but for some reason Capcom's afraid to touch the X series.
Mm-hmm.
And they just keep bolting on wacky mechanics to the classic series or porting mechanics from the X series over to the classic instead of just using the X series.
This one, it looks like it's Mega Man Classic, except he has poppy outy bits on his now. I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, they've got a thing going on right now where every new Mega Man they got to add a new gimmick, and that gimmick makes or breaks the game. The speed gears were all right for a gimmick, but they make the game not very fun to replay.
Yep. All right, next we had a trailer for Super Mario Galaxy, the movie, showing Bowser Jr. as the bad guy. So we've transplanted the bad guy from Super Mario Sunshine into the movie.
It was Bowser Jr.'s mother.
Not Peach, according to Sunshine.
Not Peach, even though he spent that entire game trying to kidnap her because he thought she was his mum. Bowser lied because I don't know. He didn't want to say I don't know or just say the truth or something. There's a reason Mario characters don't talk anymore, and it's Mario Sunshine. But yeah, they had the voice acting for Mario Bowser Jr. in this, and either he's trying to be a lot gruffer than the character normally is, or because he's talking to the mask. But it just doesn't match the character who he is.
I mean, Bowser Jr. is just kind of a gremlin.
He's a gremlin and he's a spoiled brat.
Yeah, like I've heard people that went to go see it really liked the first Mario movie. I didn't go see it.
I watched it. It was generic, but it was fine.
Yeah.
It didn't do anything you wouldn't expect it to.
Yeah.
Better than the Dennis Hopper one?
Yeah.
That was a short answer.
The Dennis Hopper one was absolute cinema, is what that was.
Mario, and Luigi Mario.
Yes. So yeah, that old Mario movie is, at this point, it's art because of just what it is.
Anytime you hear me go monkey, that movie I'm
Monkey.
referencing, by the way.
Oh, it's like someone's just said, okay, we've got a couple of plumbers. Here's this guy called Cooper. Then we go make a movie about it. There is mushrooms. That was all they were told.
Like, I know it's just, you're an old fart and that's why you think that is peak, but it really is so bad that it is peak.
It is exactly right. It is so bad it is peak. Like, that movie is just absolute dog water.
Like, nobody in their right mind would call that movie good, but at the same time, it's automatically better than whatever comes out now.
Yeah, it is so bad it is good, that movie. But yeah, the recently put out one was fine. I was a bit skeptical about Jack Black being Bowser, but it worked.
I'm skeptical about Jack Black being anything.
Yeah, he's kind of hit and miss.
And
He's also Steve, and no. Mind you, nobody should be Steve.
Yeah,
that's just a movie that shouldn't have been made. Period.
It shouldn't be, but it exists because money.
Yeah, and
so here we go. We got Jason Momoa. Let's put him in a blonde wig because why not? No, we don't give a shit, and nobody else does either. All right, next trailer. We're getting towards the end here. Neo 3. They're still teasing this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like every time I get reminded of it, it's like, oh, that's still not out, huh? It's sort of the opposite of Death Stranding.
Look. If all they use this dev time for is making that inventory system more manageable, I'll call it a win.
Yeah. Let's see. We actually have a release date for it now, though, which is February 6th, assuming it doesn't get delayed.
I haven't played it, so I don't know what the problem with the inventory system is. But I mean, can't you just steal like a generic inventory grid from like any other game?
It does. It does the Diablo loot pinata, but it doesn't have any kind of bag management. So you just finish every mission with like 80 gorillion pieces of loot in your bag that you need to go sift through.
So it's the same as Mass Effect 1.
Yeah, except
yeah.
Except you have to replay the missions a gorillion times.
Mass Effect 1 doesn't even have like you can only see like 4 things at a time, and it's just a list that scrolls down.
Yeah.
With infinity guns in it.
Incidentally, the first thing that comes up for the frequently asked questions when you search for Neo 3 is Neo 3 actually coming out?
So is the core game actually decent?
And Neo, yeah, the core game for Neo and Neo 2 is decent. It is on the harder end of the games that are leaning on the Souls influence. Just out the gate, it's not quite as hard as Sekiro. Doesn't demand that much, and there are alternate ways around problems. But its core gameplay is fun and good. I enjoy both the Neo games tremendously when I played them. The only caveat is
they're not when you get home from missions.
Yeah, it has 2 problems with it. One, it's written by the people that committed the sin of Dino May Cry, and 2, it is that inventory system. Like, I got to be in a mood where I'm willing to deal with that.
I'm not even willing to clean out my inventory in Genshin.
I need to clean out my inventory in real life. Yeah. Anyway, next, second to last game, Solo Leveling Arise, Overdrive. It's
Edge. A media phenomenon that totally missed me, and this particular... It's a gacha, isn't it? I can't remember.
I don't know.
I think it's a mobile game.
It is a mobile game. So it probably is a gacha, or at least has gacha elements in it. I watched the first season of the anime, and it was like, it's fine, I guess. It's isekai, or sort of isekai, and its character gets ridiculously powerful, but it's kind of where it ends at the end of season 1. Apparently, he goes a full edgelord, according to this trailer.
I mean, maybe. It's like I said, it's a media phenomenon that totally missed me. And based on like the abstract descriptions I get from people like you, it doesn't sound like it would be a phenomenon, but it definitely is.
I see no reason why it should be a phenomenon, but somehow it is.
The only thing that I have noticed about it that I can at least sort of infer information from, and Aristiel will probably understand this better than me, is that most of the people that really seem to be into it in the West appear to be of a similar ethnic balance to Dragon Ball Z fans.
Ah,
Yes.
That's just my impression. I might not be right about that, but that's the impression I get.
Yes.
it is popular on the southern continent.
Much, well, that too. But much like Yu-Gi-Oh! Your melanin count can determine your enjoyment of the franchise.
So yeah, I mean, this game, it doesn't look like anything special, so whatever. And finally, the last game. From the
Concord!
makers of Apex Legends and Titanfall comes Concord again, yes. High Guard.
It looks so awful.
Like,
It
it,
looks
I've
so
never
bad.
seen. I've never seen a like. I thought that the likes of like Apex and that were pretty soulless looking games. Even Overwatch doesn't look as soulless as Apex, and Apex is pretty soulless. And I don't remember there's a few others like Valorant and that they also look pretty soulless. This manages to out soulless them by an order of magnitude.
I was
Yeah,
telling,
and it's quite an achievement, actually.
I was telling Fern before the show. It looks like a cast of like just the generic '90s diversity TV show cast.
The cast of Captain Planet, except
Yeah.
aged up a little bit.
Yeah, like that.
Yes,
That's what we're
I
looking
can
at
imagine.
here. Like you're, and if they're even, they have a different problem than the Concord cast. The Concord cast was bad because it was overly fruity ugliness. These
Because
are
they
just,
were all gay and fat.
yeah,
Yeah, they somehow managed to make them overly fruity and ugly, but at the same time incredibly bland.
These guys are just the bland part of that equation.
Yes, like the Concord.
There's not even anything there worth mocking.
No, the Concord cast, you could at least mock them, and there was the potential to fix them. You could have made something interesting out of those characters.
You
This,
could have made them straight and skinny and pretty.
or at the very least, just not terrible. But yeah, this, no, I don't think there's anything to save here.
Like we're at hero shooter saturation, surely.
But
We were at
this is sort of like
hero saturation years ago.
this is like the video game that they would show on like inside a movie made in the 90s where they needed a guy in the background playing a generic video game. This is that video game.
This is that game. So
There's one square, one perfectly generic unit video game of the currently popular like hero shooter franchise, hero shooter genre or whatever they call them these days.
yes. So
Because
yeah,
it seems to be implied that the characters that you play are supposed to have some kind of personality that's special to them and their heroes.
yes, but none of that came across here.
I mean,
Even Concord did a better job of that.
yeah, and you can have the Titanfall 2 devs there and have really nice gameplay and all that. It may even be there, but you're making a hero shooter and your heroes are boring as sin.
Like, did we not learn this lesson in 2016 with Battleborn?
Yes, Battleborn, Battle Cry. There's a whole bunch. And there's so many of them. I can't even remember most of them.
Well, it's because you never called them by name. You just called them the Battle Cattle.
Yes, because they all kind of moved as a herd. There was a whole bunch of them, and they just kind of moved. But yeah,
The reason I point out Battleborn is because they marketed the shit out of it,
they did,
and they had to exit.
because it just did not appeal.
Yeah, I remember seeing it. It was the year that I went to PAX with Fern.
Yeah,
They had a big fancy booth. I used the
They had-
lanyard from it for years too.
they actually had two big booths. They had one there for Battleborn and one there for Battle Cry, and nobody cared about the Battle Cry one at all either, because as bad as unappealing as Battleborn was, Battle Cry was even more so. But yeah, we hit saturation for hero shooters a while ago, and every now and again you get one that'll pop up like Marvel Rivals, which has a hook that will get people through the door.
But even that needed an established IP hook to get more. Like,
Also boobies.
Yeah, look at how Overwatch 2 is doing. And I mean,
Yes.
I suppose Overwatch has now got like an established IP. It's just that their IP has nothing to do with Blizzard and everything to do with pornography.
Yeah, not intentionally. Like, Marvel Rivals, it's superheroes, and they look like superheroes. They're doing superhero things.
Well,
while
they
punching.
look like the familiar versions that most people like. At least they call to mind the familiar versions of those heroes. They're not like gritty deconstructions of those heroes or something trash like that.
We're looking at you, early 2000s X-Men series where everyone's dressed in black leather for reasons.
I don't know. I like that series. Oh, I like the first 2 movies in that series.
The first 2 movies were fine. They kind of went a bit downhill after that. But they went stupid places. But so yeah, the outcry and the response for this has been interesting, and by interesting I mean deeply amusing. It is getting downvoted everywhere. Nobody likes High Guard. You go onto YouTube, and if you turn on the mods so you can actually see the downvotes, you're looking at ratios at best of 10-1 to likes to dislikes. That's the best ratio.
Well, what's there to like? People think that they're being mocked when they see something like this. Because like the trailer had the gall to talk about how unique it was.
But it's not at all.
Yeah, it's whatever the precise opposite of unique is.
Yeah. And like I said at the start of the show, you could have put just about any other trailer from this show into that slot and they would have gotten a better response. Just about anyone.
Oh dear. I'll just drag this window over to the other monitor.
Oh no.
But I agree that they should have left the Divinity reveal to the end. That would have been way punchier.
Divinity would have been one of the big punchy ones. Fate of the Old Republic would have worked really well there too.
I think that people don't trust that enough.
Yeah, there's too many unknowns. What have you done?
Live show chat, I posted the ratio.
Oh, that's getting worse.
That's not pretty.
That's bad.
That's 11-1 now.
So yeah, it's like you had a good show, and honestly, I'm surprised we didn't see any other hero shooters or something like that pop up. That was refreshing. The show was solid, and then you ended it on a wet fart.
Well, I mean, it was certainly more professional than usual.
That's
odd.
No Jewish Rabbi Bill Clintons.
No, not this year.
I wonder if he's still seething about that.
Oh, he probably is. Like, that was a big humiliation for him. Like, he takes this shit personal.
Yeah, no drunk celebrities, except, well, professional wrestlers are kind of drunk on their own.
He didn't invite Joseph. He didn't invite Joseph on stage at all. So,
so it was a fairly good, by usual standards, show.
Yeah, but about the actual games that they were talking about, which I could. The thing is that while it's true that there were only a couple that were like really bad, there was also almost nothing that I gave a toss about that I wasn't already playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of games in there you look at and think, well, someone will enjoy this. Not me, but someone.
I think this year the reason it was so lackluster is there was no big announcements that caught our eyes. Number one, number two, the awards were just so predictable this year. I think, like,
they were.
If he went out on a limb and did something crazy, he'd lose all his credibility this year. Because
they gave all of their awards to Death Stranding.
Yeah, like so he couldn't go too out in the weeds with it. But yeah, I mean, at least this year the player and the critical darling was both the same game for once, which is a rarity.
Yes.
Like that is
people wanted to see Clear Obscure clean up, and Clear Obscure cleaned up.
Yeah. Like, and it's an actual video game that won everything this time. Like a video game-ass video game.
Yep, we got a video game, and the audience responded.
Yeah.
And Call of Duty didn't appear at all.
Yep.
No, it didn't.
Couple token appearances by Battlefield, but no Call of Duty.
No Call of Duty.
Even Nintendo had very few appearances.
Yeah, and they got the token awards. They got their designated win of family friendly game, and then they got like racing game because there was nothing else in there.
Yeah, practically every reward of any note was like Clear Obscure versus Silk Song plus filler.
Yeah, maybe
It-
Hades or something else in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hades got a few billings, Dispatch got a few billings, but Hades 2 is a clone of Hades 1 functionally. I mean, that's what people wanted. And
That's just more of
Dispatch
that,
is
please.
Telltale.
Yeah, it's a Telltale game.
Like Silksong showed genuine iteration on the Hollow Knight formula. Big long creative team or creative game, lots of fun, tons of
Sold it for cheaper
yeah,
than anybody else.
Yeah, and Claire
Sold
Obscure.
it Clear Obscure, to be fair.
Yeah, both the two
Yep.
top games this year are underpriced, and both of them released their DLC for free.
I don't know what's in the thank you DLCs.
For Claire Obscure,
Obscure.
it's an entire new in-game dungeon with a bonus side story attached to it. All about, from what I can tell, from what I've seen, Esquia's evil twin Oskio.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
So yeah, and it just this shows you this is about the closest we're going to get to a kick in the nards to the rest of the gaming industry. Whether or not they're wearing a cup and not going to feel it is one thing, but it's a solid attempt. We got a double A studio and an indie studio that have come out, put their games out at cheaper than current prices, kicked everybody's butt in nominations and awards, and put out their DLC for free.
Mhm.
And people love it.
Definitely sends a message.
Yeah, and they've sold like gangbusters, and everybody's still talking about both of them. All their years of market majors coming in and telling them how to make everything super live service all the time and all that jazz. Just none of it works. At least when it comes to being on top.
I suppose the question is whether Jeff Keighley got back to his house to find that there were thugs waiting in the darkness for him.
I mean, he's got to deal with thugs there every year, I have to admit. But yeah.
They're just
Yeah.
wanting any wiggle room this year. Like Claire Obscure
Yep.
was going to sweep it. Everybody knew that, and everybody that paid attention this year knew that. Like,
Especially the fact that the big boys only put out crap this year.
yeah, like it's like I said in right before Silksong came out, and we just got the first follow up trailer back in sometime in August. I was like, you know, I've got to put my hopes back in Silksong because they're just not. Expedition 33's been it. That's all that's come out this year that's drawn my attention. I'm playing gacha games. I'm going back and cleaning out the backlog because there's nothing coming out that's catching my attention or getting my friends talking. Like, and I was lucky in that Silksong did come out and did live up to the hype that I put behind it, which is very, very impressive.
Nearly. But there was one thing that it didn't.
Oh, no Shaw.
Yeah, no Shaw. I mean, I'm sure that there's going to be a Shaw DLC at some point, but
I mean, they do have a free DLC coming out, so
Yep.
Yeah.
No, but you know it's going to be saved for a climactic moment where it's like whatever is the equivalent to that the horrific nightmare boss thing.
The Get Good.
Oh yeah, there'll be a follow up Get Good Shaw.
Yeah, tells you to get good before sending you after the big boss. One thing I am surprised that didn't make any appearance whatsoever in terms of awards is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That was this year.
Was it?
Was it?
Yeah.
That was last year.
At least the piece was it this year or last year for the PC?
It might be the PC port.
Going as this year, so it might have been
It might have been the PC port because they're still on a time lag with those, I think.
Yeah, that's right, because this was one of the last holdouts from Square Enix still doing timed exclusives. So, okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first part was PS4 2020, Fallout was PS5 2024. Final entry hasn't been done yet.
Yep.
Yeah, and we're ones to talk.
There was the Windows release was January 23rd of 2025.
There you go. Okay, that's where the mislabeling is there. So, yep, okay. So, all right, well, with all that nonsense out of the way, we're done for a year.
And I know we're ones to talk because me and Vol both have spent way too much money on gacha games. But
Yes.
the simple fact that Hollow Knight and Clear Obscure are below market price for full finished video games with free DLC makes me just want to give them more bonus points and keep harping on about them
Mm-hmm.
because they're just so good value for your buck. And in today's day and age, I mean, we may not be hurting for cash for living expenses right now, but I know for now, but I know a whole lot of people that are and can't afford the new prices of video games. I don't know
Well, the
about
thing
you.
is that statistically, people are buying more video games than they were, and they are spending more money, face value at least. I don't know about inflation on video games than they were. The difference is that the premium priced games, those in the US 60 to 80 bracket, are simply not moving.
Yeah.
People are
Yeah.
actually spending more money than they were before on video games, but they're only spending it on things that fall below the 60 point.
Yeah. Older games or cheaper indie smaller games.
Yeah, waiting for sales, stuff like that.
Waiting for sales. Yeah. People are being smarter with their money.
Yeah, it's just we need to stretch what we got further for the most part. I mean, there could come a time when I'll wind up in that bucket too. So I encourage developers to just try it. Like try a
Mm-hmm.
$40 purchase point for a game that's a complete package.
But yeah. All right. Well, I'm running out of time, so we need to wrap up.
Right. Well, thanks for hanging around for another year of us rambling into microphones. Um, we come back next year, we'll have some new toys and woo to play with and show you on screen, and we'll have another year of fun gaming news to talk about. Hopefully, we'll get some more wins, more Clear Obscures and Silk Songs, and less Concords. But
Yes.
we will see. Because I mean, any of these games could surprise us. Clear Obscure came out of nowhere and surprised me. I was not looking at it at all, other than maybe a cursory glance at its first trailer.
I had
Well,
been
it looked
following it
French.
tentatively, but I did not expect it to actually be good. I was like, oh, but it's the French making it, so it's probably going to be like another French game, like an Ubisoft game, right? No.
No.
No, the baguettes.
Ubisoft devs, yes, but not Ubisoft philosophies.
When you have people in the European Union setting aside their French hate to praise your video game, you know you did good, baguettes. You can be proud of yourselves.
Yes, your wine is still crap though.
I mean, yes.
As an Australian,
Yeah.
I am obligated to say that.
Yeah, I basically only drink Australian and New Zealand wine.
Yes.
So yes.
This is why we hate the French.
Oh,
Ha, ha.
So yes.
Our wine and cheese is better than yours, and you can't say otherwise.
Yes.
yep,
We will
come from a cheese producing hometown, so
Yes.
come from a
All right, well, let's get out of here because I'm going to be dragged out the door at any moment now.
yeah. All right, folks. We will be gone for the next 2 weeks for Christmas and New Year's, and we will return on January.
Then-
Yes, I believe that's correct. The weekend of January 10th to 11th, depending on time zone.
Yes.
So, we will see you then. Y'all got anything else for us and us out?
not
No,
really.
except I might look at where wins meet over the break. We'll see what happens.
All right.
I don't
then.
think I can handle another large scale game like that.
It is a chongus of a game, yes.
All right, folks. Have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We'll see you on the 10th and 11th.